Okay, I'll make announcement right after this photo. Okay, everyone, we need to get this meeting started. We are starting our council meeting. Hey, Andrew, we need to remove the banner, right? Okay, who's gonna do that? Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks so much. No worry. Thanks so much. Yeah. No worries. No worries. Okay, we need one more for quorum. There we go. All right, good morning, everyone. So let's get this meeting started. We have so many motions and speakers on the agenda. Good morning and welcome to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of Wednesday, July 15th, 2026. This meeting is being held in person and by electronic means. Council members and the public may participate by either method. Any members joining electronically are reminded to enable their video to confirm quorum. The meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and YouTube. Meeting progress will be updated on X and Threads at One City Clerk. Though due to the new posting limits, updates will only cover essential items such as vote results. Speakers are encouraged to monitor the live stream to track meeting progress, but please note there's a slightly delay. Call in or arrive soon after receiving your reminder emails so you are ready when your name is called. In case of an emergency, when we need evacuation, there are two exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits within the council chamber. Do not use the elevator, use the stairs instead. If you require assistance, remain where you are, and the security staff will get you to a safe location. A defibrillator is available at the end of the hallway outside of the chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having care of this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I will also recognize the immense contributions of City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Thank you. Councillor Joe in the chair. Mayor Sim. Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry has a leave of absence all day for civic business. Councillor Montague,
Present.
Councillor Klassen,
Present.
Councillor Meisner,
Present.
Councillor Orr, and Councillor Maloney. Thank you. You have quorum, Chair Zhao.
Thanks, Andrew. So this is the plan for the day. We're going to break at noon for lunch and then return at 1 p.m. to continue with the council meeting. If needed, recess at 5 p.m. for the dinner break and then reconvene at 6 p.m. to continue with the meeting. Okay, so committee members will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have report 1, 3, 5 to 9 on the consent agenda for committee members' consideration. We will hold report 2 and 4 to hear from speakers. The committee members may adopt recommendations for report 1, 3, and 5 to 9 on consent. Does any member want to hold any items for debate or question to team members? Okay, Councilor Ward.
I think I want to hold 3 just to hear the report mostly.
All right. Okay, so moved by Councilor Dominado. Second by Councilor Kirby-Young. All those in favor say yeah.
Yeah.
Opposed say nay. Okay, so sorry, before that, we considered a consent agenda. If anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have conflict of interest to disclose? All right, so now we have report 1 and 5 to 9 for the consent approval, and we have a mover and we have a seconder. And the following item has been approved on consent. That is number 1, the Venture Program 2026. Number 5, contract award for pre-qualification for supply and delivery of furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Number 6, contract award for supply and delivery for fire services, vehicles, and apparatus, fire trucks. Number 7, contract award for consulting services for temporary staffing resources. Number 8, contract award for provision of fire life safety system maintenance services. And number 9, contract award for pre-qualified contractors for gas, closure, and other landfill works. Thank you. We will now move on to the report number 2. Okay, that is proposed amendment to subdivision bylaw number 5208, reclassification of 1842, 1868, and 1878 West 37th Avenue. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? All right, seeing none, this item does not have a team member presentation. Committee members, you have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? Okay, also, I didn't see anyone on the queue, so we will now hear directly from the registered speaker for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or oppose the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is speaker number 1, Angela Zhou. Hi, Angela. Yes, we can.
My name is Angela Zhou, and my father is the registered property owner of 1868 West 37th Avenue. I'm speaking on behalf of my family and my neighbors, the applicants for this proposal. We respectfully ask Council to support the proposed reclassification of these properties. While we understand the current policy aims to maintain subdivision categories by the block, current large lot designation often leaves homeowners with only 2 realities: sell to developers to build 6 to 8 unit multiplexes or retain a large single-family house. Our 3 families share a different vision: owner-led redevelopment that creates modest single-family lots for multi-generational living, allowing children, parents, and grandparents to remain close while preserving neighborhood character. Subdivision would enable gentle densification consistent with the intent of the R1-1 zoning while mirroring the housing pattern of our neighbors directly across the street. The staff report places considerable weight on concerns from 4 neighboring property owners regarding traffic, parking, neighborhood character, and density. We take those concerns seriously and made every effort to speak directly with as many neighbors as possible. What we found was telling. Many neighbors misunderstood the application, believing it would introduce a new housing form or substantially increase density. Once they understood our intentions for seeking this reclassification, support was overwhelming. We have since collected 12 signatures supporting the application, which I can share with staff and council. Some who previously submitted written objections have since revoked their opposition and have expressed their support, which you may have received recently in writing. The staff report states that reclassification will result in additional driveways to serve each subdivided parcel, contributing to traffic and pedestrian impacts. Respectfully, I believe this statement is incorrect, as our properties are served by a rear lane rather than front driveways. Our proposal would generate little measurable change in traffic volumes, parking demand, and neighborhood dynamics. The report suggests approval could set a precedent that transforms the neighborhood's lot pattern. Respectfully, this overlooks the fact that the block directly across West 37th Avenue already consists of smaller lots in lower subdivision categories, and that the neighborhood is already evolving rapidly under R1-1 zoning. In closing, our proposal integrates with the existing neighborhood while achieving gentle density and opportunities for independent ownership. By providing subdivision potential, council would allow for more diverse redevelopment options and provide existing families with long-term flexibility and the opportunity to leverage existing assets to better meet housing needs. For these reasons, we respectfully ask Mayor and Council to support this application and consider the staff report with these clarifications in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Okay, speaker number 2 is David Hollins. Online?
I'm on the line. Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Interestingly enough, I was not approached by the previous speaker. I am an adjacent neighbor in a rebuilt heritage home. And at first glance with the civic notice that came to our house, I vehemently opposed this project in an uneducated manner. And I think it's based on current redevelopment done within the neighboring blocks or jurisdictions that we've seen a number of multiplexes. So my immediate fear went to, we're getting a multiplex on 37th, an additional one, of which clearly I believe most of us would not approve of. In reading the documents this morning and doing a little bit more discovery, strangely in the last hour, I might flip in support of the previous speaker that, in my honest opinion, what they're proposing is the lesser of two evils, that if we do not approve what they are seeking to do, it will revert back to a potential rezoning in a multiplex potential environment. So, given that I think her terminology is soft, gentle redensification, I actually would probably more support their immediate use and not the future risk of a multiplex development on that same residential block. And I think this is somewhat consistent with last night's council meeting over the neighborhoods plan, where the risk of it being very binary of no individual housing lots or laneway houses and only of multiplex. So I have to voice my support of this plan, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so this is the end of the speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Would someone like to move a motion? Yeah, that's after we move the motion. Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Orr. Committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Councillor Dominado. Please go ahead.
I'll have to do both my questions and comments in 5 minutes now because of that. But anyways, a couple of questions. Staff, there was a motion previously around better enabling multi-generational living on existing properties. Right now we have laneways, but they're rentals, but we were going to move to looking at stratification. And I'm curious, what's the status of that report back? It was supposed to be here, I believe it was due Q2 or Q3 of this year. But I'm asking in the context of this report and the subdivision request, because I think it might achieve some of the objectives that the applicant is seeking, but I don't think we have an update on that yet. I haven't seen one, and apologies if I missed it. And this is a motion flowing from Councillor Klassen, and he may have been in partnership with another councillor, I can't recall.
Yeah, it's still under review and it sits with planning.
And would it have any bearing on such an application here where they're seeking to subdivide to do multi-generational living? Would the policy work that's underway be relevant?
It would just be specific to stratification.
Just stratification, okay. I'm just curious, the applicant's daughter spoke about sort of a change in position of neighbors on this file. Do we have any additional information in writing in that regard?
No, we haven't received anything to date.
Oh, okay. And then could you just speak to the refusal recommendation and the grounds and basis for that?
Yeah, I'll pass that on to Michelle Au, Director of
Thank you.
Planning.
Appreciate that.
Good morning. My name's Michelle Au, Director of Permitting Services. And it's based on the premise of the subdivision bylaw, which is to respect the block pattern and consistency in an orderly and consistent manner in the way that we're reviewing them. So the request actually, we always look at the maximum potential of what happens after we allow for the reclass, and then should they come in for subdivision later, which would be in equivalence to the number of units, which is a maximum of 24 if they're doing secured market rental, and 24 in strata ownership, and in the entire block combined. So the number of units hasn't changed. They can also do multi-generation right now if they were to do multiplex on that same site. And also, if they subdivide it in the future, it wouldn't stop them from also doing a multiplex. So whether or not it's gentle densification, it depends on the owners of the property at the time. So, 10 years later, we could have subdivided this particular large lot into 2 smaller lots, and it would still be subject to the R11 district schedule, which allows for multiplex.
Okay, so could you just boil it down then for me? Is that what the rationale for the refusal of the subdivision at this time? Maybe that's what I'm trying to get at. And
It's the block pattern. It's mainly the block pattern that is already established in the area that has, this particular, 80-foot lot pattern, 70-foot lot pattern, wide lots, deep
okay,
sites.
so adhering to that block pattern is
Correct.
what you're saying.
And you can see that all
It's
towards the
different in
south.
other neighborhoods, but in this.
Different in every neighborhood. We look at all the different subcategories, and they're all based on the block face of each block.
Right. But under the current policy framework, there would be the ability to add density, including stratification with multiplex.
Correct.
A little different than I think the policy work that was directed by council previously, but that is possible in this context.
In this context, in all R11 zones.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave my questions there. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Councilor Dominato. All right, seeing no one else on the, Councilor Maloney?
Sorry, I just want to clarify. When we vote, will we be voting, if we vote in favour of the recommendation, we'll be voting against subdivision? Can I just clarify that?
Yes. There's some.
Yes. So if you support the refusal.
All right.
Yes.
And if we want to, we don't want to support a refusal, and we wanted to vote in favour of the subdivision, could staff perhaps help with a form of words to move that as the motion?
We have a draft amended motion if you would like one.
Yeah, I would like to move that. Thanks.
Okay, so Councilor Maloney, while you're taking a look at the wording, I'm going to advance the next councilor. Is that okay?
Yep, that's no problem at all.
Councilor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just, we don't often find ourselves in these situations. And there seems to be a few discrepancies. And I wonder on timing of this particular proposal, there's some feedback in the report that out of 40 surrounding property owners, I think you heard back from 5 to oppose. So I'm just trying to figure out how to weight the surrounding public consultation and feedback on this as one part of the rationale to not support it. Seems like very few people engaged on this issue. And then also what you're saying around the established block
Base, yes.
base and the 80-foot lots. Is that from a land economics perspective, or is it a built form? Like, can you just help explain that in just real plain language in terms of the rationale? Seems like that's the main rationale not to support this. And so I just want to make sure I fully understand implications.
So in the late 1980s, that was how all the categories were created. There were 7 subcategories that were created for each zone. And then subsequently in 2023, when we did the R11, we have 10 more sub areas, that were created. And that was to enable the for staff to review based on consistency of the lot patterns. And so it would be different for every area, and they're all quite unique, the ones that we consider for reclassification under subdivision. So
And the implication of changing a block pattern in a one-off case is?
this would be setting a precedent for others in the area. So, for
And
example,
the risk of that is?
that you would not create a consistent block pattern.
And the
in the
purpose of
area.
a consistent block pattern is
To maintain that consistency in the look and feel of an area.
But what's the purpose of it? Like look and feel and consistency is?
It is the intent of the bylaw. That is the intent of the subdivision bylaw, is to regulate those existing block patterns.
Right. I'll give another quick example. So at one point in time, there was a discussion here around view cones, and view cones had a purpose. And then we talked about the application of view cones, and we sort of adjusted as they were naturally an iterative process or intended to be. Is this different than that? Like, is there something more sort of scribed in how things are that it should never change?
It's not to never change. I think it's, it depends on what we're looking for in each area, right? So there are some blocks that actually already has a mix of different widths. And so when reclassifications come in for those, then we would look to see what is the generic block pattern in the area.
Okay. Do we get a lot of requests for these?
Sorry?
Do we get a lot of requests for these?
Not too many. We get once or twice a year.
So setting the precedent, the risk of that is?
It depends. I can't say because it depends on who's going to come in later on and apply for reclassification in the area. Okay. So, for example, I'll give. Would you like an example of?
Sure.
Ones that we've had in the past
that because.
So we had one in the past in 2004, for example, that we had refused from staff, and council overturned that. And then that set a precedent for subsequent applications that came in 2 more times after that in, I believe, 2014 and 2020. So we had 2 more cases after that on the same block. So it changed the nature of the block over time.
Okay, that's a helpful example. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thanks. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks. What stops someone from subdividing and selling off each parcel?
Sorry, I didn't.
What stops somebody from subdividing the lots and then selling?
Nothing.
So is staff concerned that by setting a precedent, you could have homeowners subdividing and then selling off those lots?
It's not so much a concern as it is just, it's a possibility. And somebody could sell that off and still continue to build multiplex if they wanted to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Maloney. It's been moved. Okay, so let's follow the queue. Councillor Maloney is the next one on the queue.
My time's running, been running, but I'll just launch in. I would like to amend the recommendation that's been moved and seconded by replacing it with the words that have been provided to me by staff very helpfully, to approve to approve the subdivision of these lots. And my reasoning for that is that council will need to make any future decisions. We and any future councils are not bound by this decision, even though it could be cited as a reason to look at the other blocks in the neighbourhood. And for me, in all the circumstances, I think that this is a reasonable request and that it's not going to have an undue impact on neighbouring residences.
Okay, so you know what? I need to move you to the amendment queue, and we need a seconder for the amendment. Second by Councillor Bly. Okay, so amendment queue, Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks. So thank you, Councillor Maloney, for advancing this conversation, because I agree with some of your rationale, but similar question to Councillor Montague, and running down the clock there was concern of that being the risk, because I don't think that we want to be careful about allowing subdivision if it creates parcels of land that can be sold individually. I think that is clearly something we need to be careful about. And so I'd like to have your sort of more expanded response to that in terms of, and barring not being able to get that answer, I think this needs to be referred back and we get a more fulsome report and presentation on it, because I don't think I have enough information to vote on this right now, given the public consultation, now this amendment, and the risk of subdivision and selling those lots. Granted, it's not the intention, I hear you, but it could be the intention of somebody in the future, and we need to make decisions that are sort of in the best. So can you expand your answer to the risk of subdivision creating a sale of 8 lots as opposed to what it is right now, as an example?
I would say it would make it easier to sell a lot if it was already divided into 2, as opposed to, buying a large lot. I'd say that there are also precedents. If this was to start a precedent for this area, the subsequent reports that we would likely write would likely move towards less of a refusal, because there's already a precedent in the area. So there's also that. There's a series of things that we would look at. We would look at the block pattern. We would look at the neighborhood support in the area. We would look to see whether or not there are any other precedents in the area. And there aren't any of that right now. And other ones that we've done in the past, in the last couple of years, has to do with, a larger lot on a block that has smaller widths on the same block. So we would actually match the block if we were to recommend for approval, and would also, in those cases, allows for lanes as well. So that enabled multiplex development.
Okay, I'll come off. I see there's others with questions. Do we have anyone from planning in the gallery right now? Yeah.
We do.
Okay, I don't know if there's any additional, would planning recommend this in terms of risk of subdividing and then selling of individual lots? It's been something that people have brought up before in various contexts, but recognizing the value of the land in this particular area, I think it's worth a thoughtful consideration.
Sure. Marie Linehan, Senior Development Planner. So Josh White reviewed this report and supported the recommendation of DBL. And that's mostly because we just don't have a strong rationale to support the subdivision. The subdivision bylaw intent is very clear. It's basically to retain the pattern in the neighborhood. And by changing the classification and allowing these lots to be sort of half the size of the surrounding neighborhood, it'd change the pattern. Now, maybe there would not be a significant impact to that, but it would be a change in the pattern. So we supported the subdivision approving officer in recommending refusal.
Okay, I'll come off. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, Councillor Corbion.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have two sort of observations, I think, on this. And I think, generally speaking, regardless of the subject, I don't think that good policy is made by considering individual cases and exceptions. And so for me, as sort of a principle around being regulators and policymakers, I think that that's something I always sort of hold in my mind in terms of evaluating these situations. And this is essentially a one-off request to change what is an established policy. I think there's different forums to have a debate on the policy. I will say that sometimes when we do get these requests and come to council, they can be informative with respects to daylighting potential desires, challenges, risks, issues, considerations. But I think that, again, that there's a different forum to have conversations around significant policy shifts as opposed to one. It's not a perfect analogy, but when you have a business license hearing, for example, and someone comes and wants an exception to our short-term rental, and may or may not be their primary residence because their circumstances are unique. And yet we have a policy where we try to apply it equitably and consistently to everyone. And so I sort of bring that lens into looking at and evaluating this particular situation, that I think there's a fairness and an equity perspective, but I think there's also broader policy implications as opposed to doing something on the fly as a one-off. So I'll just sort of share those thoughts for council's consideration as we deliberate, but I don't think that this is the ideal route to go about consideration of changes. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Maloney?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the concerns raised by my colleagues. I am aware that we have voted against staff recommendations on pretty significant projects a number of times, and for me, I view this as a positive change in the pattern, and I think that it would allow. I know that a concern has been raised about being able to sell a subdivided block. For me, that's a positive outcome. It would allow other families to enjoy this area, and I think that it would allow development that would suit the style of the neighbourhood in any case. So for me, that would be subdivision and selling. What could the negative outcome be? It could be, more families being able to live in this area. So for me, that's a positive outcome. Thanks.
Hey, Councilor War.
Thanks. Sort of getting caught up here, but the justifications from staff here says the reclassification and subsequent subdivision applications, if approved, will result in additional driveways to serve each subdivided parcel. This will contribute to additional traffic and pedestrian impact, which were primary concerns by the resident to oppose reclassification. Can you go into the impact on the pedestrian and possibly cycling realm if this is reclassified?
Yeah.
Thank you. That was simply a reflection of the concerns from the neighbors in terms of traffic and more roads in the area. So just impeding along a road.
Okay, and in terms of sort of allowing this to have more families, is that accurate? I'm just looking at the numbers here. It looks like 12 to 18 strata ownership dwelling units or 24 secured market rental units if we don't reclassify. And if we do reclassify, it's just strata ownership. So would this not allow for 24 secured market rental units if we reclassify?
It would not, because if it's a smaller lot, it can only do 3 or 4 strata as a multiplex on a smaller lot. And on a larger lot, you actually can do 4 to 6 on a large lot, or 8 secured market rental dwelling units.
So more if we don't reclassify, and
it's the same number at the end of the day. So on the left side of the chart, you'll see 24 secured market rental units enabled, same number of units as 24, except there's strata. If you're dividing the lot into 2 from 80 to 240s.
Okay. So if we reclassify, that we lose the potential for 24 secured market rental units?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. I don't have any specific questions, but I've been listening intently to the responses from staff. I strongly agree with my colleague, Councillor Kirby-Young, around the need for these sorts of changes to be approached through planning tools, whether that's ODP or an area-specific plan. And I think, what's giving me pause is while we've heard from the applicant, and they certainly seem earnest in sharing their plans, there's no guarantee that the city's being provided here, and that causes me a bit of pause. So I'm just going to continue to listen if there are more questions and speakers, but at this stage, I'm leaning towards upholding the staff recommendation for those reasons.
Thanks. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify that the public speaker did say that there is a rear laneway, so the concern about having a proliferation of driveways on the front-facing street may not be a valid concern. Also, whether those additional, the maximum number of, say, multiplex homes and below market housing is built absolutely depends on whether the landowner decides to make that investment. So I guess people would have to weigh up whether they thought it was more likely that the maximum number of housing units would be built on that land if it remained unsubdivided, or whether it would be more likely that if it was subdivided, there would be more dwellings put on it on the two separate blocks. So I think that's something to consider. And the last thing I'll say, I think, is that I would very much welcome, I am quite open to the concerns raised by my colleagues that this should go through a formal planning process, but I would invite them to add an amendment to the wording of the staff recommendation that does commence that planning process, rather than just say no and leave it as is.
All right, thanks. So seeing no one else on the queue, so let's go to the vote. So clerk, please take us to the voting screen. And the council, please register your vote. We are voting on Councillor Maloney's amendment. Oh, Councillor Dominado. Yeah, so, there we go. Okay. Councillor Meisner? Oh, okay. All right, so the amendment failed with Councillor Clausen, Kirby-Young, Dominado, Montague, Joe, Meisner, Mayor Sin, and Councillor Ward in opposition, and Councillor Bly abstaining. Okay, so going back to the main queue, Councillor Maloney,
I'll hop off just for a moment and come back on.
Councillor Bly,
Yeah, me too.
okay, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, Councillor Maloney.
All right. Well, I am in the process of drafting an addition to the recommendation that directs staff to commence a planning process to consider a holistic planning process that incorporates this idea and how it affects the broader area, as my council colleagues have raised the idea that that's a more appropriate process to consider this. Perhaps I could ask staff for some assistance in coming up with an addition to the recommendation that would allow us to consider that.
Okay, do we want a 5 minutes recess?
Thank you, that would be very helpful.
Someone should call it. Someone should call it. Oh, Councillor Ward.
Oh, well, Councillor Maloney had a minute and a half left. If she needs more time, she had a minute and a half left on her speaking, so
She's not on the queue.
she was. You just advanced me.
Okay, we have someone called the question already. Do we need a seconder, clerk? Okay, so Councillor Kirby did call the question. I heard that. Do we need a seconder, clerk, for the calling the question? We don't.
You need to be on the queue to call the
We
question?
do need a seconder.
I was on the queue, but
So it was seconded by Councillor Dominado. So the question has been called.
I was on the queue before the question was
Councillor
called.
Kirby called the question. Yes, I heard.
I was already on the queue, though.
But she called the question before you were on the queue.
No, that's not correct. I was on the queue, and then the question was called.
Okay, so call the question, take precedent of the member's question. So that's what clerk saw from the procedure bylaw. So the question has been called, has been seconded, so we can go to the vote directly, right, clerk? Okay, so we need 2/3 of vote for calling the question. Is that right, clerk? Okay. Okay, so now we need to vote on calling the question, which require 2/3 of the vote. Okay, clerk, please take us to the voting screen. Councillor Meisner? Okay, so we are missing Councillor Fry. But can you tell us is 2/3 or not? Okay, so the motion carries. So question has been called, so we can go directly to the vote of this report. So clerk, please take us to the voting screen. We are voting directly on this report, on staff's recommendation. That's right. Yeah, the main motion from staff's recommendation.
Just a point of procedure before we go to the vote, I just want to confirm, so it's 2/3 of members present. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so council, please register your vote on the main motion. Councillor Meisner, Councillor Orr. Okay, the main motion passed with Councillor Meisner and Councillor Maloney in opposition, and Councillor Bly abstaining. Do we want to retract the vote? You can retract. And yeah, and we need to vote on that, right, Keller? Oh, Councillor Mendel. Okay, so we don't need the reconsideration. It's all good. All right, so the motion carries with Councillor Maloney in opposition and Councillor Bly abstaining. Thank you. That completes report number 2 on the agenda. Okay, report number 3 is change to the procurement policy and the delegated authority. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? This item does not have a team member presentation. Councillor Orr, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask a question to team members. Please go ahead, Councillor Orr. Please add yourself on the queue so I can advance you. ahead.
I was hoping there would be a presentation, but I guess simply what do these changes accomplish? What problem are these changes fixing? And yeah, those are my two main questions.
Good morning, Council. Jesse Gornson, Acting Director of Supply Chain Management. So thanks for your question. What these changes are intended to accomplish is basically time savings. So savings of staff time, savings of council time, savings of vendor time, cost savings in terms of the effort, and then the time it adds to the procurement process so that we can deliver capital projects faster and under budget, and also deliver operations more efficiently. The problem sort of outlined there as well, in that staff spend a lot of time preparing these reports. The vast majority are adopted on consent. For those that are held, the majority of those are also approved by council as well. And so a lot of time is spent on these reports that is seen to add little value.
Okay. And then what, for eliminating the bid committee, what are the sort of implications there?
So bid committee is a internal staff process to review and approve contract awards. Through the process, we have already followed the procurement policy. That process has now been moved to an email. And so the next logical step, as many other jurisdictions have done and the City of Toronto has just done, is to eliminate bid committee, as it seemed to add little value at this stage.
And then can you go into a little bit about repositioning council's governance role from the administrative contract award stage of individual procurements to earlier in the buying process at the budgeting stage, where council can provide more strategic direction? What does that look like?
Sure. So the way it works today is following a procurement process. Oftentimes, once a contract has already been negotiated with a vendor, staff will prepare a report for council to consider the contract award. That is often seen as too late in the process, where council has little ability to provide direction. And so through the changes proposed in this report, the chief procurement officer would have the discretion for procurements that either would deviate from policy or attract significant stakeholder attention to bring those to council earlier at a time when council can provide more insightful input that can then be incorporated into the procurement process. That would also mean that not all procurements would need to go to council if they fall within the typical procurement policy.
Not all, but some
Yes.
would still go through. So like, so for example, today we have a few, 4 or 5 on the agenda. That wouldn't happen again generally if they were in accordance to the policy.
Generally, yes, unless they attracted significant stakeholder attention.
And then, so for increasing the permitted sole source threshold from 10 grand to 25 grand, that's essentially just not having to go to a competitive sort of call for contracts, just raising that threshold. Is that like for a jurisdictional scan that's sort of in line with other jurisdictions?
Yeah, that's sort of the midpoint of what we looked at for other comparable jurisdictions. Most have recently increased it. This has not been increased in some time, and obviously there's been significant inflation.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Thanks. Councilor Corbion.
Yeah, thanks. If council were to approve this recommendation, how would we assure the public that we're still doing our job in terms of due diligence and oversight for responsible expenditure of funds and transparency for the public on what those expenditures are?
Right. So there's a number of touch points that council would have in terms of approving these expenditures through the capital and operating budget and plans. The annual approvals, most of these items are detailed. If they're not explicitly detailed in there, those would be items that the chief procurement officer would consider taking to council for direction. Also, major capital projects are often go through a rezoning where council has oversight. Park board would give direction on the scope of a project. Things are put forward on BC bid, so there's public awareness of what's going through procurements. And then there's regular reporting through the quarterly report. The chief procurement officer issues an annual and quarterly report.
Okay. So the 33 days, like, would you say this fits with the priorities that were established by this council at the beginning of the term around sort of more effective and efficient processes in government in terms of time to advance? Because I was listening this morning earlier in a Metro Vancouver meeting, and they had to undertake a process that resulted in months and months of delay and identified it was costing $5 to $10 million for every additional month. And we've seen capital project costs go up significantly. So 33 days on a project, can that have a material bottom line impact in terms of costing and getting quotes in?
Exactly. This is exactly what that's about. And some major capital projects have multiple procurements within the project. So for those projects, that's 33 days for every single one of those procurements.
Put a different way, you gave examples, not a couple locally, but the majority of municipalities in Metro Vancouver, it would appear, are not doing this. Why not?
We've canvassed the ones that have essentially gone through reviews of their procurement function. So when we look at places like Delta, Richmond, they've moved to this model. There are some that haven't, but the spirit of this sort of represents what the majority of organizations around the country with leading procurement functions have moved to.
Okay. Do you know? Do you happen to know if Richmond has had this in place for some time? Is it recent? Has it been doing it for a while? Do you happen to know?
I don't know the exact date that Richmond has done this. It's been in place for a bit of time. Delta put this in place in 2023. I know the City of Ottawa has had this in place successfully since 1999. They were one of the leading organizations at the time that had put this into place.
Okay. And then lastly, you mentioned that there's still, there will be some situations where you would bring forth something to council, and I think it was like, quote, a high interest item, something of that nature. We have a similar, I guess, philosophy on as we transition with our ODP between what goes on council agendas for rezonings and public hearings where something might consider to be compliant but is a high interest item. Is that a good analogy that staff would use discretion in terms of something that, and how does that happen? Because that gets into a bit more of a qualitative assessment, right?
Yeah, that's appropriate. I think it ultimately does come down to staff discretion through the chief procurement officer, also through the city manager. It's often clear when there is significant public interest in these things because that arises prior to us even going to council for the contract award. And then council can obviously, through the city manager or through motion, identify procurements of significant interest.
Okay, and I know it's the last question, but I misspoke. I have one more. Just occurred to me, and that is, will council be getting any follow-up metrics, and if we approve this requested change in terms of actual, like you sort of put in your predicted time and savings, will we be getting any metrics that sort of show the actual impact of the policy change?
So as part of the procurement transformation we're undertaking, we're going to be taking stock of all that information and recording metrics, so council can request that.
Okay, but is it the intention to provide it to council, or does council need to request it?
We can provide that to council if...
You can?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Okay, so seeing no one else on the queue, I'm gonna, okay, so, sorry. Committee members, is there any discussion? Moved by Councillor Dominado, seconded by Councillor Claassen. Any discussion from committee? All right, so I'm going to call the vote, seeing no one else on the queue. Clerks, please take us to the voting screen, and committee member, please register your vote. Okay, so the report passed unanimously with Councillor Fry absent. Thank you. That completes report 3 on the agenda. Okay, report number 4 is contract award for demolition services for the Vancouver Aquatic Center. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, so this item does not have a team member presentation. Committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? Councillor Orr.
Just noting that my time is at 3.5 minutes.
Okay, I'll clear that. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, obviously this is an interesting one. We've received a ton of correspondence, not particularly to this item, but just around the issue. And I don't want to relitigate the issue, but I do think there's some prudent questions to ask in terms of some of the questions that were raised around specifically the judicial review and the pending decision around that. And I just want some clarity around the process around what happens around this contract. If we don't approve this contract, what happens? If we do approve it, what happens then if the judicial review rules, in a certain way, and now, the building is demolished and we've gone too far, kind of thing. I think that's the concern. So yeah, I definitely think it would be prudent to ask some of those questions and get some clarity on that process. And I don't know how much you can speak to the judicial review, knowing that they've reserved the judgment, but any clarity you can give us to make the proper decision here would be great.
What staff are bringing forward today is a decision on a recommended contractor and an award of a procurement. Should either council or the park board reject the recommendation, then what they're rejecting is the award of a contract.
And then what's the process after that? So then it goes back out to tender, or what?
It could. We haven't deeply contemplated that. There's multiple things that could happen, but we also do have a building that is in very poor condition. So part of the next step of this would be the chief building officer regularly visiting the site to ensure that that building is still safe to stand. And then the decision around what happens with that facility is under the jurisdiction of the park board.
Right, of course. Around that, like sort of the idea that this building was unsafe. There's the letters, say that the court, the city told the court the building was to close because it was unsafe. But then within 24 hours of it closing, it was open to the public on June 28th for private groups with children in the water. Why would we have children in the water if the building is deemed unsafe?
Right. So, I mean, that specific question's outside of the scope of this report.
Sure.
We're here to talk about the procurement.
Okay. I accept that. For sure. So yeah. So you hadn't contemplated what would happen if we say no to this. So, it would go back to the park board to sort of like put that contract out again. Is that what
That's one of many potential options. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right, seeing no one else on the queue for questions, we will now hear from the registered speaker for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first public body representative list has withdrawn, so our next speaker is Gillian McGuire. In person. Gillian, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I think we all understand that the number one requirement from the plebiscite was a 50-meter pool. And yeah, so what we found is that management buried their own engineering report that clearly stated that a refurbish is possible and practical. This would, get rid of all this problem here about demolition. My main concern is the Thurber report, which pointed to potential serious contaminations underneath the site that once the wrecking ball comes in, releases those chemicals into the beach, the adjacent beach. And I would hate to see the beaches have to be closed for a substantial period of time because of released petrochemicals. The Thurber report clearly stated that a full environmental review should be completed before this project moves forward into demolition. That has not been completed. And in fact, the city's reports say that there is only a danger of asbestos and doesn't mention anything from the Thurber report. That's a serious concern. Multiple trees are to be removed. I think it's between 60 and 70. We're trying to increase our tree canopy in this city. We don't want any more heat islands. The current plan would see the pool closed for at least 4 years. and a huge construction zone in the West End. That seems pretty unacceptable when a refurbish is possible. There is, as Councillor Orr stated, a legal case pending. I think the next couple of speakers will speak more fulsomely to this, but there are serious concerns about staff coordinating with the architects, what they called a pathway to yes, with the architects, and pushing the safety narrative. Your own reports say that there's no safety problem with the Vancouver Aquatic Center. Your own engineering report says there's no safety concerns, there's no structural concerns, and there's netting in there. There haven't been any more tiny flakes of concrete falling. And as we've seen, it's been open to children for children swimming in there very recently at a private event. We have only recently found some of these documents. We are reviewing them. They've been in a massive Freedom of Information dump. We are reviewing them. But my sense is that these backroom dealings may even rise to the level of criminality, and potentially even perjury in court. So my recommendation is that we just hit the pause button on this demolition, because once you start demolishing something, those chemicals are released. There's no bringing that back. And we have a look at how this misconduct will be handled. It's clear misconduct. Whether it rises to the level of criminality is yet to be decided, I guess, once we've had a chance to talk to the VPD and our lawyers. I would also remind councillors that according to the Vancouver Charter, an abstention is a yes vote. It is counted as a yes vote. That's a weird little law that you have in the Vancouver Charter. So I would encourage councillors not to abstain on this vote. This is very, very important for the safety of people in this city. I know our mayor has promised that children can have swimming lessons. My children took swimming lessons at the Vancouver Aquatic Center. If you go there during lesson time, it is full of multiple kids getting swimming lessons. That is not possible in a 25-meter pool. That is not possible in a lazy river. And yeah, I encourage you to give this to the kids. You know, these kids, we want our kids to be able to train in a facility where they could potentially go to the Olympics, where they could potentially, reach their dreams. And they're not going to do that in a lazy river. They really aren't. I understand this isn't necessarily about the lazy river. This is about the safety of the public, and this is about doing the right thing, and maybe avoiding a charge. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Nope. Oh, okay. Well then, I'll see you later. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, so the next speaker is speaker number 2, John Gerard.
Just before I begin, I want to make sure that you all have the document I sent in to the clerk yesterday night. I sent it at 4:40 p.m. ahead of the deadline, and I never received an email reply. So my time is running. I don't want my time to start because I'm discussing a matter here.
Well, okay, I'll pause yours.
Yeah, thanks. So can you confirm if you have the slide I sent the document?
Clerk, can you confirm we received the presentation?
It's a transcript, yeah.
There we go. Okay, I'll restart your clock.
Thank you.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, good morning. My name is John Gerard. I'm Managing Director of Protecting Our Vancouver Aquatic Center Society. Currently suing the City of Vancouver and the Park Board, as you probably know. That decision is under judicial review and the decision is reserved. I'm here to ask you a simple question and to put your answer on the public record. Why is this contract in front of you today, regardless of if they're going in there tomorrow to demolish or not, the fact that a contract to approve the procurement while the matter is still before the Supreme Court of British Columbia? That is the question. The lawfulness of this project is under judicial review right now. Justice Christopher Giashi has heard the case and reserved his decision, been under reserve for over a month now. The very validity of the project under the borrowing authority on whether it will proceed at all, that question is not settled. It is live, and it's in his hands as we speak. Yet today, we're here because the contract to demolish this facility is up for approval. The optics of that decision are going to have repercussions, especially with upcoming elections, as I'm sure you're aware. No reputable city approves a contract to demolish the very thing a court is still ruling on. It's that simple. No reputable city approves a contract while that decision is under judicial review. Demolition is not a delay you can reverse. It's not a decision you can revisit if the judgment goes against you. Once the building's down, that's it. The renovation is off the table. And as we know from city staff emails that we've made public, renovation was, in fact, a tangible option. It was removed by way of improper channels. If you approve this contract today, you're not left waiting for the rule of law. You're racing to outrun it. The transcript in front of you is shocking. We've uncovered that from our discovery documents. I'd like you all to look through it, but the architects in that transcript use words like the 50-meter pool looks so reasonable. They discuss how to make it look less reasonable for the park board commissioners who then based their decisions off of that.
Thanks, John. That's your time. Thank you so much for speaking to council. Okay, speaker number 3 is Maylee Alves. It's 3 minutes. 3 minutes is, yeah. So,
I'd like to start by asking who you are second here on the bench that's scoffing and laughing while people are presenting. No, you have no name, just
no, you can't
squiggles in the corner?
talk to
Okay.
stuff like that. Sorry about that. Please go ahead with your speech.
My name is Maylee Alvarez. I'm here representing the Protecting Our Vancouver Aquatic Center Society. I've been a Vancouver resident for over 20 years. I've used the Vancouver Aquatic Center in various capacities over the decades, and I competed there. I have not trained at that facility for over a decade, but I'm still standing here defending it because I believe this city deserves this pool. And it's outrageous that in the year 2026, the city of Vancouver is still pretending that buildings are not rehabilitable. Like, I don't know what you're sitting over here, what your positions are, but you're scoffing at things that you think we don't know about. We have the documentation. We have the colluding script, the transcript that you just had up. If you all bothered to read through it, John's been so kind to even highlight some points. It is clearly this. Excuse me, I'm not talking until Ken Sim comes back in here. You can stop my time.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is speaker number 4, Greg Gale.
I'm not canceling my opportunity to speak. You can give me my 2 minutes back once this chamber is full again. I didn't come here to speak to, what, is this 5 of you? One of you doesn't even live in the city, so I'm waiting.
Which
please
is,
go ahead.
could you just remind all of our speakers and guests today that they shouldn't make any disparaging remarks about either staff or counselors? We are here to listen, not to or to hear insulted, the speakers can speak straight to the material nature of the report, please.
Yes, yes. So, yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's continue with the next speaker, Greg Gale.
Hello, my name is Greg Gale, and I live in the West End here in Vancouver. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the proposed demolition of the Vancouver Aquatic Centre at this time, while the BC Supreme Court's decision is still reserved. As a member of the English Bay Masters Swim Club, I feel not enough has been presented to me to prove that the present facility is not able to be renovated and modernized. The layout of the aquatic center at present is ideal for the many clubs and the general public to use at the same time. During our practices, other club members and the public taking swimming lessons are all using the pool. This is due to it being an adaptable 50-meter pool. The proposed 25-meter layout is not appropriate to accommodate all users. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 5 is Laura Lamb.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead, Laura.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Laura Lamb. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I oppose the recommendations. I'm mystified by this plan to tear down the aquatic center. It doesn't stand up to common sense. I can't understand why this plan is ignoring the wishes of the citizens who stated clearly in the consultation that they want a 50-meter pool. Your councillors are here to represent those people and should do the right thing by stepping away from this ill-conceived plan. I can't understand why the planners are ignoring how much easier and more sensible it is to preserve and protect the asset we already have by simply making repairs. I can't understand why they are advocating to destroy a valuable community asset that is already in place. On top of the cost of constructing this needless project, tearing down the present building would waste multi-thousands of gigabytes of embodied energy. Embodied energy, as I'm sure councillors are aware, is the sum of all the energy required to produce a good, in this case the aquatic centre as it exists. At a time when we are facing climate catastrophe, we need to be prudent and make sensible decisions and not participate in mindless consumerism on a multi-million-dollar level. Why would we want to waste millions of dollars and harm the environment for a fancy bauble the community doesn't want or need? It is especially obnoxious when at the same time the city is clawing back community services in other areas, claiming that we can't afford them. Finally, I can't understand how planners could completely ignore the added risk to the public of various contaminants that may be present in the ground underneath the building. I urge the council to step back and order appropriate assessments, including an embodied energy assessment, before taking any further action towards this wasteful and ill-conceived destruction of a community asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 6 is Scott Browning. In person? Oh, okay, so we're going to come back. Speaker number 7 is Maria Luisa Alves.
Good morning. My name is Maria Luisa Alvarez. I'm a longtime resident of Vancouver, and I'm here to speak in opposition of the demolition contract you are planning to award today to erase the Vancouver Aquatic Centre. Unlike any of you here today, I was at the VAC's closing day. Let me rephrase that. I was there on the last day the VAC was open to the public. We now know, of course, that the pool was rented out not only once, but twice to private groups. So I guess safety is not actually an issue here. On the last day that the VAC was open to the public, I spoke with many of your heartbroken tax-paying voters. One gentleman has really stuck with me. He shared lovely stories of his time at VAC. He was a part of a Big Brothers program, and he first went to VAC as a 9-year-old boy. What stuck with me most about our conversation was a quote he shared with me from a plaque that he loves in New York City. Unlike Vancouver, New York City is, of course, a place that cherishes its history. The quote is it not cruel to let our city die by degrees, stripped of all her proud monuments, until there will be nothing left of all her history and beauty to inspire our children? If they are not inspired by the past of our city, where will they find the strength to fight for her future? Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis. I ask you all to contemplate this quote as you prepare to demolish yet another of the city's historic landmarks. The engineering reports commissioned by the city itself called remediation, and I quote, feasible and practical. Throughout this undemocratic process, I continuously keep hearing that the VAC has reached the end of its life cycle. Oh, how I wish that this undemocratic process could come up with less mediocre excuses. There are many pools around the world that are much older than the VAC, many still standing strong in cities that have survived major and catastrophic earthquakes. And yet these cities recognize the value and cultural significance of these pools. Unlike any of you, I was also at the Supreme Court hearing, a hearing funded by taxpayers and the incredible and relentless work of the Protecting Our Vancouver Aquatic Center Society. I was witness to the judge asking the city's lawyer to provide evidence of the city's safety issue argument. Sure enough, your lawyer never provided actual evidence, only opinions given by people who are not experts in this matter, nor are they qualified engineers. What is public record is that the city's own commission.
Speaker number 10 is Roseanne Wozni.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 11 is Tori Klaas.
Speaker 11 has withdrawn.
Withdrawn, okay. Speaker number 12 is Ian Shortingase.
Hi, my name is Ian Shortinghouse. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose the recommendations. When I was growing up here in Vancouver, I learned to swim at swimming lessons at a local pool that was only a few blocks away. I find it appalling that chicanerous actions have been taken to demolish this historic, structurally sound indoor pool and build a new one. Going through with demolishing this pool would be a misdeed committed against residents of our city due to them not having a pool near their homes while they await construction of a new one, which will take longer than renovation. It would be a misdeed against democracy because those who participated in the process had faith that their voices would be listened to and that taking part in it was meaningful. Lastly, it would be a misdeed against our city's reputation for striving to be the greenest city, which was earned through a decade-long city-run initiative. When our stadium, BC Place, was in need of repairs, we didn't knock it down and build a new one. We did the logical thing by renovating and upgrading it. I suppose at that time, our politicians weren't lacking in common sense. I implore you with, I sincerely implore you to save our VAC pool by awarding a contract to renovate this facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 13 is Devi Rajanayagam.
Not online.
Speaker 14 is Lep Wong.
Hello, can you
Yes,
can
we
you
can.
hear
Please
me?
go ahead.
Okay. First of all, we are on a very important subject, and I just noticed that a lot of council members step out. But anyway, I don't feel like speaking in front of the public, but I must have my voice heard because we are dealing with something very important to the benefit of people living in downtown Vancouver. We are trying to preserve the one and only legacy 50-meter indoor swimming pool in the downtown core. Multiple generations of Vancouver residents have benefited from this pool for the past 52 years. We are not against the demolishing of the aging pool, but just that there are too many ambiguities and unanswered questions in the process. The 50-meter pool It's already there. Why reduce it? With lack of clarity, I'm asking the City Council to defer your decision in demolishing the pool until the outcome of the Supreme Court. Once it's demolished, there's no turning back, as we know that. Last but not the least, we hope in one way or the other, we can keep the 50-meter pool. This is the only 50-meter public pool in the core of downtown Vancouver. Thank you very much for hearing my voice.
Thank you. Speaker number 15 is Matthew Yu Chung Hall. Please go ahead. No, when you speak, I'll start your timer.
Okay.
As always.
Sorry, what?
As always, I always do that. Please, when you speak, I will start your timer.
Okay, yep.
Okay. You can start anytime.
I'm Matthew Ho. I'm a water polo player with 3 clubs based out of Vancouver and UBC. I'm also the grants coordinator for the Whiskey Jacks Water Polo Club, which is the LGBT water polo club here in Vancouver. Most of our team has just competed internationally at the Gay Games in Valencia in Spain. And last month, we hosted our inaugural tournament featuring over 200 athletes across North America, which unfortunately had to take place at the UBC Aquatic Center because the city of Vancouver simply has no facilities that could host an event such as that. I used to live in Vancouver, but currently have been priced out and reside in Richmond. But I play water polo in Vancouver because that sport is not available down in Richmond. I oppose the demolition of the VAC, not because I don't think the VAC shouldn't be renewed. At the core of the plebiscite issue, I don't think a lot of people necessarily want the VAC to be just running as it is for the next decade or so, and probably would agree with me. I oppose the demolition of the VAC because of the irreparable harm that both the demolition and the current renewal plans of the facility does to water polo in Vancouver, and by extension, the aquatics community. Without the VAC, the community has gone from additionally renting out the dive tank to accommodate new intakes to clubs fighting just to survive because the VAC is closed and Kerrisdale's not open and families are pulling out from clubs. In tearing apart these communities, there's just no going back, and this is not the Vancouver I hope to see. If the city of Vancouver wants to continue hosting aquatics or lessons or world sporting events, removing the VAC and promoting Hillcrest as the way forward, a 50-meter pool that doesn't even allow for competitive swimming, let alone water polo, is not the way forward. If pushing the city to be a more affordable city, forcing clubs to go outside to pay out of municipality premiums, if those municipalities allow it, when players' insurances have been going up, or going to pools at UBC where lifeguards are paid half of what City of Vancouver lifeguards receive, that's not the way I think should be going forward. And if it's pushing itself to be a more accessible and green city, I don't think forcing kids here in Vancouver to be driven an hour out to UBC, Surrey, or Coquitlam is the right direction we should be going either. I've seen firsthand how trust in municipal institutions is eroding, including at Parks Board and here at Council, and ignoring the plebiscite is an example as to why this is happening. And at the end of the day, I believe delaying the demolition in the interim in order to preserve the aquatics communities and bringing back transparency and accountability in building a 50-meter pool earlier than what's being currently planned and proposed in the 2030s as per the draft capital plan I believe would be the first step in doing so. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 16 is Colleen Hartwig. Not in person. Is Colleen on the line? No.
Not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 17 is Peter Orr.
I'm not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 18 is Brenda Sylvie. Brenda?
'18 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 19 is Dante Prince. Yeah, please go ahead, Dante.
Hello, my name is Dante Prince, and I'm here to implore the committee members to oppose the demolition of Vancouver Aquatic Center. I play for 2 local Vancouver water polo clubs, the Whiskey Jacks and the Vancouver Seniors, and I also sit on the Provincial Water Polo Board of Directors. where my goal is to advocate for the younger generations, which is also what I'll do here today. I'm a proud Vancouverite. This is a world-class city. We hosted the Olympics, and just recently we hosted the World Cup. Despite that, as of 2 weeks ago, we can't host a single game of water polo. For our facilities, we had the Vancouver Aquatic Center, which was a world-class facility capable of hosting water polo competition along with a ton of other sports that we've heard about today. And then for our children, they would train in Kerrisdale, which is also currently closed. I understand there may be safety concerns with the Vancouver Aquatic Center, but what I have not been convinced of is that demolition is the only way forward, and there is not a solution for refurbishment. I've looked for these documents, I haven't found them. I've heard from other speakers today that maybe there's a more insidious situation going on there, but I have not been convinced that this needs to be taken away from our community. In addition, the replacement pool that will be proposed, or has been proposed, that is not even here yet, will not support water polo. So even if that is somehow, we've convinced you that our needs matter in the future, we will still be without facilities for years. For our clubs in the city, this means two things: either death or they become Vancouver clubs in name only. I know teams who are practicing at UBC, Surrey, Burnaby, and this has a number of impacts on the teams. First of all, the travel times, the costs go up. There's out-of-city penalty or premiums because they're not Burnaby residents. And there's also overcrowding because these cities also have residents that they built these facilities for, not to take care of Vancouver's residents because we don't have our own facilities. As I mentioned previously, I'm here to advocate for young people, so I want to give a few examples of what impact this will have. For our elementary school age kids, this means not having the opportunity to learn a team sport, which is all about teamwork, friendship, building confidence, and having a place to belong. For our teenagers who have aspirations of representing Canada in the Olympics or internationally, or getting scholarships for their universities or colleges, they are not able to reach the potential they could if they had the facility and the ability to train in their home city. They have to go far, they have to pay more, it becomes a burden on their family and on their skill, and they will not reach the heights they could. And for myself, for the young adults, most of us, we found a sport for life. This is something I hope to play for the next 40 years. We're being signaled by the city that this is not possible, and we need to move on and find something else. We're losing these connections, we're losing these decades of health, wellness, fitness, community. This is being taken away from my generation. So I urge the council to delay this demolition until we are able to explore whether the VAC is able to be refurbished so that our generation can have this. And furthermore,
That's your time.
to oppose the
Sorry.
25-meter plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, speaker number 20 is Kathy Warburton.
Hi, I'm Kathy Wolverton. I'm a Vancouver resident and voter. My perspective is as a former lifeguard, competitive swim coach, synchronized artistic swimmer, water polo player, and former president of the Vancouver Kids Water Polo Club. It's been 20 years since the build on Hillcrest, and over 50 years ago when VAC was built. Those are the only 50-meter pools. The new proposed pool and Hillcrest do not meet the needs of competitive swimming, artistic swimming, and water polo, the competitive athletic sports. I also have extensive experience in procurement and on boards. I'm one of the many that's demanding that you halt the demolition of Vancouver Aquatic Center and defer any irrevocable action until this serious unresolved questions about how this decision was made have been investigated independently. Demolition and issuing a demolition contract is foolish at this point in time. It's one that demolition cannot be undone. One, for three reasons. The Supreme Court of BC has not ruled yet. The safety claim is based on unqualified evidence and conflicts with the city's commissioned engineering report, and as well as serious misconduct on how this process has happened. Therefore, I call on you to immediately pause the approval of any demolition and halt that until that must not proceed while the courts and the public still have unanswered questions. defer it until the process has been investigated independently through the Office of Auditor General and the pending outcome of the litigation at the Supreme Court. And demand full transparency from your own administration and city staff who are providing misleading information to the Parks Board and the City Council. No reasonable city approves a contract and destroys an asset while under Supreme Court review. A vote for pause is a vote for democratic accountability, evidence-based decision-making, and integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 21 is Bruce Gibson.
Yes, my name's Bruce Gibson. I'm a City of Vancouver resident and, longtime user of VAC. I'm here to say pause this demolition until the Supreme Court rules on this issue. This is nonsense. This should not be happening. This has to be stopped. There's serious concerns of the process that's been reached and communicated to the citizens of Vancouver so far for pool renewal. There's serious concerns about corruption of process from management down to senior City of Vancouver staff. Senior city staff have breached their duty of full transparency to the public. This demolition has to be stopped. I strongly oppose this. We have to wait for the Supreme Court decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 22 is Faisal Aladina.
Speaker 22 is not on the line.
Speaker 23 is Gustav. Sorry, it's not your turn to speak. We have to follow the rules. Thank you. So we understand he is not able to speak. Thank you for letting us know. Speaker number 23 is Gustavo Andreas Soto Reed.
Speaker number 23 is withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Speaker 24 is Charles Heffernan. Please go ahead, Charles.
Around the room here, I think we're all on the same team. I think we all want what's best for Vancouverites. As you know, for over 50 years, the VAC has served as a training ground for athletes, Olympians, and competitive teams. It has also been my training facility for the past 15 years. And as a fin swimmer, access to a 50-meter pool for both training and competition in my unique discipline is not a luxury, but a fundamental requirement in my sport. I live directly across this street from the Vancouver Aquatic Center, and it has truly been my second home all these years. I honestly don't know where I will be able to continue my training, and I have no idea where West End residents can swim, exercise locally, where it won't be overcrowded for the next, realistically, 5 to 7 years, while we wait for this massive project to be completed with its new features, I might add, such as a 25-meter swimming lane and lazy river, which frankly, nobody wants. If an independent poll were to be conducted today, it would show undoubtedly overwhelming support for preserving the existing facility while undertaking the upgrades necessary to ensure its safety, accessibility, and long-term viability. The community is asking for a modernized version of the facility it already values, not a fundamentally different recreation center. As you know, when public funding was approved to address the aging VAC, the understanding was that the facility would be renewed while preserving its defining feature, the 50-meter swimming lanes. The commitment has been abandoned for reasons that many of us are deeply concerned about. I feel it's also worth mentioning that adding to these concerns, the proposal to demolish the cherished community garden beneath the Burrard Bridge is going to go ahead, and for more than 20 years, dedicated volunteers have curated and cultivated this space, making it an important part of our neighborhood. The growing number of signatures to protest the garden reflects how deeply the community values this amenity as well. As part of my advocacy, I've spoken to various contractors and engineers who have insisted that the existing VAC can be rehabilitated, structurally upgraded, and at a significantly lower cost and lower time than the new proposal. While I recognize that there are different opinions, I believe these alternative perspectives deserve meaningful consideration. Many residents have also expressed concerns about the transparency of the planning, procurement, and decision-making process surrounding both the demolition and development proposals. I respectfully ask that you pause any further movement on this demolition until all available evidence and alternatives have been seen. And I encourage you to reconsider the current course of action. If a small group of concerned citizens can raise nearly $100,000 in donations to its defense, I say it's most certainly worth a reevaluation. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Okay, speaker number 25 is Terry Mayer.
Yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I am Terry Meyer, Vancouver resident. I have lived on Beach Avenue for the past 14 and a half years. I strongly oppose the redevelopment of the pool to a smaller size and oppose the demolition of the building. The property needs to remain as a 50-meter pool for the people of Vancouver. I have a certificate in architectural technologies and building development. I have spent the last 45 plus years in design and project management. For example, here's a plot of dirt, build a grocery store, bank, quick service restaurant, commercial space, and hand it over to the owner. That's what my experience has been. In my opinion, the building has had very poor record in regards to maintenance. Simple paint peeling off of walls is the easiest to maintain. However, apparent in many locations over the last decade. Was a structural assessment completed on any sort of annual basis? The building is made of concrete and should have a substantial lifespan, provided the city completes regular maintenance and upkeep. Regarding the entrance overhang that fell a short while ago, was there any regular structural inspections done prior to the fall? Again, city's responsibility to maintain the building. This should have been listed on the regular building maintenance schedule. Why has the building exterior not been maintained? Covered in moss, should have been looked after with regular scheduled maintenance. Again, city's responsibility to maintain our building. In my opinion, the building belongs to the people of Vancouver City to maintain our building. Cost to rebuild, replace the building is excessive given the lifespan of a concrete building is substantial and can stay in place with simple, cost-effective upgrades. Refurbish, do not demolish. I believe the city is doing something very underhanded and illegal, and this is still in the courts waiting for review to be completed. This does not speak well for the city and how they are treating the process. Why would you even consider issuing a demolition contract at this stage? Makes no sense. Stop lying or fabricating untruths to the people you work for. Very disrespectful and unprofessional. Perhaps you should do the right thing and step down. Lastly, stop wasting our tax dollars and do what you know is right. Shame on all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 26, Marianne Winland Alves.
Speaker 26 is not on the line.
Speaker 27, Charlene Robson.
Hello, good morning. I am Charlene Robson. Sorry, and my moon is in Cancer, so emotions are often right there. So I probably will cry. Yes, I am in opposition of the immediate, at least, demolition of the center. I am going on the possibility that it doesn't need to be replaced. And of course, there's been much said about that. But I am simply highlighting the possible long-term absence of any center there that has been supportive to a lot of people like myself. I haven't had a family life in a very, very long time. And so in lieu of that, familiar places and faces provide a sense of security for me. And I think there's quite a few people like myself walking around, at least in Kitsilano, where I live, lots of loners. And I'm actually just over the bridge, so it is my nearest center through most of the season. So, you know, as I was saying, that there's a number of us who have a certain vulnerability that or various vulnerabilities that attend the center. And one of them, they include lack of family support, vulnerability to addiction, and mental health concerns. And so I'm just very sincerely concerned about a long-term absence of a place where healthy habits can be developed, sort of as a transmutation of the addiction energy, and socializing can occur. So I'm concerned about the sociological consequences. So I mean, I've worked hard at developing a discipline to, attend a yoga studio and community centers such as the VAC, church, etc. I navigate through awkwardness and social anxiety and boredom at times in conversation. Like, this only goes so far. We only connect so deeply, mostly, but it is considered by health scientists to be co-regulation and vital for neurological health to be out and about interacting with people in the community. And I do know people personally like myself who, and people who are even more invested, and a lot of the speakers today clearly are, and in the community life that VIC provides, or any center that has been there, sort of thing. Like, I'm speaking from that point of view that without that, it provides the gym fitness, the sauna, and I have also developed a sauna practice and swimming and all of the health benefits. Just what's going to be happening while that's gone. I am so sincerely quite concerned about a lot of individuals and what the consequences may be for them. So it's just too long a wait, really. I really wanted to highlight that, and such a
Thank you, Charlene.
wide.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you so
much.
much.
Okay, thank you for speaking to council. So this is the end of our speakers list. Now I'm gonna go back to the missed speakers. Speaker number 6, Scott Browning. You have been given the chance to speak and review. You have been given the chance to speak. No, we have quorum. We have quorum. We have quorums. Well, it's, yeah, so I'm sorry, so you can't direct what council's been doing. So we have 6 members, more than 6 members, so we have quorum. Okay, so okay, sorry, you have been given the chance to speak. We have to move on to the next speakers. No, so we have to follow the procedure. Now let's take 5 minutes recess. We need to figure it out. Okay, we have quorum, so let's continue. So I'm gonna go back to the Miss Speaker, speaker number 6, Scott Browning. And clerk confirm if Scott is online or in person. Because you've been given the chance to speak and you refused it. So we have to follow the rules. I'm sorry, so you cannot disrupting the meeting. And I'm sorry, I have to let security let you go if that's the case. Okay, sorry, can you sit down because you already spoke? It's already cut, it's already. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's continue. Speaker number 6. Okay, speaker number 6, Scott Browning. Is he online or in person?
I have speaker number 5 is not on the line. Speaker number 6 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 9.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 10. Roseanne Wozni.
Yes is on the line.
Okay, please go ahead, Roseanne.
She is unmuted.
Oh, Roseanne, can you unmute yourself? Is speaker number 10 online? Okay, speaker number 10, I'm going to give you one more chance. Are you on the line?
I'm trying to call in.
Yeah, please go ahead, Roseanne. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much for taking my call. Yeah, my name's Roseanne Wozni. I've been swimming at the pool most of the time since the 1970s when it was built, and having a great time doing my laps, even though I'm now in my 70s. I'm just speaking today to say that I'm against deciding today about awarding the contract to demolish the Vancouver Aquatic Centre. The reason is, as John Gerard and others leading this fight to save our pool, it's still within the hands of the Supreme Court. The decision is pending, and it might be disrespectful to demolish the pool at this point when it's the judge hasn't made his decision yet. Also, I'm worried about the fact that the true information hasn't really been given to the public because the lawyer at the court hearing did not give any actual professional information that the pool apparently is totally safe. There was a survey and the pool is safe, but they used that argument. Unfortunately, the judge decided to close the pool anyway. But the thing is then, the very next day after the pool closed, apparently there was the swim club in there with kids, I don't know how old they were, swimming. So the pool actually must be safe. Anyway, I'm urging you, because there seems to be some kind of big problem, very big problem with what's going on, lack of information to the public, because this is a democratic city. And I would like you to hold off on making the decision about giving the contract to demolish the pool until the judge has made his decision, and also, I guess, also till the elections actually would be great. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 11 has withdrawn. Speaker number 13, David. Is David on the line?
Speaker number 13 is not on the line.
Speaker 16, Colleen Hartwig. Yep, please go ahead, Colleen. Yep.
There we go.
Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Hardwick. I'm a lifelong Vancouverite and lifelong swimmer in the Vancouver pool system. When I was a little kid, we all went through Red Cross swimming and had our lessons and earned our badges. When we got a little bit older, we started to swim competitively, first at Percy Norman Pool. From roughly 10 to 16, my siblings and I swam twice a day, before and after school on weekdays and meets on weekends. Our lives revolved around the pool. Originally with the Percy Norman Swim Club, then the Vancouver Amateur Swim Club. And when I was a teenager, the new pool was built, the Vancouver Aquatic Centre in the West End. We then advanced to the Dolphin Swim Club, and several of our members became Olympic swimmers. 50 years later, the VAC is slated for demolition. And it's hard to believe that this was the new pool when I was a teenager. Clearly, maintenance has not kept up since the pool has been in such drastic disrepair. But be that as it may, the pool is up for replacement. And despite the original promise of replacing the 50-meter pool, suitable for training at the Olympic level, the current regime is cutting it back to a 25-meter pool. I suggest this is unacceptable. It is a betrayal of the public trust since the public voted in the plebiscite on the ballot for a 50-meter pool. And it is also, when you analyze it, ultimately it boils down to a business deal that ultimately trumps the public good. So I oppose making this contract for demolition and suggest if we need any confirmation that the public is behind a 50-meter pool, put it on the ballot for October 17 with the rest of the capital budget items for plebiscite. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Speaker number 17 is Peter Orr, online or in person.
Speaker number 17 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 18 is Brenda Suey. Brenda?
Speaker number 18 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 22, Hazel Alendina. Okay, thank you.
Speaker number 22 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker 23 has withdrawn. Speaker 26 is Marianne Wieland Alves. Didn't see anyone in the chamber.
Speaker number 26 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this is the end of the speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to the standing committee. Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councillor Dominado. We need a seconder. Second by Councillor Montague. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I appreciate the speakers coming today and their continued advocacy on this issue. It's unusual to relitigate a decision when we have a demolition contract before us, but I think this is a unique circumstance. And there has been enough, or there has been plenty of debate on this going back and forward. I am interested in the transcript that's been provided and have read it thoroughly. I think with the ongoing judicial review, we should be considering the decision we're making here beyond a demolition contract to a much bigger decision. And I mean, I have spoken in support of a 50-meter pool consistently. Last year, we talked about the capital expenditure and my hope was that decision would be ongoing, but clearly that hasn't been the case. So the judicial review creates pause. The transcript, I think, does show a very biased sort of analysis towards a 25-meter pool. And what's behind that, I think, is going to take more time and analysis than I've been able to dedicate to it, which is also giving me pause. I do think that the plebiscite process is what's driving a lot of this, and I don't like the idea that bureaucracy is sort of making decisions for us outside of sort of a broader data and evidence gathering exercise. So that is part of the consideration. And look, I mean, there's a lot of personal stories here. I'm not necessarily endorsing some of the tactics, but I appreciate that when groups of people feel like they don't have any power and they're incredibly passionate about an issue, maybe not the best discourse comes out, but it still needs to be heard. As somebody who grew up swimming too, I have a unique connection to what it means to have a 50-meter pool as opposed to a 25-meter. If you haven't had that experience, it's hard to understand what the difference would really be. And my kids, also raised in Vancouver, swam at the aquatic center not in the 50-meter lane as they were younger. They learned to swim there. Once Percy Norman pool closed, we moved there for swimming lessons. It's not just for Olympic athletes. I think it's for anybody that has a goal to learn how to swim better and potentially even do more than what you can do in our existing pool system anywhere else. So it provides a unique opportunity that doesn't exist anywhere else. And, and I think that at the end of the day, I appreciate people want a Hillcrest style pool in this neighborhood as sort of top of mind, the newest facility. But not all pools have to be all things to all people. I think we have to have a little bit of, we have to have some priorities around a center of excellence, which is what the Vancouver Aquatic Center is for aquatic sports, not just swimming lengths, but as we heard, other sports related to pools like water polo and others. And the dive pool there, I think, shows that it's a real focus on an athletic training facility, which is important for our city to have, particularly knowing that there's additional pressure in other surrounding municipalities. So I'm just not ready to give up on the 50-meter pool. And again, when I was in my early 30s, going through a lot of my life, I decided to train for a triathlon, and out of nowhere, really, and the cycling and the running and the swimming in that pool became a bit of a respite for me to be able to, during quite frankly, a difficult time, have a real focus and feel like I had an opportunity to do something that I wouldn't have otherwise been able to do. I have since then swam in Hillcrest a lot in 25-meter pools. I did the triathlon, by the way. And it's not the same. It's just not the same. So it's the way that it pushes you to an edge, to improve, to train. And so for our young people who are growing up in our city, I think we need to send the message that this is a priority. And again, demolition contract is not necessarily the place to take a stand on this, but I just feel in my gut that it is absolutely not the right thing to go ahead with this. And I would like to see the entire process reviewed. And I don't have the confidence I need to make a decision in favor of this based on staff's recommendation, regardless of that. So I won't be supporting the demolition contract. And I just really hope
That's your time, Councillor Blanc.
that we get to a solution. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor War.
Yeah, thanks. Kind of echo some of the statements there from my colleague. It's clearly a lot of anger and frustration and mistrust here, and also dealing with a number of overlapping jurisdictions. REFM, Parks Board, Supreme Court, and City Council, of course. I don't think staff anticipated us to relitigate this whole discussion on a contract. So thanks to them for their patience. But I agree. I think there's a lot of stuff that worries me. I did read the transcripts. I just looked over briefly from what I could see of the Thurber report that actually demolishing this would. There's a number of chemicals under the ground. I mean, I'm not an expert. I just don't know. I don't, like I said, like Councillor Bly said, we don't have the information there to make this decision. I think, but I think the main thing is the judicial review, and that I do think we would be prudent to not award this contract. Considering that that decision has been reserved. Yeah, thanks to staff for bringing this forward. But I don't think I can support either. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Corbiel.
I'll hold for a minute, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Maloney.
Okay, I just have a couple of brief questions. I think that there's no park board staff here, so I'm going to ask the city manager through the chair as a point of information. When is the new pool likely to be delivered at this side?
My microphone's just turning on, but I'll ask our staff might have a better understanding of that than I.
Sorry, let me turn on your mic, please. Could I do that? Yeah.
Hello, Marco Krilich, RFM City Staff. The pool is likely to be delivered by the end of 2030.
2030. All right. And what's the rush here? Am I right in understanding that if the construction doesn't start by the end of this year, that we lose the capital funding that's been approved?
I can't speak to that, but I can say that we're just going by
City
the
manager, sorry, perhaps. Do we lose the capital funding if we don't start construction by the end of this year? Please. And I'm sorry, I'm in a rush because I've only got 5 minutes.
Can you confirm?
Colin Knight, General Manager of Finance and Supply Chain. So there is some funding components within this that are contingent on plebiscite borrowing authority. That is time constraints. However, I'd point out that primarily the urgency is around the timeliness of delivery and the costs of not proceeding in accordance with the approved capital project.
All right. So there's no funding for a different design in the 2027 to 30 capital plan. I've been advised by a park board commissioner after questioning, because I'm very seriously interested and concerned about doing the right thing, especially given the level of interest there is in this, that if we don't, if this doesn't go ahead, then it's likely that money for a redesign won't be available until the 2030 to 2034 capital plan. Construction won't happen till the late 2030s, and at best you'll have a pool by 2040. Can anyone tell me whether that is an accurate reflection of the situation? All right. I'm really running out of time, and I want to give some reasons for what I'm thinking about. So I think I'll just have to give up on that. There is no, I am deeply wanting to have a 50-metre indoor competition swimming and diving facility in the city of Vancouver. I'm worried about losing this opportunity to have a pool by 2030 in the VAC location. There's no 50-metre indoor competition pool in the 2027 to 30 capital plan, but and that doesn't reflect the Park Board's preferred capital plan funding, which has two options for an indoor competition pool. Now, I voted in favour of funding the VAC renewal, like my colleagues, with the exception of one that wasn't there, in no small part due to advice from staff that this building is extremely seismically unsafe, right? And I know it seems like a renewal is possible and cost-effective, but a renewal that makes one of the most seismically unsafe public buildings in our city seismically safe is a different level of expenditure. I'm seeing nods here. So I really want a 50-metre indoor pool. I understand that in my last 30 seconds that this process has become the focus of legitimate concerns. However, we often talk about respecting the jurisdiction of the Park Board, and it's our role to approve or not approve a procurement contract. So I will be voting in favour. I'm very regretful that my council colleagues on the majority haven't logged on to speak and justify themselves at all. Thank you.
Okay, so sorry, we have to
Why aren't you getting on to justify yourselves? Come on,
keep
give
quiet.
them some
Sorry,
reasons.
sorry. Let's follow the. Okay.
Not city staff who are sending emails.
I'm
Chair.
sorry.
Chair.
Sorry, everyone. Sorry.
I have a point of order.
Okay.
Chair, I have a point of order.
Yeah. So
Chair, we're not able as councillors to do our.
sorry. So we have to be quiet. Respect the rules in this council chamber. Okay. So sorry. Let's take a 5 minutes recess. Let's take a 5 minutes recess.
Out of control.
No, I think we're good now. Let's do it now. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, thanks. So let's keep on working on the speakers. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm going to be very brief. I'm a swimmer. I'm formerly on the park board. I'm on council, and I just want to provide global comments with respects to the fact that we're deeply committed to expanding aquatics across the city. We hear it at every level, from competition pools to outdoor pools. There will be an allocation to look at siting a 50-meter pool in the upcoming capital plan, which council is currently dealing with. That is currently slated in there. And I just want to appreciate, despite some of the behavior, I want to appreciate the sentiment from a lot of the speakers who genuinely expressed how much the pools and the community amenities mean to them, and that is why we're trying to step up the investment overall. Again, I'm not going to get into sort of the other specifics, but I will say that these kind of amenities are incredibly important to people in our city. I am an outdoor swimmer. Kids Pool, for example, I try to go to every year. I didn't make it on opening day this year. I made it on day 2. But I understand and appreciate how important these assets are to people, and we are trying to improve the level of access. And we've got a lot of aging infrastructure, I'll just say generally, that needs to be dealt with. So thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, let's take 5 minutes recess. Let's clear the chamber. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Recess for lunch and continue with this in this afternoon. And we need a seconder. Second by Councillor Montague. Okay, so let's recess for lunch. Come back at 1 p.m.
The meeting is in recess. 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 Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
Testing the TELUS line. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, Stephanie, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quorum. Okay, we need 2 more counselors for the quorum. Okay, just need 1 more counselor. Okay, we have quorum now. Okay, let's get this meeting continue. All right, so in the morning we had some very emotional speakers. So also expressing some very disrespectful comments against our staff and the counselors. So I will not. I was overwhelmed. I will not let that happen again. So if we see any disrespectful comments in the council chamber, so I will take a recess and clear the council gallery if necessary. So we need to respect the rules and also decorum in the council chamber. And also we have so many motions on the in the afternoon, so and so many speakers. So I will cut people off, when they when their time is up. Okay, so let's continue. We have 14 council members' motion on the agenda this afternoon. Noting that 1 motion has withdrawn. The first motion is reviving and accelerating the vision for Central Tech Innovation Hub in Vancouver. It is moved and introduced by Councillor Claassen. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none. Oh. Okay, so let's fix that. Okay, while staff's fixing that, Councillor Claassen, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I'm pleased to introduce this motion because I believe Vancouver has a tremendous opportunity before us. We often describe Vancouver as one of North America's leading technology centers. We have world-class universities, exceptional entrepreneurs, growing companies, and now we host major international technology events that put our city right on the global stage. But there's one thing that we continue to hear from the innovation sector. While Vancouver has the talent, the ideas, and the ambition, we lack a flagship innovation hub that brings entrepreneurs, researchers, investors, and industry together to accelerate collaboration, commercialization, and business growth. Around the world, leading innovation cities have recognized that talent alone isn't enough. Cities like Paris, New York, Montreal, and Calgary have invested in flagship innovation hubs because they understand that ideas flourish when people work together in close proximity. At the same time, competition for talent, investment, and high-growth companies has never been greater. Talent is mobile, capital is mobile, increasingly companies are mobile too. If Vancouver wants to remain competitive, we can't simply rely on our many strengths. We need to continue strengthening our ecosystem that helps companies start here, scale here, and stay here. And that's why this motion is deliberately measured. It doesn't ask council to build anything today. It simply asks staff to do the homework, work with partners, examine successful models, identify funding opportunities, and come back to council with options. Vancouver already has the ingredients for success. This motion simply asks whether we can bring those strengths together more effectively. If we're serious about growing Vancouver's economy, we need to be just as intentional about growing our innovation system. I hope my colleagues here will support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, second by Councillor Kirby-Yung. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first speaker, Adam Mitchell, has withdrawn. So second speaker is Dan Berger.
And Dan Berger is not online.
Okay. Speaker number 3 is Barinder Rosaud.
We have him on the phone.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to Mayor and Council. I'm speaking in favor of this motion. I am the CEO and co-founder of Tersa Critical Minerals, a technology that was born out of UBC. What is really important from my experiences for the last 5 years is a hub will turn an ecosystem from promising to powerful. Right now, Vancouver has incredible talent, ideas, companies, but without a central innovation hub, we're effectively exporting that value. We have thought moving for a number of reasons over the years. What I hope we can continue to do is anchor high-paying jobs, investment, and global partnerships. We are the World Economic Forum's top innovator in sustainable mining and have many other international recognitions. Why this motion matters is because the ecosystem without a hub is like a grid without a substation. You have the power. Mayor and Council's done a fantastic job showcasing how phenomenal we are in innovation, but without a central node to channel it, the impact is really hard on founders like myself. A hub would bring together founders, researchers, investors, and industry. Right now, we struggle to go from place to place to figure out where we fit into the ecosystem. And for a company that is remediating mining waste, sometimes there's just not a natural place. So we're strong but fragmented. And so what I'm asking is for staff to consider a hub that will be a collective. One thing we do know about the City of Vancouver, and I've been a resident of the city for the last 8 years, is once we build a collective, we do really well, whether that's in sports, recently FIFA, or the Web Summit that was brought here last year by Mayor Sims. So hubs matter. It creates an anchor for the ecosystem. It creates a front door to global investors and partners, and it's a place where government, institutions, and industry can align around a shared growth strategy. So I thank you so much. Again, I'm Berinda Rasodi, co-founder and CEO of Tersa Critical Minerals.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 4 is Thuya Jeffrey. Can we make the podium higher? Okay, thanks.
May I begin?
Yeah, just give us 1 second. We can, yeah, there we go.
Oh, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Council. I am speaking in opposition to this motion for the following reasons. First, when the strategic direction supporting and expanding Vancouver's tech hubs, clusters, and districts was proposed back in 2023, public understanding of the potential negative impacts of tech infrastructure, particularly those associated with artificial intelligence, was not nearly as robust as it is today. Indeed, we are witnessing a period of significant opposition to large-scale tech projects in the city, across the province, and across the country. In fact, in terms of a recent submission, the recent submissions that were given to council regarding the rezoning of 111 East 5th, up to 95% of the written submissions given to council were in opposition to the project. Given this general shift in public attitudes, I think it's inappropriate for council to support the creation of a tech innovation hub, which undoubtedly would lead to the increase of artificial intelligence data centers, if not in this city, then in other regions of the province and the country, before it is first put to a public hearing. Second, this motion encourages looking into the province's strategic investment special account as a potential source of funding. In particular, it highlights the potential that this account could have for the city to increase funding to defense and mineral extraction technology. This is in spite of the fact that this fund could also support other types of industry, such as shipbuilding in the city, which would provide for high quality, highly unionized jobs. Vancouver, as you well know, has a long history of environmental and anti-war activism and sentiment. Expansion of business related to military defense and mining technology, which have many deleterious impacts on both the environment and global security, also proposes a major conflict in terms of public consent for such a potential tech hub and deserves to go before a public hearing. This motion also, as I mentioned, attracts funds both from the provincial and federal level that are earmarked for getting Canada and this province out of dependence on the US. However, it is unclear exactly how the funds will be used in that direction, given that the motion also supports increasing global access and increasing international opportunities in the city. Indeed, according to some recent reporting done by The Logic, the majority of infrastructure funding that has been earmarked for Canadian sovereign projects has gone to international companies. This is also true of many of the co-location centers in the city owned by CoLogics, which are owned by Google and Amazon Web Services. Sorry for the end there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, thank you for speaking to council. I'm going to go back to speaker number 2, Dan Berger.
Speaker number 2 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes the speakers list for this motion. Thanks everyone for speaking to the standing committee. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councilor War.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to sort of list some questions through the mover of the motion, but I have too many, and I think I would probably take up all my time, but these would have been them. What level of municipal financial contribution is envisioned? Would city-owned land or facilities be required? How would this avoid becoming a subsidy for large private technology firms? Will jobs created be accessible to Vancouver's existing working-class residents or mainly benefit already high-income tech workers moving into the city? Has staff considered the infrastructure implications of expanding AI-related industry, including electricity demand and data centers? Given Clause 9 references the province's strategic investment special account tied partly to defense technology, do we believe residents of the city are comfortable pursuing funding connected to military defense applications, especially considering the geopolitically volatile time we find ourselves in? How would success be measured beyond private investment attracted? What community benefits would accompany any city investment? How would this affect existing industrial and creative employment spaces? So yeah, lots of questions. I obviously not enough time. Staff's position was that there's currently not enough staff capacity to complete this work in the time frame outlined. And the city has previously supported innovation and community development by providing space and capital funding for the hub at 312 Main, a mission-driven co-working space for nonprofits, innovators, organizations, and artists. So yeah, innovation isn't the problem. I think Vancouver should support good jobs and research, but public investment should come with clear public benefits. Any innovation hub should deliver affordable space, quality union jobs, community access, transparency around public funding, and protections against displacement rather than serving primarily as a vehicle for attracting venture capital and high growth tech firms. Thank you.
Thanks. Are you asking this question? Just comment.
No, I don't think I will have time for that. So.
Okay. Councilor Clausen.
Thanks very much. Certainly, in the preamble for this motion, we've addressed a number of the questions. The resolution actually suggests that staff certainly resource this appropriately, whether it's involving a government relations or a funding, somebody who would do funding requests. Those are the kinds of things that I'll leave city staff to do. Clearly, our economy is really dependent upon the strength of the companies and the individuals that work here. And we're in a very competitive world right now. Anecdotally, we continue to hear about the number of young people that are looking at getting their working visas to go to the United States because they don't see the kinds of big opportunities that might otherwise exist here if we had the kind of community support around the founding of companies, creating investment capital, and essentially mentorship and strengthening our innovation sector. So I know from talking to stakeholders over quite a few months that I heard a uniform agreement that this is a way that we should go. We have attempted things in the past, such as the initiative in the last decade around the hub, which was not ultimately successful and did not achieve really what the sector was looking for. So right now, I think we have a fantastic opportunity, and just judging by some of the correspondence we received against this, there is a real enthusiasm to try and move forward. And so this essentially directs staff to do the work to see what we can do to try and create this cornerstone of our innovation economy. So again, I'm incredibly appreciative of everybody taking the time to consider this. I think we just have to see what comes back and use these opportunities to create high quality jobs here in the city of Vancouver. Thanks very much.
Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. I feel like this motion presents a business case rather than advancing a vision that secures meaningful public benefits or truly serves Vancouver residents' needs. We are operating under a very tight budget, but this project is being selected without an overarching strategy in place. I think our focus should be on supporting small businesses, facilitating access to funding, reducing barriers to entry and doing business in our city, not allocating large sums of public money to the most well-capitalised sector in our economy, give or take. And if we're talking about strategy, what we need is social innovation, progress on the clean economy, more benefits corporations, which will generate a positive impact on society and the environment, and we need to come back to the fact that we lack a coherent economic strategy. So before committing significant public funds to potentially unsustainable projects, we should clearly define our objectives and ensure that municipal support is conditioned on the development and prioritisation of innovation initiatives that are both sustainable and deliver high public returns. So for me, simply creating an innovation hub doesn't mean having a comprehensive development strategy. So I'd point out that this motion references Station F in Paris, which was entirely funded by a billionaire to create his own incubator. And this example actually betrays the purpose of the motion because it asks the city to step in and do work that would normally be funded by industry serving private interests at public expense. So, as I said, this is a business case rather than public policy, but it's public that gets the bill. So I can't support this.
Thanks. Councillor Corbial.
Yeah, thanks. Listening to the conversation with interest, and I'm reading the motion, my take on it is that it's not asking for large-scale investment from the City of Vancouver. What it's asking for is for the city to play a leadership role in advancing the conversation and convening various stakeholders to look at the potential for what is possible. I will note that this council collectively together set priorities at the beginning of term, and one of those included a vibrant Vancouver. And a vibrant Vancouver includes creating good economic opportunities for people. Tech jobs are good jobs. They are well-paying jobs. And those individuals that can secure them are able to stay in the city of Vancouver with a high cost of housing. And then they have discretionary income to spend at small businesses and support them when we have individuals like that. I think that Vancouver has a lot to build on with respects to homegrown tech innovation. We've got success stories like Hootsuite and Clio, a great landscape, and tech is a very encompassing term and does not preclude, and in fact includes, I think, clean tech. So you look at some of the firms here that we have, Svante, low-cost, low-energy emission systems that sequester carbon dioxide and emissions from industrial sites. Companies like Mangrove Lithium that create modular platforms that reduce the cost and environmental impact of producing battery-grade lithium. There's such a lot of opportunity here, I think, in terms of shaping what that looks like. And I'm actually interested to hear back on the potential to cite something like this. I think that this is exploratory. It does ask for a report back to council in terms of looking at possible operating models or partnership opportunities to bring funding, and what some of the benefits would actually look like. So I think that there would be this would be an ongoing piece of work. I think there'll be a chance for council to weigh in. But it is an important signal, just like we just finished hosting FIFA and showed that we can do this. I think having a sort of a can-do mindset and welcoming investment is very similar to welcoming the world for FIFA and showing what we can do. And so I think that continuing to build on our successes and the pride, and also honestly taking away some of our reliance from resource sector and other industries, and diversification is a worthy goal. So I'm very open to the exploration and getting some information back. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, so I'm going to call the vote. Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. We are voting on the main motion. Okay, so the motion passed with Councillor Ward and Councillor Maloney in opposition. Councillor Bly, Fry, Meisner, Mayor Singh absent. Thank you. That completes motion 1 on the agenda. We see the voting results on the. Thank you. So the second motion, investing traffic and safety mitigations and solutions at Vancouver Firehouse. It is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby Young. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Seeing none, Councillor Kirby Young, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'll do my best. There's a lot to say. It is an honor and a privilege to bring forth the motion, which is titled Investigating Traffic and Safety Mitigations and Solutions at Vancouver Fire Halls. This is about both public safety and firefighter safety. The first part of it relates to traffic and resident safety at near our fire falls, which are increasingly in busy areas from urban development, whether it's residential or commercial. If anyone's had a chance to visit them, it can be dicey when trucks are trying to back in and out, sometimes in terms of doing exercises, sometimes in responding to calls. I'll remind council that just yesterday we had a delegation from Vancouver General Hospital, where another emergency service, where they had somebody who pledges to support and save lives, who actually had collided with a cyclist. And I know that that's what our firefighters are concerned about in and around fire halls. So this asks to look at things like cross-hatching lights and other mitigation issues that neighboring municipalities like Burnaby have, for example. The second part of this, and I don't know that I can fully do justice in the time I have, is around the fact that the traditional poles that are not necessarily used at fire halls anymore are not stopped up. And so you have exhaust and diesel exhaust creep between the bays and the other areas in the fire halls. And we know that we have lost almost 36 of our firefighters to occupational-really related cancer in the last decade, since 2017. I myself are way too familiar with the beautiful services that happen at St. Andrews Wesley for the firefighters that we have lost. The most recent one was Acting Captain Neil Austin, a 20-year veteran who died at the young age of 54. I received an email from his wife, Christina, this morning, thanking us for considering this motion. I think we should be thanking her and every single family who has sent somebody and a loved one out to do this work every day. There is a cost to doing it. People do it willingly. And if there is I know that this council took leadership in providing PFAS-free gear to our firefighters, but if there's anything that we can do collectively from a policy perspective or any type of implementation or maintenance at our fire halls to prevent any part of exposure to this, I think we should. And I will have more to say later. I know I'm at time, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Seconded by Councillor Claassen. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first speaker from the public body and union representative is Scott Rose. Nadine, you're the next one. You're the next. Hi, Scott.
Hello. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Scott Rose, and I'm here as the VP of Public Engagement for Vancouver Firefighters Local 18. I'm here to support this motion and thank Councillor Kirby-Young for bringing it forward, and thank all the councillors who have came out to our fire halls to see the conditions of them. Vancouver Fire Hall bay doors open right onto the sidewalks and bike lanes of busy streets. When the bells go, 90,000 pounds of apparatus comes out that door. On the other side, there's often a tourist who's never driven in the city of Vancouver, a kid on a scooter, or someone who's walking that street for the first time. Right now, there's not very much to tell them what exactly is about to happen. We're about to scream out onto the street to try and respond and help our fellow citizens. This city currently has minimal warning lights, often no signage, and very little crosshatching that is inconsistent hall to hall. Burnaby and Richmond currently do this very well and have great models for making sure that people are able to see firefighters are coming. I can speak to this motion well from my personal experience as a firefighter and how hard it is to navigate these challenges, but I thought I'd bring some words of my brothers and sisters. Pulling out of 17 Hall is a hazardous experience. Every time my crew gets out on the truck at Fire Hall 13, I fear a driver might try and drive up onto the ramp behind them. Someone is going to get killed. I've been at 6 Hall for 3 years now, and I would be hard-pressed to think of a shift in which one of our 2 trucks wasn't nearly hit returning to the hall. It is literally a daily occurrence. Firefighters do not want to be the emergency or the person causing an emergency. We have been lucky so far not to be the emergency and to not cause damage to our citizens, but I think with a little bit of investment, we can get to a place where that never potentially happens. The second piece is diesel exhaust. Diesel exhaust causes us cancer. It seeps into our living spaces and it lays as dust. Carcinogenic exposure during our work hours causes us cancer. For years, our union has worked in great collaboration with the city to make sure that we minimize those effects, but we have not crossed the finish line. We're about 90% there. I think today with this motion, we can work together to make sure that there's a cancer-free fire service. And I thank all of you for your work on this over the years on several motions, including the PFAS-free turnout gear. I just want to finish by saying thank you all for listening to me, and I respect your time and presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you. All right, so our first public speaker is Nadine.
Could this be raised a bit for me before my time starts, please? I'd appreciate that.
There we go.
Thank you. Thank you for the file up. I just want to address the City of Vancouver at this meeting. My name is Nadine Chambers. I'm a 35-year resident of Vancouver. I'm here in person as a neighbor to Fire Hall 11 and 9 in support of this motion. I'm going to open with my question, which is how is the city planning to work to incorporate safer traffic designs as we anticipate the impact on emergency services with 3 planned demolition and or construction sites at East Pender and Commercial. Let me just say on February 2nd, I emailed these concerns following up on a community meeting at Britannia on January 30th with the city planner, Storer, and the director of transportation. And this was CC'd to Karen Fry on February 2nd. In the 90s, I remember noticing multiple fire sirens at work. I didn't know they were heading to my apartment building. 4-alarm fire. It was demolished that night. I worked on Burnaby Mountain at the height of the university development, and the fire hall arrived a decade later. Who forgot the fire hall? As a 17-year resident off Commercial and Hastings, Fire Hall 11 is a new neighbor. I watched the median being cut to accommodate their ability to go west on Hastings last summer. Today, read point 4 of this motion. Please move to slide 2. The other side of the crosshatch for traffic heading west to Commercial is non-existent. From my observation, the number 1 choice of ambulance and fire is to travel south on Commercial. I have no issue with that. Victoria is traffic calm due to 2 schools and 2 parks. 2, the free parking on Hastings, which is on the left picture there. It's not a very good picture. I didn't want to get killed while trying to take pictures. Takes up a lane for 3/4 of the block in front of the median cutout for most of the day. The westbound number 14 and 16 stop has been moved to the tip of that northeast block in the last few months as if Fire Hall 11 is not there. The westbound R5 drivers probably hope and pray for space before crossing Commercial to the stop on the other side. Hastings east-west. I was filming watching yesterday non-bus traffic heading west at 3 p.m. It's worse at rush hour. The traffic pause time limit can mean within 10 to 15 seconds, Commercial and Hastings intersection is blocked right up to the median exit for truck 11. All lanes, including turning. Best videos I have are listed on my site. Never mind. The fire hall and its resident community need controls at the top of the hill at Hastings and Victoria, as well as at Commercial and Hastings. The trucks racing off the Port of Vancouver to approach Hastings and Commercial with little time to pump their brakes. It's also a slope. Nighttime, the intersection is a hazard. Please shift to the next slide. I'm out of time. I took these pictures February 2nd. Basically, when the trucks return to the hall, the crew members jump out to walk the truck in as it backs in. There's no traffic light controls for them, which means cars start slipping by. Fire Hall 11 needs lights like Burnaby Fire Hall 5, and that Yamaha sign there can be repurposed. I get it, it's very close. My apologies. The raised median at the 2-block, in the next slide, please. The raised median within a 2-block range for buses and drivers coming off Hastings makes a hell of a bottleneck. We have kids from Britannia coming down to get a seat on the 20. We've got Indigenous co-ops and elders at 3 p.m. It's pretty
Sorry, Nadine,
and I
you're
will stop
over
here.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. All right, so this is the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to the standing committee. Committee member, is there any discussion, Councillor Orr?
Yeah, I just want to thank the member for bringing this motion forward. Very thoughtful, and thanks to the public speaker and the Scott Rose as well for sharing those stories of what it's like to be a firefighter, and really hammered home the point that this is much needed, and I will be fully supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominado.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I want to thank Nadine for providing additional details and context for that particular fire hall. I was just curious if staff, I don't know, sorry, I think who we have, Sandra, if these are, if we've looked at some of these specific concerns for this fire hall and some of the, I think what was identified by Nadine, some legitimate concerns around ability to maneuver and conflicts with bus routes and pedestrians and others. Is the specific sites been looked at? Are we aware of?
Sandra Singh, Deputy City Manager. I'm not aware that we've looked at this particular site, but the types of concerns raised in here would be understandable and typical workplace safety concerns and public safety concerns. And so the direction in this motion is appropriate. We have no operational concerns.
Yeah, so the motion will give sufficient latitude to follow up. I appreciate that. And so with that, simply I'm happy to support the motion. I think it's pragmatic and addresses some real barriers and challenges faced by our fire halls. And so I'm happy to support it, and I'll leave it there in the interest of time.
Thanks. All right, Councillor Corbière.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I will close on the motion. I appreciate council support. I just want to extend gratitude to all of our Vancouver firefighters for the work that they do every day. They show up for us consistently, no matter what, and it is truly a career of public service. I mentioned several of the firefighters that have recently passed away. For example, Acting Captain Neil Austin. There was also others, Acting Battalion Chief Sean Boland and Retired Battalion Chief Bruce Tebbett, amongst others. I think last year was particularly hard. I think we had 2 services within 30 days. And any one is too many, but that was particularly hard and very challenging and difficult time. Maybe we'll use sort of the words of, I think Scott Rose spoke very eloquently and said what it's really like for firefighters. I just thought I pulled a quote from an interview that Katrina Davison had done, the president of IAF 18, after the memorial for Acting Captain Neil Austin, and this is what she said. Neil's passing from occupational cancer is a loss that hits us hard and reminds us of the cost of the work we do. The risks don't always come in the heat of a call, but linger quietly over years of service. His illness was born of the very work that he dedicated his life to. And I do think that we've taken a number of steps, as was referenced, with things like PFAS. And this may be proportionally smaller, but any sort of exposure is something that we should do our best to mitigate. And I'm glad to have council's wholehearted support on that. And then also with respects to the traffic safety and around the fire halls, our city is growing increasingly. And we have lots of different uses and lots of people in these areas. And we want to make sure that we are providing preventative measures to avoid any particular issues to the best of our ability. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So seeing no one else on the queue, so let's go to the vote. So council, again, please register your vote. We are voting on the main motion, second motion. Okay, so the motion passed unanimously with Councilor Bly, Fry, Meisner, and Mayor Sim absent. Thank you. That completes motion 2 on the agenda. All right, motion 3 is enabling community-led installation of temporary shade for heat protection. It is moved and introduced by Councilor Maloney. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none, Councilor Maloney, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. This motion is about facilitating the installation of community-initiated temporary canopies to mitigate the impacts of dangerous heat. It seeks to empower our communities to install temporary shade canopies quickly wherever they are most needed. It also directs staff to develop options for a responsive low-barrier permitting process so residents can act rapidly to create much-needed relief in the face of dangerous heat events. This motion is based on what we learned during the 2021 heat dome, especially the importance of community partnerships. With significant gaps in our urban tree canopy, especially in East and South Vancouver, where the tree canopy cover is less than 20% of these areas, many neighbourhoods lack shade on the hottest days. This motion offers a cost-effective, practical solution that increases our preparedness. It's a solution that communities can deploy themselves, especially as funding for other proactive protections is being reduced. While the city does have a permitting process for temporary canopies, it's not designed for emergencies and doesn't allow for the rapid response required during heat waves. Temporary shade structures are not suitable for long-term solutions, but they deliver a real immediate relief when it matters the most. And that's what this motion is about, acting collaboratively to protect our city's most at-risk residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a seconder? Second by Councilor Orr. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. So again, please, public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the motion. And I will also ask if they are resident of Vancouver, if it is not on the list. The first registered speaker is Iona Bonamas.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Iona Bonami, and my Chinese name is Tosi Wing. I am speaking in support of this motion as a longtime Vancouverite who's very concerned about the health of our residents and wanting to make sure we're taking care of everyone, including our most vulnerable populations, such as seniors and people with lower incomes, who are often most prone to heat-related illnesses and deaths. And I really appreciate this motion as it is very timely as temperatures are expected to rise today, and we're expecting record temperatures this summer again. During the 2021 heat dome, which caused over 600 heat-related deaths across the province and over 100 deaths in the city of Vancouver, the downtown east side area and the city's eastern and southern neighborhoods suffered a disproportionately higher number of deaths. In Vancouver Coastal Health's report about the heat dome, this was largely due to a notable lack of tree canopy and green space compared to other parts of the city. While temporary shade canopies cannot bring all of the benefits of street trees, and street tree canopies should absolutely be increased throughout the city, they are a temporary solution that can be implemented quickly and can help save lives. And given that the city has stopped funding the distribution of cooling kits due to this year's budget cuts, they're even more important. I will also add that there are community organizations who are ready to install community-created canopies. They just need the city to issue them a permit to do so. The problem, though, is that, as Councillor Lucy Maloney said, these types of temporary structures are not covered by our city's bylaws that govern structures over streets. So as a result, the process to approve them is unclear, and this is preventing community organizations from installing these important shade structures. So creating an easy-to-navigate system to permit community-installed temporary shade structures would be very helpful, and so I hope you will approve this motion and help reduce the number of heat-related deaths we will see this summer and in future summers. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 2 is Amanda Burrows.
Hello, Amanda Burrows, Executive Director of First United in the Downtown East Side. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I speak in support of this motion. So just a few weeks ago, we marked the 5-year anniversary of the heat dome, and like many people, I've been thinking about those days and being on the front lines in the Downtown East Side. People who are unhoused had nowhere to escape the heat. People living in SROs came outside because their rooms were even hotter. So 5 years later, those moments haven't disappeared. Every summer, there are days where I'm back out helping people look for the basics. And of course, it can be incredibly frustrating because one of the things we're most often searching for here is one of the simplest, which is shade. And in the Downtown East Side, where tree canopy is among the lowest in the city, as we all know, that shade can be incredibly hard to find. So that's why this motion matters. And we know we need long-term solutions, more trees, more climate-ready buildings, more cooling centers, and we should keep investing in all those things like we're doing here at First United. And yet we know this takes time. And that's why I love this motion, because it asks what we can do today. And we've already seen some examples like in places like Seattle where community organizations, artists, local governments, they've worked together to install safe, temporary shade structures that provide immediate relief during extreme heat. They're practical and they can help bridge the gap while our long-term climate investments continue to grow. And I can really imagine what this could look like here in Vancouver. And that's why I've gotten really excited and involved in this opportunity, along with many of my colleagues in this community and some climate resiliency committees that I sit on for low-income neighborhoods. Because I can really picture community groups coming together, peer workers, the artists, neighbors, volunteers, gathering at places like First United in our cooling center to design and build these safe shade structures together. And I mean, imagine creating this type of shading, and it not only would protect the people from the sun, but I think it could really reflect the creativity, dignity, and connection of the communities that made them. So, of course, these structures must be safely installed. That's exactly what this motion is about. It's creative, flexible, it's cheap, and it removes unnecessary barriers so trusted groups can respond quickly when dangerous heat arrives. We know extreme heat is no longer rare. We know who is at most at risk, of course, and we know that something as simple as shade can save lives, but also really make people feel more comfortable. I hope you'll support this motion. Thank you so much. And I also want to extend my hope that all of you receive some rest this summer. I know some of you are going to have a busy fall. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Amanda. All right, this is the end of our speakers list. Thanks again, everyone, for speaking to the committee. Committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be super brief. I get where the motion is coming from, but I can't support. I do believe the city has a pretty robust plan when it comes to prolonged terms of heat in the city, and they do have a pathway already that for people to install temporary shade measures. So I think, unfortunately, what this would only accomplish that the city doesn't have already have a pathway for is that it would provide a path for individuals and groups and organizations to set up what would eventually be encampments and for them to become entrenched. So it's something I can't support for those reasons. Thanks. That's it, Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Oh, that's all your questions. Oh, sorry. Okay, Councillor Ward.
Yeah, just processing sort of that last comment. Pretty interesting. I didn't get that at all from this motion. I support the motion. I do realize that staff said that there are provisions within our current bylaws to allow temporary shade infrastructure. and that there are varying levels of complexity depending on what type of infrastructure is being considered for on-street. There are permitting paths for temporary shade structures, but as Councillor Maloney said in her preamble, there isn't anything, for an emergency. And heat domes, while we can predict, some measure of the weather, to be able to mobilize very quickly is very difficult. The downtown east side is set up in many ways to do that. With a lot of mutual aid and a lot of people really taking care of each other, and I did see some of that during the heat dome with, hundreds of volunteers. I know Sarah Blythe at OPS handed out, I think, 5,000 or something, 10,000 bottles of water. And things like that, and that's sort of the spirit of this motion in terms of being able to mobilize quickly to create shade. Nowhere does it mention encampments. It's literally setting up temporary structures for shade to keep people cool. I'm worried that this is a simple motion that is being politicized unfairly based on the fact that it's an opposition motion. This is a process that we're already sort of following with the city. This just makes it a little easier for those community groups to save people's lives. I mean, we saw this council vote down funding for cooling kits early in the year, which was again kind of mind blowing. This council, I mean, we have this opportunity to be good, and we should take that. So I will be supporting the motion. Thanks.
Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. Temporary canopies help with making the street accessible for everyone, including helping seniors who suffer from the heat, allowing them to go outside and get their groceries or escape heat in their own homes, or have a shaded space outside if they need it. It also supports businesses because in case of dangerous heat, people will be more inclined to choose businesses that have access protected from the heat. And it's a temporary solution for dangerous heat until we make progress on increasing the tree canopy. And it'll be a relatively small, community installed canopy. So it'll rely on their own funds, and they will still need to obtain permits from the city. The idea is to have a responsive process in place to be better prepared for hotter climate conditions, not to change tent permitting. So I have confidence that staff can come up with an appropriate way of implementing this direction if we give them a chance, and that will provide life-saving shade in a way that benefits vulnerable folks and the community as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Corbian?
Yeah, Chair, if I might ask a point of information through you to staff.
Yeah, sure.
And thanks, Sandra. Can you advise what steps or what things the city is doing to provide cooling areas, particularly in more vulnerable areas like the downtown east side, et cetera, that where it may be hotter, there's less parks or tree canopy for respite? What do we do in terms of opening up cooling centers? Like what additional investments are we making?
Councillor. Yeah, we have a number of cooling centers around the inner city and around the city that we activate when there are certain levels of heat warnings, and we do have information on our public website around the stages and when we start to activate our cooling centers. We're also piloting this year a transportation pilot to help people get to cooling centers when they need them. And we do have a number of, we have, for example, the Balmoral site activation, which offers some shade opportunities as well. So we have a number of activations relating to shade.
Okay, and are the if I might, Chair, through you, and are we finding the community are using those?
They do tend to be very used. We could certainly provide council with data on last year. I don't have it with me now, but I could.
Generally speaking. Yes. Okay, thank you. I see Councillor Klassen's on the queue. So.
Councillor Klassen?
Also, a question through you, Chair, to to the Deputy City Manager. I'm trying to recollect, I'm going through my emails quickly and trying to remember the direction that Council gave to staff regarding, I won't call them permanent, but sort of semi-permanent shade options. There was a product that was from Europe that was being used widely and possibly being able to grow things on it. Do you have any recollection of where that work is?
Councillor, I recall the time when that information came forward. I don't have an update for you now. I'd have to go back to staff and ask.
Okay, and again, I know you've underlined the work around the cooling centers work that's going on there. Do we have any kind of report back? We've had at least a few really warm days over the last month or so. Do you have any kind of sense of how these changes have been working out?
I would have to go back to staff. As you know, we activate the cooling plans and cooling centers based on Environment Canada heat thresholds.
Yeah.
So I'll have to go back and get some of that information for you around what we've activated, if we've activated this year. In terms of, if I may, in terms of this motion, there are opportunities for staff to, within our existing processes, demonstrate flexibility when applications come in. It's quite complex. It's going to depend, is it public land, is it private land, is it a park? What's the shade structure that the organization wants to look at? Is it attached to a building? Is it not attached to a building? So there's health and safety and life safety considerations, egress, access considerations. So it's, but certainly staff have the ability to be flexible and to be responsive to emergent situations.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Okay, so seeing no one else on the queue. Okay, so I'm gonna call the vote if no one else on the queue. Okay, Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. We have quorum, right? We do have quorum. Oh, Councilor Dominado?
Quick question, Chair.
Okay.
If I may. So what I'm hearing, to be clear, is we do have, so I think there was a couple of councillors suggested that there was not provisions for emergency response, but there is what I'm hearing from this deputy city manager. But I guess my question to you, Sandra, is that in the context of what you said, could this be referred to staff as part of the ongoing work that we do to make sure that we're responsive to citizens in the wake of, heat issues? I guess is the question.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that it would be consistent that staff does try to be responsive to community in the operationally in response to heat situations. In terms of a referral to staff, the interest of supporting community groups that are seeking to implement shade, whether it be a canopy in their parking lot or something like that. Certainly, that is well within our regular services.
Okay.
And we, as I mentioned, when things are temporary, there's some flexibility, and of course, we do try to pay attention to emergent situations.
Okay. So it sounds like we already have all of this in place. I'm not going to go down the path of calling it out of order because I think it might inflame things, but it sounds like we already have all of these provisions in place that the motion's asking for.
I think we do have the operational capacity to implement what we need to, what is intended by the motion.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Maloney?
Thanks. I just wanted to make a couple of points that I'd like people to take into consideration. There are no costs to the city other than staff time on implementing this motion as envisaged. And it's also important to remember that cooling centres are only activated based on a heat threshold, not heat inside buildings or on the street due to lack of canopy. And I think that's a crucial factor in deciding to pass this.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Ward.
Yeah, just sort of kind of the idea that, like we already have this, this has come up a number of times in this council in terms of, the city already has the capacity and, but in multiple times where we've also seen that, council direction, such as a motion on such a matter, kind of increases that urgency to have some of that planning, and that it's our council's intention to support those systems that are already in place, and that it's just a sort of affirmation of the work that city councils or sort of that city staff are already doing. It's not necessarily saying, the city's not doing good enough. We have to do this. It's also like, we can do a little better. We can speed up, permitting. And I think, I think this vote would be, to say that, we think that the staff are already doing the work, and let's also look at, ways for, to be better prepared in a heat dome. I think that's, kind of what we can say here, symbolically, and that it doesn't create, extra burden on the staff. It's just, permitting. I think this council has been, has looked at a lot of times where permitting, we've looked at the streamlining permits. I think that's sort of one of the priorities of this council, making things, more streamlined. So, I think it would be good if we all support this just in that spirit. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, Councilor Dominado.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciating the discussion around the table, and appreciate the answers to some of the questions as well that were raised. In light of that, I'm just moving a motion to refer this to staff as part of their operational work. So I'm just going to do that and keep talking and use my time. So bear with me for a sec.
Yeah, let's take 2 minutes recess, so Councilor Dominado can prepare the language.
Yeah, I'm sending an amendment.
Good, Councilor Dominado, you're good?
Circulated it.
So we need to bring other councilors back. We don't have quorum. Okay, let me talk to them. Okay, we have quorum now. Okay, Councilor Dominado.
Yes. Chair and Council, I've circulated a referral that Council for the motion to staff as part of their operations for responding to heat incidents in the city.
Second.
Okay. Yeah, I think everyone received the amendment. Second by Councilor Clausen. Okay, Councilor Maloney.
So the amendment reads that the council refer the motion to staff as part of their operations for responding to heat incidents in the city. I mean, it's not really what my original motion envisaged, which was specific direction to develop a streamlined permitting process for temporary shade structures. I'm heartened by the Deputy City Manager's undertakings to be responsive and to react. But I guess I'm pretty unhappy that we are reacting rather than being proactive when it comes to extreme heat and protecting vulnerable residents from negative health effects. I'm going to vote in support of this, but I think that the concerns with the original motion were easily overcome by directing staff to undertake the work in the motion. So it's disappointing, but I'm going to vote in support in any event.
Thanks. So let's go to the vote for the Councilor Dominado's referral amendment. Okay, Council, please register a vote on the voting panel. Okay, so the referral amendment passed with Councilor Montague in opposition, Councilor Bly, Fry, Meisner, Mayers in absent. Okay, that completes motion 3 on the agenda. Okay, we're going to move on to the motion 4, which is equipping City of Vancouver, the city to expand childcare capacity. It is moved and introduced by Councilor Maloney. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, if not, Councilor Maloney, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. So just give me 1 second so you can add your. Okay, please go ahead. Yeah, can you add yourself there so I can advance you? There we go.
Thank you. I want to begin by recognising City staff for advancing Vancouver's childcare strategy and supporting the expansion of non-profit childcare in our city. Today I'm bringing forward a motion to build on those efforts. My proposal aims to make the establishment of childcare centres a core requirement in new developments, laying the groundwork for staff to accelerate the creation of much-needed spaces. Currently, only about 52% of Vancouver's childcare needs are being met. Despite thousands of new places planned, we still face a persistent shortfall of over 4,000 spaces for children under the age of 5. On top of these high costs, nearly $29 a day for preschoolers, place an additional burden on families already struggling with affordability. The lack of available and affordable childcare is driving families out of Vancouver. If we want families to be able to stay in Vancouver, we need to make the city work for them. Land use policy is our greatest opportunity to do that. This motion introduces a childcare needs calculator to help us estimate and plan for the spaces required in future developments. By making it publicly available and integrating this tool into rezoning, we can ensure childcare is a central consideration in all city planning. I'm also asking that staff be directed to recommend land use, zoning and bylaw changes that will expedite and facilitate the creation of licensed childcare spaces, especially public and non-profit options, with the goal of giving staff greater ability to negotiate with developers. In short, this motion is about using every tool we have to show families that Vancouver is committed to supporting them and ensuring that they can stay and thrive here. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a seconder? one more time. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Okay, I'm gonna ask the one more last time. Do we have a seconder for this motion?
Could we possibly have a recess for 1 minute, please?
Yeah, we have to carry on because we have 15 motion on the agenda. Do we have a seconder? One more last time. Okay, so there's no seconder for this motion, so hey. All right, so we will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Speaker one is Christopher Lee. Oh, sorry, Christopher, before you start, public speakers should state whether in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. Also, I will ask speaker if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speaker's list. Christopher Lee, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, I would say Mayor and Council, but only Council today. Thank you especially to Lucy Maloney for your courage and leadership in advancing this motion. I am fully in support of this motion, and I urge Council to support it. And I'm a proud resident, a lifelong resident of Vancouver. Now, just a couple months ago, I spoke to neighbors in a neighborhood that just had their affordable out-of-school childcare center close. I specifically spoke to a mother who held her baby in her hand, who was telling me that she couldn't find a space for her kids to go. She couldn't spend the money to afford the expensive childcare options, and she couldn't have the time to send her kids across town to get a more affordable childcare space. But they're not the only ones. Wait lists, especially for not-for-profit $10 a day childcare, are sky high. They're way too high than we need to have. Families should not be expected to either dull out money for more expensive childcare or wait years or drive their kids across town for childcare. As this motion recognizes, we need to use every single tool that we have to ensure that families and working families have the childcare that they need. By changing zoning to allow childcare by right across the city, by working with school board to advance out-of-school care, and by passing this motion. Working and everyday families need childcare in every neighborhood, for all, not wait lists and long drives. Again, I'd like to applaud Lucy and thank her again for this motion, and I urge Council to support this motion. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Speaker number 2 is Devin Harlows.
Hello, Council. My name is Devin Harlows. I live in East Van, and before becoming a mom last year, I was a member of the Planning Institute of British Columbia. Seeing this motion come forward from Councillor Maloney, I have to say, is extremely frustrating and frankly insulting to parents in the Joyce-Collingwood neighborhood. It doesn't actually do anything that we don't already do through Vancouver's existing childcare policies. What we really need now is for Council to fight for childcare when it matters most, when real projects are in front of you, such as the 3360 Van Ness project at Joyce-Collingwood Station. This was the perfect case study in exactly what this motion seeks to do. Integrate childcare into high-density projects as part of the rezoning. The project was successfully rezoned with a turnkey 37-space childcare to be owned by the city, close to transit, in a high-density area, and affordable with the Collingwood Neighborhood House as the nonprofit operator. These are all the very goals you outline in your motion. However, when the developer came to you in February this year and asked for an amendment to get them out of their childcare obligations, every single councillor, including Councillor Maloney, who's putting forward this motion, caved and approved the amendment. None of you asked staff or the developer if they had sought childcare grants to help fund the space. None of you asked if there were other future development sites near the station that could host this childcare, which there are not because none have a floor plate big enough to accommodate the required outdoor space. And none of you proposed, at the very least, a covenant to secure a for-profit childcare who would build out at their expense and operate the commercial space in the building. This motion is absolutely useless if you do not stand behind and uphold the childcare agreements that are already secured through these rezonings. In my opinion, this motion functions more as a political signal that council supports childcare than actually does anything new to deliver childcare, and it attempts to mask a voting history that council favors developer interest over community needs for childcare. If you really want to do something with this motion, I suggest putting forth an amendment that looks at securing childcare spaces in projects that are already designed and intended for childcare, such as the Van Ness project, through the use of covenants. The developer would be required to lease to a for-profit childcare so they'd get closer to their desired commercial market rent, and the community would at least still be able to get the childcare that they lost after your February 17th decision, albeit not an affordable one. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so this is the end of the speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to the standing committee. Committee members, is there any discussion, Councilor Orr?
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for the speakers. I acknowledge the frustration in the last caller's voice. And I do recall, I think it was a week or 2 weeks after the February 17th motion, I moved a motion that was very similar to what the caller was asking for in terms of, secure covenants around, private childcare and what that would look like. So we can't, convert that private childcare to just a regular business. I actually moved a motion that would have prevented that. That I believe was either referred to staff or defeated. It also reaffirmed our commitment to $10 a day childcare. But yeah, this motion I'm happy to support. The 52% number is harrowing. Lack of childcare spaces to the tune of 4,200. Missing spaces for children under 5 is pretty sobering. This motion, I think, is in the right step for the oversight to be fixed. It is prescriptive. I don't think it is just merely symbolic. Resolution B, it asks to prioritize public and nonprofit childcare in rezonings and public benefit negotiations. It actually is prescribing that. That would mean that every rezoning that goes ahead without securing that space is a missed opportunity we don't get back. Resolution D moves us to 59% coverage benchmark instead of a target that's already out of date. Resolution F finally gets us a public inventory of city-owned and city-controlled land that could be used for childcare. So this isn't just talk. All these resolutions provide the ability for actionable outcomes. So yes, I will support this motion. Thanks.
Thanks. Councilor Clausen.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. So to the clerks and council, I've submitted a strike and replace amendment. So I'd be happy to take that onto the amendment queue if that's the appropriate way of doing this.
Okay, yeah, please add yourself to the amendment queue. Yeah, okay. We also need a seconder for this amendment. Second by Councilor Dominado. Okay, Councilor Clausen, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I've just introduced a strike and replace for amendment. And I just want to be really clear that this is not about changing the objective. Every member of council, I think, recognizes that affordable, accessible childcare is essential for families and our economy. In fact, I've personally advocated directly with the provincial minister in charge for childcare, in addition to significant hours of stakeholder work and site visits alongside Councillor Dominado in this term. And also was out to support Sharon Gregson's 10-a-day relaunch. The question is how the city can make the greatest contribution. During this council term, we've made significant progress by expanding opportunities for childcare through planning, zoning, permitting improvements, capital investments, and partnerships. And we've helped to facilitate more than 2,000 new spaces as a result of that work. In fact, I actually have spent time with those who came with ideas that were essentially not going to work from the standpoint of our permitting, and was able to work with staff to make sure that they did get launched, and dozens of new spaces have resulted from that work. So at the same time, it's important to recognize that the funding, operation, and regulation of publicly supported childcare are primarily provincial responsibilities. The city's role is to create the conditions that allow childcare to expand. This amendment focuses on the motion that the work the city can do and should do, continue doing, while recognizing the significant progress already underway through Vancouver's childcare strategy. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. Happy to speak to the amendment. And just reflecting that one of the things that has been a priority and continues to be a priority for the city, and it already exists, is there is a prioritization within our development framework for looking for opportunities to integrate childcare with new developments, as in kind, making space for childcare. And also partnerships with the Vancouver School Board, which has been incredibly successful around co-locating childcare with schools. Particularly, it makes it a lot easier when you have multiple kids and doing drop-offs. And so that has been a great success story. In terms of some recent updates, public childcare spaces will have expanded by roughly 600 spaces across 9 projects since 2023. 300 are already open, and another 300 will be open by early 2027. And then there's currently 2,000 more public childcare spaces in the pipeline across 40 projects in the city. 199 new spaces are expected through city-facilitated projects by the end of 2028. 160 spaces are expected to be delivered in kind over the next 4 years. And there's additional projects, as I alluded to, in terms of coordination and partnership with the Vancouver School Board. And then there has been the relaxations and flexibility to enable families who are already operating childcare out of their homes to expand that to the full home. And we are seeing some families taking advantage of that and delivering residential childcare in neighborhoods where it's needed. And so a lot of success there, but certainly not to ignore that there is still a gap. And I will say, and I've shared this in council before, I've had this experience firsthand as a parent, as a mom, of trying to find childcare. Next to finding a home, it was the hardest thing on the list. I still have spreadsheets at home of all the childcares I had contacted across the city because I didn't know where I was going to be living at the time. And visiting those sites, meeting with providers. And it is probably one of the most stressful decisions you will make as a parent in leaving your child in someone else's care. Have no illusions around that. And then the looming back to work date that comes because you have to go to work to pay for your mortgage or pay for your rent. And so there is absolutely a need. And I think that the city has done a lot of heavy lifting in this space, considering that when it comes to jurisdiction, it's the province's responsibility for this. And particularly when it comes to the deeper affordability that people are advocating for, the $10 a day, that didn't exist when my kids were in childcare. It was $25,000 a year. At one point, $30,000 a year to have 2 kids under the age of 5 in daycare. But I think that advocacy is warranted to continue that with the provincial government because that is squarely in their court. And again, we can continue our partnerships, which we have delivered on over the last number of years. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. The original motion would have made the provision of childcare a higher priority for staff when deciding what amenities or benefits are required to be incorporated in new developments. Of course, the province is responsible for providing childcare, but in the absence of sufficient funding and action, we should be prioritising children and parents and their interests, especially since it's so important for supporting our local economy. The issue the Speaker raised is actually a great illustration of the exact problem that we're dealing with, because the project the public speaker was referring to wouldn't have gone ahead with the requirements that were placed on it, and it wouldn't have delivered any childcare facility at all because it wouldn't have been built. You know, difficult decisions need to be made, especially in this economic environment, about which amenities, which additional requirements we use, any development charges or amenities fees to contribute towards. And I think that children and parents in our city need to have childcare given to them. And I note that it's important to remember that although it is and has been for quite some time a provincial responsibility, that didn't stop a political party from promising 5,000 new childcare places in the lead up to the 2022 election. And we are nowhere near reaching fulfilment of that promise. So I think that this amendment doesn't really do anything in particular to move forward the original intent of the motion, so I'll be voting against it.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just gathering my thoughts. Yeah, I'll speak personally. It's frustrating for me, given that council time is so valuable, when we get motions that essentially are duplicative from my perspective of the work that's already being done. I think Councillor Dominato and others spoke very well to a lot of that. And yeah, childcare was a big priority coming in. It's one of the things that we've actually made a lot of stride on throughout this term and in the last 4 years. And I think in addition to the specifics that Councillor Dominato shared, I think of things like updating regulations to allow things like home-based childcare businesses. For example, yesterday we received an update, I think it was yesterday, on the capital plan and look back at some of the highlights from the last term in terms of Ashley delivered and built David Lloyd Childcare Centre, 69 spaces, opened in May 2024, $9 million cost. Henry Hudson Childcare, 95 space childcare, opened in summer 2025. $13 million cost. Cole Harbour Childcare, 65 spaces, opening in this fall, $15 million. Salmon Stone Childcare Centre, 49 spaces in River District, opened just recently in May 2026, $17 million. Eric Hamber Childcare, 69 space childcare, opened also in May at a cost of $14 million, a good example of partnering with VSB, the school board. They're also providing a number of small capital grants for improvements, such as $5.2 million to Cedar Cottage. And we continue to do that. That was about $160 million over that plan, $35 million allocated specifically within this year for the year. So I think we've been making a lot of progress, and the model that we are using is working. I think the challenge, too, is that it's important to prioritize childcare spaces. It's also important to prioritize other things like arts and culture spaces, which are also opportunities for inclusionary spaces. I think of things like, why am I having a mental blank? The one on Hornby and Pacific in the new development that has been 221 or that has been developed, a number of other ones. So we have a lot of competition for space, but we are finding places and spaces for them to be. Staff already track it. They do the work. We know what the gap is. Councillor Orr referred to it. And I'd rather just let them continue on a path that is paying dividends. I'll leave it there, and hopefully we can move to the vote because we've got a lot to do. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to just repeat that only about 52% of Vancouver's childcare needs are being met, despite the progress that has been definitely made. And despite thousands of new spaces being planned, we still face a persistent shortfall of over 4,000 spaces for children under the age of 5. By the end of this council's term, there will not be anywhere near 5,000 additional childcare places as promised.
All right, so let's go to the vote for this amendment. We're voting on the Councillor Claasen's amendment. Council, please register your vote.
Through Chair, can I please get a vote assist in favor of the amendment?
Yeah, noted. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
And Councillor Mason. Okay, good. All right, so the amendment passed with Councillor Ward and Councillor Maloney in opposition. Okay. Back to the main queue. Councillor Claasen.
No, that's all. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks. Okay, seeing no one else, so let's go to the vote for the motion as amended. Council, please register your vote again.
And Chair, can I please get another vote assist in favor, please?
Yeah, thanks. Noted, Mayor. Thanks. Okay, so the motion as amended passed with Councillor Ward and Councillor Maloney in opposition, and Councillor Bly and Councillor Fry absent. Thank you. That completes motion 4 on the agenda. Motion 5 is addressing the risks of the digital infrastructure. It is moved and introduced by Councillor Maloney. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, Councillor Maloney, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you. With this motion,
Sorry, can you add yourself there? So, okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Got it. Okay, go ahead.
With this motion, I want to address the rapid expansion of AI data centres in Vancouver and emphasise the urgent need to make sure these projects benefit our community. This motion proposes pausing consideration of new AI data centres until we have a robust framework in place to evaluate their risks and impacts. This is about making sure we move forward responsibly and thoughtfully. As we've seen in the United States, hyperscale data centres can bring significant challenges. Relative to many businesses operating on industrial lands, data centres can be significantly more resource intensive, can present disproportionately higher impacts to public infrastructure, and can consume vast quantities of water and energy while producing pollution, waste, heat and noise. And the economic benefits for the host community often don't match the returns seen by investors. And this is a global issue, not just limited to the US. Cities around the world are sharing best practices to develop effective frameworks to ensure that data centres truly represent the best use of valuable land. That's why this motion calls for the city to urgently develop a data centre public impact requirement, which would compel companies to commission credible assessments of their proposed facilities, specifically addressing water, energy, pollution, noise, heat and employment impacts, and outline concrete mitigation measures that are enforceable. We need strong evidence-based regulations because current rules just haven't caught up with the scale and complexity of this new digital infrastructure. The motion also seeks to ensure effective compliance and accountability and to explore ways the city can secure revenue to offset any higher infrastructure costs. If companies want to build large data centres in Vancouver, they must do so transparently, responsibly, and with the well-being of our community at the forefront. So let's take the time to get this right for our environment, our economy, and our city's future. Thank you.
Thanks. Do we have a seconder? Second by Councillor Orr. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Again, public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. And I will ask if speakers, they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. The first registered speaker is Cersei Wright. Right.
My name is Cecil Wright. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm here to speak to you in favor of the motion. 71% of people in British Columbia oppose a data center being built near them. 2 weeks ago, nearly 1,000 people marched on City Hall calling for a halt to this project. I was there, so I can tell you that I did not see a single counter-protester. Average working people in Vancouver do not want this. Let me tell you what we want. We want the city to be honest about who this is for, because we know it's not for people in Mount Pleasant or downtown who are going to be stuck dealing with the noise pollution. We know it's not for everybody who's going to see their BC Hydro bills go up. It's certainly not for the workers in Vancouver who are at risk of getting their jobs replaced by AI. Now, there are ways that this could be done, that this motion stipulates, that ensure that the people and the workers in these neighborhoods are the primary beneficiaries of this investment instead of TELUS. But we need the city to demonstrate that that is their priority. If you vote no on this motion, the people will know that the priority is bailing out developers like Westbank, which own the very expensive real estate that these two sites sit on. Will know that your priority is instead making sure that the TELUS shareholders are able to profit off of this. I want to say that I have friends in the city who work 2 jobs and can barely afford rent here at a time when we're talking about turning real estate downtown onto data centers. You know, I've got friends who are nurses out there on the picket lines working through their breaks so that people don't die. And respectfully, this motion is a chance for you to articulate whose side you are on. Vote no on this and try and push these data centers through with no consultation, no regulation, no safeguards. That is on your voting record forever. And I promise that when that buzzing noise starts, and when people's power bills start to go up, and when the election rolls around, we're going to remember. On this subject, I would recommend listening to the people instead of your 11 AI assistants. You vote no here, you pick your side. That is you telling the working people of Vancouver that you have sold us out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 2 is Garik Hache.
Speaker number 2 is not online.
Okay. Speaker number 3, Christopher Lee.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the chance to talk again today. My name is Christopher Lee. I'm a proud, lifelong resident of Vancouver, and I'm equally proud to be in support of this motion. First of all, again, I want to thank Councillor Lucy Maloney for her hard work and dedication. I know the people of Vancouver are grateful for you, at least I absolutely am grateful for you. I spoke to my old grade 7 English teacher a while ago. I wasn't the best student, but she still wanted to talk to me. We caught up a bit, talked about how awful I was at grade 7 language arts, and I started asking questions about the impact AI has had on our classrooms. She told me about the deepening gap with students and English language skills, how AI has already affected her students and education. What's clearest is we don't fully understand the impacts of AI as much as we don't fully understand the impacts of AI data centers. We can look at the wide-reaching economic impacts. We can look at the long-term strategies or whatever, or we can look at the realities on the ground. This impact on a small English classroom in Vancouver, the marching residents opposed to the motion just a few weeks ago, the stories of the impacts on the environment from data centers across North America. This motion takes a principled, skeptical stance on AI, with Vancouverites at the center. This city government cannot continue to ignore the deep risks on water, the environment, and pollution that AI data centers might have. A data center public impact requirement will do just that, protecting Vancouverites from these possible harms. Moreover, we must have the guns to ensure that bad faith big corporations cannot disrupt the beautiful city that we all live in. This motion does just that as well, with an enforcement mechanism. We cannot give a blank check to big corporations like TELUS. Let me be clear when I say we can't continue to blindly ignore the effects of data centers and AI. However, rushing blindly to respond to data centers and AI isn't an option either. This principled, skeptical stance takes a measured, smart approach to respond to AI. It ensures that people and families must be the focus and beneficiary of any development in Vancouver, and it ensures it. This motion, by creating strict, critical reviews centered on Vancouverites and their concerns, is the most responsible way to go about it. Thank you, and I urge Council to adopt this motion, approve it as written without any delay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. Speaker number 4 is Juice Fong.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Jules Fong, and I'm a Vancouver resident in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. I'm calling in this motion. The mayor of Vancouver has previously stated that there needs to be balance when it comes to climate action. But what is the point of affordability, the economy, our investments in a so-called booming tech sector when the place we call home is no longer inhabitable? It's a frightening thing to think about, but it is happening, and we need to wake up. People at kitchen tables are worried about heat domes. 5 years ago, in 2021, I'm sure many of you know that at least 6,019 people died in the heat dome. Most of them were elders, and most died alone in their homes. And there weren't enough ambulances to respond. People at kitchen tables are worried about climate change. In 2025, researchers from Health Canada, Oxford, and the University of Bristol published a study where it found between 11 to 15% of deaths were caused by human emissions. Previous science found the 2021 heat wave would have been virtually impossible without human-caused climate change. People at kitchen tables are worried, if you're even listening. The reason why this research is here, the science is here, is to help policymakers like you understand and truly understand the risks associated with climate change and take action. In the words of Councillor Zhou, those who oppose AI and data centers are risking our future. But I'd like to ask, what future would you like to create? The people want a future where we have clean drinking water. The people want a future where our elders are safe. The people want a future where our children are safe. We're not asking for much. I'm calling on you to please support regulation for data centers and safeguards for our community. I'm calling on you to stand up for our future. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Okay, thanks. Speaker number 5 is Sarah Holm. Sarah?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm a resident of Vancouver.
I'm here today to speak in support of Motion 5, addressing the risks of digital infrastructure. I'm a student, I'm a frontline worker, I'm a young person, but most importantly, I'm a concerned member for my community and all the people that live in this city. I'm concerned by the government's actions that are seeming to oppose the well-being of everybody that calls this place home. With the negative impacts of these data centers that are highlighted in Councillor Maloney's motion and well documented elsewhere, such as high water usage, high electricity usage, heat generation, and very little contributions to the local economy, I worry that, and I also know that our community will be the ones suffering all of these consequences of the data centers while not getting any profit from it in our local community. We're the ones living here. We're the ones who are impacted directly by these proposed data centers. For example, the city is giving us water restrictions that we are all following as best as we can because we're heavily concerned about the drought in Vancouver. Meanwhile, these data centers with very little regulation threaten our shrinking water supply. We deserve transparency and accountability from our local, provincial, and federal governments of all of the potential impacts, risks, and detrimental effects that these data centers will have on our health and the well-being of our environment and the land that we live on. And we also deserve to know where the profits of these proposed centers will be going. So I'm in support of Motion 5 as my community who's most affected by the centers deserve a council and government who can pause and take a step back and look at all of the effects before going ahead with a plan that could put us and our environment in further danger. Thank you for listening.
Have quorum. Okay, thank you. Okay, speaker number 6 is Parminder Singh.
Speaker number 6 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 7 is Desi Vayuni.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Desi Wahyuni, and I'm a resident here in Vancouver. I'm here today to speak in support of Motion 5. I work in a downtown office, which is near the proposed TELUS data center at 150 West Georgia Street. My family of 5 also live here in Vancouver. I've been following stories about AI data centers in other places. Lots have been reported about the devastating impacts, including most recently a Meta data center contaminating the city of Cheyenne's water system with rare bacterium. And this is in Wisconsin, United States. I also learned that AI data centers must avoid any downtime, so they must have backup gas generators, which means more noise and air pollution. Will TELUS data centers use those generators, and what will that mean to our quality of life? This motion will help me get some answers. I also learned what closed-loop cooling system actually means. TELUS said it will reduce water consumption, but what they didn't say is it will mean an increase in electricity consumption, not to mention the wastewater from the use of chemicals to treat the water. Is our city ready to handle this? Again, the motion will help me get answers. The latest figures from Ireland's Central Statistics Office show that giant server farms now account for 23% of the country's metered electricity consumption. So this is almost a quarter of it, while back in 2015 it was only 5%. What can we learn from what's happening there? I demand an answer. This is about our immediate future. Like I said, Vancouver is home to my family, and I strongly feel I am responsible to do what I can to prevent a bleak future for my children. This is all feel like we, the residents of the city, are being asked to take the proposed data centers on faith, and we refuse. You saw us on the streets protesting with No AI Vancouver. Communities across Canada in Regina, Saskatchewan, Grand Prairie, Alberta, Lorneville, Nova Scotia, and Hamilton, Ontario, are all saying no to proposed data center in their area. In Manitoba, Premier Webb Kinew has said he won't allow AI data center there. And just yesterday, the governor of New York signed an executive order imposing the country's first statewide moratorium on hyperscale data centers. We need the city to develop a data center public impact requirement. Stop the proposed Telas data centers. I strongly ask you, all city councilors, to vote in support of this motion. Vote in the best interest of our city's residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaker number 8 is Iona Bonomis.
Hello, Council. My name is Iona Bonami, and my Chinese name is Tosi Wing. I am speaking in support of this motion because AI data centers require significant levels of energy and water usage, as many people have mentioned, and they take up scarce resources that could otherwise be used for purposes that would be more beneficial for local communities. According to a 2024 report by the Internal Energy Agency, on average, a single query run through ChatGPT needs nearly 10 times more electricity than a standard Google search. And according to a York University study, a typical 100 megawatt data center would consume approximately 400,000 to 700,000 megawatt hours annually, equivalent to the electricity consumption of roughly 40 to 64,000 Canadian households. Along with electricity, data centers also have a huge amount of water need for their cooling systems. UN report found that data centers globally consumed 4.5 trillion liters of water in 2025, enough to meet the needs of more than 600 million people in sub-Saharan Africa. While developers of modern data centers are planning to reduce their energy and water usage compared to traditional, even if it's a 80 or 90% reduction, they will still require a high level of energy and water usage. And it's important we know what those levels will be and how they will impact our community. As Councillor Lucy Maloney has pointed out, data centers also release pollutants into our air and create noise, and typically lead to fewer jobs being created compared to other land uses. That means they bring in fewer economic benefits to the local community. So before we approve any data centers to come online, the responsible thing for us to do would be to require projects to be assessed by a third party on what their water, greenhouse gas emissions, air contaminants, and noise and heat impacts will be, and how they can mitigate those negative impacts. So in conclusion, I strongly encourage you to approve the motion and be responsible stewards of this city as you were elected to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 9 is Cindy Shell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Cindy Xiao, and I support Motion 5. I live in Vancouver, and I work as a computer programmer in the cybersecurity industry. Here's an argument I've heard. AI is the future. There's so much demand, the data centers are inevitable. If we regulate them here, they'll just be built somewhere else. The AI industry is actually in a very precarious place right now because they're running out of money. It costs billions to train and run AI systems, and companies are heavily subsidizing the costs of their services for users to keep them cheap and hoping to make you reliant on them. But they're now at a point where they have to raise prices. Because of the price increases, something interesting has happened in the past month inside big companies that previously went all in on AI, including Amazon, Adobe, and Accenture. In just a few weeks, Amazon went from having a leaderboard to see who could spend the most AI tokens to setting strict limits on employee AI usage. At these companies, employees were finding that their custom AI workflows, which they had become reliant on, were now too expensive to run. The industry is asking for a ton of resources, promising the moon, but actually struggling to deliver value that people are willing to pay those higher prices for. What it does deliver is worse than what already exists, incurs additional harms, and makes you reliant on AI. In October, the European Broadcasting Union published a study that found AI summaries misrepresent news 45% of the time. Meanwhile, actual news sites are seeing a 30 to 40% drop in their traffic after Google introduced AI summaries of their content. Worse outcomes, more harms. Next, agentic AI systems, such as the 11 AI agents that Mayor Simmenjoy is using, are actually very difficult to design in a secure way. In March, Meta used an agentic AI chatbot system to replace parts of Instagram support. In June, hackers took over Sephora and Barack Obama's Instagram accounts just by asking the agentic AI support bot to reset their passwords. Even for using AI to code, we see problems. Anthropic, the makers of Claude, commissioned a study last year called How AI Assistance Impacts the Formation of Coding Skills. In their own study, they said this, quote, "We find that AI use impairs conceptual understanding, code reading, and debugging abilities without delivering significant efficiency gains on average." They also said junior programmers are losing the skills they need to validate code written by AI because those skills are being stunted by using AI in the first place. I want to end with a quote from Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. He said this at Davos this year, quote, "We will quickly lose even the social permission to actually take something like energy, which is a scarce resource, and use it to generate these tokens. If these tokens are not improving health and education outcomes, public and private sector efficiency
Sorry, Cindy,
across
that's
all
your
sectors,
time. You're
small and large."
actually 5 seconds over already. Okay, speaker number 10 is Alpha Omega U.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Excellent. My name is Alpha Yu. I'm an illustrator and teacher based in Richmond, and I am speaking today in support of Motion 5 to assess whether it is really necessary to build an AI data center in Vancouver. You have heard the environmental impact on both water and noise is severe for such a development, obviously. It poisons the water. We're in the middle of a water restriction. It stands to reason we should be hesitant to build this facility. We have video evidence of equivalent facilities in the U.S. making even sleep difficult for nearby residents, so I am opposed to building the data center anywhere with a civilian population. You wouldn't want to build this next to your house, right? Not to mention, you have heard the aforementioned studies from the University of Maine that show a single Google AI search takes over 10 times the energy that a query without the AI function would have generated. So I heavily encourage councilors to consider the fact that the average data center consumes the aforementioned hundreds of megawatt hours of energy, or the equivalent consumption of entire towns. Would such power, if it can even be obtained, not be better generally served across all of Vancouver? For we have hesitancy to fund even cooling centers from previous motions, but we are okay with this level of energy consumption, so I urge consistency. But on top of that, there is an ethical concern about AI. I have lost my job to AI. We know Mayor Ken Sim has stated he does most of his work with 11 AI agents. If this facility is built, councilors, what is to stop him from adding a 12th, 13th, 14th, from replacing your job, honorable councilors? And if you think your job is automation-proof, consider that AI mostly targets automating entry-level positions. Yet multiple studies have shown that it costs less to simply hire an entry-level worker than to use the AI to automate that single worker's job. The stage of exploration is done. We have the data. So obviously, AI takes up and creates jobs, doesn't generate value for its users. So who gets the value? AI companies. And these are not Canadian companies. They would not bring sufficient value to Vancouverites. I won't take it that you want to jobs or money that could be used to stimulate the economy of our city flowing out of it. OpenAI is on track to running a $14 billion deficit. Basically, nobody is benefiting from this. In the realm of data, this is a TELUS project through the Cloud Act. Data can be subpoenaed by the American government. So we've heard it said by AI investors that Canada cannot fall behind on AI. We've heard these companies say that AI is inevitable, so we should build as many data centers as we can. But that's the thing. These are the people who would stand most to profit from such initiatives succeeding. The loudest voices saying this the loudest voices saying we should explore AI are the people who have the most to gain from it. They are not Vancouverites. They would not benefit the city. We aren't even saying that we don't want data centers, although I certainly do not. We are simply saying to give it measured consideration. That is the way of rational people. We, your constituents, know that you are rational people. So, councillors, I urge you to support Motion 5 and put serious thought into if this data center will be a contributor to our community. I urge you not to oppose it. You're better than that.
Thank you. Okay, Speaker 11, Suki Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. I support Motion 5, addressing the risks of digital infrastructure. Artificial intelligence offers enormous opportunities, but the infrastructure powering it is not impact-free. Hyperscale data centers require significant electricity, water, and cooling, generate continuous noise and waste heat, and occupy scarce industrial land while creating relatively few permanent jobs. This motion is not anti-technology or anti-investment. It is about ensuring innovation proceeds responsibly and in the public interest. It proposes a third-party public impact assessment covering water use, emissions, noise, heat recovery, and employment impacts, and asks whether facilities align with Vancouver's climate targets and should publicly report their ongoing impacts. These questions matter because British Columbia does not currently have a single comprehensive framework applying these standards consistently across municipalities. While the province regulates aspects like electricity, safety, and environmental protection, there is no unified public interest test for whether a data center is an appropriate use of local resources. We have seen similar concerns before. In 2022, the province paused new electrical service for cryptocurrency mining due to concerns about allocating large amounts of clean electricity to an energy-intensive industry with limited economic return. AI data centers raise many of the same issues, along with additional concerns about cooling, water use, and neighborhood impacts. However, Vancouver cannot address this alone. Without a consistent provincial framework, developers may shift projects to municipalities with weaker requirements, creating a race to the bottom. No community should feel pressured to lower standards to compete for projects that affect shared provincial resources like the electricity grid. I encourage Council to adopt this motion and also request that the province establish a comprehensive framework for major data centers across British Columbia. Such a framework should set consistent minimum standards for energy and water use, emissions, noise, public reporting, grid impacts, and community benefits, while allowing municipalities to adopt stronger protections where needed. Vancouver should lead, but not stand alone. A province-wide approach would provide certainty for industry, fairness for municipalities, and protection for residents and shared resources. For these reasons, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 12 is Brock Warren Smith.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Brock, before you speak, can I ask you if you are a resident of Vancouver? It's just a procedure question.
Yes. No, I do not live in the city of Vancouver.
That's okay.
My name is Brock Warren Smith. Okay.
Yeah, that's completely okay. Please go ahead.
I live in the city of Vancouver, and I support this motion addressing the risks of digital infrastructure, and I am in favor of a full moratorium. But I do live next door in Burnaby, and these data centers are not only going to affect the lives of those nearest to the build sites. The effects of these centers are going to ripple out to all of us as well. The environmental impact alone should be enough to justify a moratorium. Provincial electric grids in most parts of Canada include a lot of fossil gas already, and we're lagging when it comes to building new renewable energy resources. Whenever we add a new load to the grid, we solar and wind projects from decarbonizing our energy system overall. We're only compensating for new projects rather than cleaning up the existing energy system that powers the rest of us. AI data center demand is also being used to support the creation of new fossil power plants and delay the retirement of old ones. This will directly affect the amount of pollution we produce and our power bills. In the U.S., in markets with heavy data center growth, customers saw their monthly bills go up as much as double digits. Ensuring Canadians' data sovereignty is quickly becoming the go-to justification for the data center build-out. Bell Canada describes its planned series of data centers as part of a sovereign AI fabric, while TELUS deems its Quebec data centers as Canada's first sovereign AI factory. Just because it's on Canadian soil doesn't mean it's sovereign. Bell's proposed AI fabric data center in Regina has been described by provincial governments as positioning Saskatchewan as a national leader in sovereign AI infrastructure. However, the facility's two identified tenants and owners of the facility's means of compute are U.S.-based CoreWeave and Cerebras, both of whom would be subject to the U.S. Cloud Act. We cannot let the promises of some tech companies compromise our dedication to preserving Canadian nature and protecting Canadian citizens and their quality of life. Let us build the infrastructure that Canadians need: affordable housing, green energy production, and libraries. Companies building data centers of this scale have money and lawyers to find every regulatory loophole and will abuse them for their profits at our detriment. According to Floodlight, at least 38 centers in Texas are using such regulatory loopholes to gain permits for on-site power sources, representing northwards of 2,000 backup diesel generators and yearly emissions of 2,500 tons of nitrogen oxides, which are highly toxic gases. Please support this motion and pass a full moratorium on current and all future data center projects until we know the real risks involved here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna check, make sure, can we have people online turn on the video, please? We lost the quorum. Okay, perfect, thanks. All right.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, we have the quorum now, yeah. Okay, Councillor Bly, could you
Okay,
please turn
great,
on
thanks.
your video, please? Councillor Bly, can you turn on your video? We're gonna continue. Okay, speaker number 13 is Per Wong.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, City Councilors and Mayor. My name is Pearl Wong, and I am a resident of Vancouver. I am here today in support of Motion 5. We are learning in real time the negative impacts of a hyperscale data center, polluted drinking water, constant low-frequency noise that cause headaches and other health problems, and dead bees that harm our crops and therefore our food supply. These are only a few of the problems that hyperscale data centers have introduced to communities in the United States. It's only right that we learn from other people's mistakes and plan for and implement safeguards that will preserve our right to quiet enjoyment, our limited drinking water, and our electrical grid. I want us to keep Vancouver and other cities and towns in our province a pleasant place to live. Data centers operate 24/7. They don't produce or provide anything of real necessity to our communities. And I'm speaking as a software engineer. I know better than most people how data centers are used today. I know for a fact that we don't need these centers to improve the security of national data, the quality of internet search results, or anything that actually provides important things for regular people to live and thrive in real life. If anything, we are all seeing how these centers continually extract public resources from towns and residents. Since we're in a water shortage, like most people, I am also very concerned by our city and province's prioritization of this limited resource. The water also powers our electrical grid. With record low rainfalls in our area, we should all be doing more to conserve water and build projects that Vancouverites actually need, like keeping our green climate goals, social housing, updating community centers, and increasing our support for local arts and culture. Just a few highlights from the capital plan survey results. It is our responsibility and the council's responsibility to fully understand the impacts for everyday people before signing off to build a mega warehouse of computer servers. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 14 is Rachel L.
Hi there. My name is Rachel, and I'm a community member that volunteers in Vancouver. I'm calling today to speak in support of Motion 5 when I learn about how AI data centers are going to be built through the advocacy group No AI Vancouver. Through investigative journalism such as the Tyee, their research has shown that the effects and impacts of AI data centers and AI factories have been not clearly addressed. When a public consultation was held in 2023, a majority of the people from Vancouver were not aware of the Talus AI Center project, the one at 150 West Georgia Street, until now with advocacy groups like No AI Vancouver leading protests about it each month. In support of Councillor Maloney's motion, the need to measure quantifiable and qualitative assessments on the quality of life the AI Center will impact, diesel usage in a mixed-use neighborhood, the strain the AI Center will have on our electricity grid, and especially our water usage is very important. Other cities in BC will see Vancouver as a leader, so it's significantly, again, important for Vancouver to position itself as a climate-just city and leader. This motion is a step forward in proceeding with caution with a trending industry. When in doubt, slow down. I strongly urge Council to support this motion without any amendments that undermine the need of strong regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 15 is Caitlin Stockwell.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Caitlin Stockwell. I'm a Vancouver resident, climate advocate, and lawyer who has worked on both provincial and Indigenous-led environmental assessment policies. The emergence of AI data centers in cities, and in particular hyperscale data centers with high energy needs, pose new potential risks that need to be properly assessed and weighed. That's why I'm speaking in support of this common sense, proactive motion to require a new public impact assessment before council decisions are made on proposed AI data centers. This is not a moment that calls for a let's wait and see approach, but instead requires regulators to understand and proactively plan to ensure Vancouverites will have answers to important questions about the environmental, social, and economic impacts of data centers proposed in their neighborhoods, and provides accountability for any commitments made by data center proponents to water and power consumption levels. Critically, this motion will also require staff to report back on means for assessing whether any data center development applications are consistent with the city's climate targets. These targets are promises that have been made to Vancouverites for our collective current and future health. As would be required by this motion if it passes, the onus must be on AI data center proponents to actually demonstrate that their proposal will generate local benefits that outweigh harms, and that they can appropriately mitigate and manage environmental impacts. Importantly, this motion further provides a pathway for ensuring that projected benefits of AI data centers, such as jobs, contributions to the local economy, and community investment, are assessed as compared to other viable industrial uses for the land as a reference point. It also helps ensure that proponents are on the hook for providing community contributions commensurate with the significant wealth these centers generate for private investors. As is standard for impact assessment processes in Canada, impact monitoring should not end at the point of approval. As proposed by this motion, if a data center was approved after a robust impact assessment process, the city needs to ensure that any commitments made by AI data center proponents, including on water and power consumption, are monitored through public disclosure and enforced. As more information is learned about AI data centers, this can be used to inform the questions asked by and the requirements of the proposed public impact assessment. In summary, this motion proposes a thoughtful path forward for regulating and dealing with the risks and uncertainties of AI data centers as the city anticipates a growth in AI data center development applications. This motion doesn't prejudge the outcome of future applications. It simply ensures council and the public have the information necessary to make informed decisions in the interests of the city's climate targets and environmental goals, community health, and economic interests. I want to thank Councillor Maloney for bringing forward this proactive motion, and I hope Council will vote in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Speaker 16 is Ophelia.
16 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 17 is Thuya Jeffrey.
Three-year resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking today in support of Councillor Maloney's motion. In connection with the data center public impact requirement and associated enforcement mechanisms, including a potential data center-specific business license proposed by this motion, I urge Council and staff to investigate the appropriateness of the land use category under which AI data centers are currently zoned. Several AI projects scheduled for development in Vancouver have been classed as bulk data storage. This includes the TELUS hyperscale sites at 150 West Georgia, 111 East 5th, and the CoLogix co-location center at 3448 Cornet Road. This land use classification is inappropriate for two main reasons. One, AI data centers are fundamentally not storage facilities. The city's current zoning and development bylaws defines bulk data storage as the use of a wholly enclosed building for the storage of information on operating data servers. Bulk data storage is a subtype of the land use category, transportation and storage uses. This includes other miscellaneous things such as cold storage plants, grain elevators, mini storage warehouses, packaging plants, etc. However, the activity of AI data centers is in no way analogous to these other uses permitted in this category. The function of AI data centers is to process vast amounts of data and produce novel outputs on-site, using particular kinds of energy-intensive processing units to do so. On the contrary, none of the other types of facilities permitted under this category has as their primary function processing or production. Secondly, inaccurately classifying AI data centers as bulk data storage creates public misunderstanding and has the potential to unfairly limit informed participation in Vancouver's zoning and permitting processes. Use of the term storage to describe the primary function of these facilities implies that they are relatively low intensity and that on-site activity poses little risk of harm to the surrounding area. In contrast, AI data centers are high intensity, high energy demand facilities that require continuous operation and have been associated with a number of negative outcomes, as we've heard from many previous speakers today. Vancouver residents deserve to have developments that are the developments constructed in the city to be properly named and described in order for us to have the best opportunity to democratically engage in the city zoning processes. Therefore, I would like to request that the city review the classification of all bulk data storage facilities and bring them before a public hearing, and also encourages the development of a new set of classifications related to AI storage centers in particular, and data center storage.
And that's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 18 is Alex Carson. Yeah, Alex, again, before you start, as a procedure question, can I ask you if you're a resident of Vancouver?
I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, Council. Thank you for listening to us and having us here today. I am here in support of Councillor Maloney's motion, and I'd like to thank her for bringing it to the floor here. And I'm also going to invoke the classic refrain that I believe it does not go far enough, yet at the end of the day, we're advocating for direct democracy in an issue that people care a lot about and that people are paying attention to. And I can do nothing but support that, while also calling for a moratorium on these data centers. The reason that I'm here to do that is, well, I could talk about the heat radius that's been shown around them. We could talk about the effects on cognitive decay. We could talk about the effects on kids in schools. We could talk about what it's doing to the environment, what it's doing to labor, what it's doing to jobs. I can't even thoroughly complete this list of all the concerns. Surveillance, that's another one. All of which people are paying attention to across the political spectrum. And the reason that I know that is not just because I spend way too much time on the internet, is because I am one of the co-organizers of the No AI protest movement that you may have seen us on the street in front of there before. We've had about 500 people come out to our first event. We had about 1,000 come out to our second, and I hope to see more on our third on July 26th at 1 p.m. in front of the Art Gallery. And in those meetings, people have come up to me from across the political spectrum and said, hey, I don't think I normally would agree or identify with you on very much, but I agree with everything you said while we were talking, while we were listening, relaying their concerns. So the message I have for council is really not on terms of policy or procedure, which you know better than I do, not on terms of the issues, which I'm sure you also know better than I do. I would like to discourage you from normalcy bias, whatever it is, the momentum that you used to seeing on this floor, especially in regards to this issue. People are paying attention. They are waking up. They are participating in democracy and making sure their voices are heard in ways they haven't before. So if nothing else, I would encourage, for the sake of what happens in the next election, people will pay attention. I can't imagine the amount of pressure that you're getting behind the scenes from the other side of this issue. And I know that the provincial and federal government are also pretty keen on these data centers as well. And so that is pretty scary to try to consider bucking that or going against that. And maybe you don't even have the power to do so, and maybe that's true. But still, I would say make them hold the bag. Be clear about your position and make them overrule you. People will see that. And we will remember that when we are in the ballot box. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 19 is Charlotte Moore.
Speaker number 19 is not online.
Okay, 20 has withdrawn. Speaker number 21 is Erica Mills.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Erica Miles. I'm a resident of Vancouver in the Mount Pleasant area, and I'm calling in support of Motion 5. I live about a block away from the proposed data center at 111 East 5th Avenue. The building I live in consists of 145 rental homes, all of which are either housing income limit units or lower end of the market housing. Many of the residents are young families or people with disabilities, including myself. And that is just one building out of many in the area, filled with families and young working professionals, in addition to many businesses, shops, and restaurants that make Mount Pleasant such a vibrant community and a great place to live. I'm very concerned about the potential impacts of a hyperscale AI data center being built in the neighborhood. Reports have shown that hyperscale data centers have a very negative effect on the environment and the communities that live nearby. They use an incredible amount of water to cool the machines, and we're already in stage 3 water restrictions, and it's only the beginning of the summer. Even centers that use a closed-loop system eventually need to flush the systems to prevent buildup and can leach harmful chemicals and contaminants into the water supply. There have been reports that the constant noise from the hyperscale data centers have negatively affected nearby residents, giving them headaches and keeping people from being able to sleep at night. They've also been shown to create heat islands with the constant need to run cooling systems that place an enormous strain on the electrical grid. I live in a building without built-in air conditioning, and the summers are already incredibly challenging with the rising temperatures, and having additional heat added onto that from a nearby data center would have a terrible effect on my community. In addition to living nearby the proposed site, I also work in the animation industry and have worked in the Mount Pleasant area for the past 10 years, also just blocks away from the proposed site. Generative AI has been incredibly harmful to my industry and has threatened the livelihood of many people working in animation and film. It has been largely unregulated, both in the way that many of the large learning models have been trained off of scraped and stolen work from artists like myself and my colleagues, and also in the building of the data centers where they are housed. The AI industry, as it is currently run, mainly benefits tech companies and billionaires while taking jobs from people in the communities and providing little additional benefit. I urge the Council to slow down and put a pause on rushing the approval of all of the data centers and AI infrastructure before they can properly assess the impact they will have on the community around them and create adequate regulations to protect the people of the city. I strongly support the motion to follow the report recommendations and make sure that the proposed data centers would not cause harm to the surrounding communities before any of the permitting is approved. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 22 is Phelan Tice McDonald.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Good afternoon, councilors, Mayor Sim. Thank you for taking time in your busy schedules to hear from your constituents and enact their wishes. My name is Phelan Tynes McDonald, and I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm calling in today to speak in support of the motion to explore developing a data center public impact requirement, as well as other measures to ensure that data centers, specifically artificial intelligence data centers, do not harm the communities they intend to support. I'm a professional journalist and an editor who has spent the past 3 years covering Canadian technology policy for a national news outlet. The research is clear. AI data centers are resource-intensive warehouses that require energy, water, real estate, and many other essentials that are also needed by city residents. I understand, especially as city councilors, the appeal of a, quote, world's most powerful and sustainable AI infrastructure, as well as with particularly with our country's push for, quote, sovereign AI solutions. However, there's nothing requiring these centers to abide by any of those claims. Proponents have touted their closed-loop liquid cooling systems, which they say will consume 90% less water than traditional data centers. While I appreciate their supposed concern for water use, this claim is deliberately misleading, using outdated comparison data center models that are so old they're effectively ancient. Proponents' claims don't address are the increased energy use that such cooling systems need. The fact that BC Hydro's own chief regulatory officer declared that the province's utilities company is facing a significant power shortage within the next 4 years. So significant that it's considering undermining the province's climate regulations, along with a number of other issues. As Councillor Kirby Young stated during the first motion earlier in this committee meeting, this motion is exploratory. And if these data centers will be truly beneficial to the city of Vancouver, then there should be no issue, considering rules to implement, rules that they might need to abide by. Good proposals are not afraid of good rules. Good companies are rewarded by such good rules. They get an enduring market advantage against sloppy vendors who might be happy to cut corners. Good investments also prefer stable regulatory environments. Right now, we're in the Wild West when it comes to AI data centers, and that's not an environment for stable investment. This motion could lead to us fixing that. I urge you all to vote in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 23 is Eddie Padrera. Eddie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Eddie Pedreira. I'm the president of the Canadian Animation Guild, Local 938 of the International Alliance of Theatre and Stage Employees. I'm not a Vancouver resident, so I'm speaking today in my capacity as president of my union, and I rise in support of this motion. Our union represents around 1,400 animation, VFX, and digital arts workers in the Lower Mainland, the bulk of which live and work here in Vancouver. Our members interact with fairly advanced and specialized commercial software, and they're no strangers to tech change. Though many of our members are directly employed as artists, our sector also includes a significant number of production technology specialists who, in very general terms, are tasked with taking the newest advances in computing technology and adapting them to fit the needs of a production pipeline. So it's from this position that I feel quite confident in saying that our members do not oppose this current cycle of data center investment out of fear or from alarmist sentiment. These are folks that are quite used to new tech. On the contrary, we oppose it because we are seeing a drive from industry and government to direct a lot of resources onto technology that has not proven itself at an industrial scale. The largest firms behind the development of artificial intelligence are still working on use cases, and we should not mistake marketing for proof of viability. When it comes to generative AI, for instance, there's a lot of flashy stuff on the market, but our folks who provide that service work to Disney, to Netflix, to all the big giants, we have not seen these tools deliver on a lot of their promises. And in terms of job creation as well, we see a lot of figures from TELUS and from the federal government around, the job creation figures around this. And we find that the bulk of these jobs that could be created are temporary jobs in construction. Now, as a union rep, I got a lot of buddies in the building trades, and I guarantee you these folks would be just as happy building homes. They'd be just as happy building hospitals and schools. In terms of permanent employment, the job creation of projects like this tend to be quite small. So with all this in mind, I do not believe it would be wise to fast-track developments that will come with a heavy burden on our electricity infrastructure when those developments cannot promise economic or job growth to offset those burdens. Whether those investments continue is beyond the scope of this motion, so I only ask that as those developments go forward, the material needs of Vancouverites are taken into consideration. By passing this motion, City Council will be sending a strong message to the workers of the city that, yes, Vancouver is a world-class center for technological innovation, but this innovation will never come at the expense of its workers' health, safety, or livelihood. I think this is not a maximalist motion. I think it's not radical. I think it's simply good governance. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Speaker 24. Speaker 24 is Cordy Matsumoto. Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Cordy Matsumoto. I'm a Surrey resident, but I've lived in East Van and New West. I'm disabled, and I'm part of core staff at a nonprofit social club that brings together tech workers, 2S LGBTQIA, and all sorts of diverse people as young as 10 and as old as 45 over shared hobbies, creating and maintaining a safe, accessible, local community space. The vast majority, if not all of them, are eagerly waiting for the AI bubble to burst. Every day, another shared experience about AI causing problems from top to bottom of company structures, from indie studios to multinational corporations. Eroding user trust, demoralizing employees, we can no longer trust whether anyone is truly communicating. It is substantially widening holes in hiring processes and career paths, Holes that require hiring back the humans AI promised it will replace, forcing companies to spend far more money rehiring and retraining for jobs that have been restructured to value their experience less and pay them less for it. The government of Canada warns us against cryptocurrency scams, yet buys deep into its political sphere of influence with decisions like this proposed data center. We pretend libraries are relics of an earlier time, even as it bursts at the seams with new, original thought, while AI guzzles our dwindling drinking water and regurgitates the reading material we've already created sustainably and responsibly. What is AI truly responsible for? What can AI truly be held accountable for? It is a lose-lose gambit for our communities, for our local companies, and a win-win for world powers looking to kick the legs out of our infrastructure and pressure Canada to pay out the nose for private companies looking to profit off of Canada's resources. To sum it up, generative AI and AI data centers as a whole come at a massive loss of profit and morale for wherever hosts them. It is unwanted by the people. It is an unnecessary liability disguised as a profitable investment. I cannot emphasize enough how it undermines our jobs, our societal progress. It is an inefficient use of our most strained resources, and it is easily exploitable. It is simply a scam. I'm begging everyone here to pass Motion 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 25 is Ayla Narove.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, counselors. Thank you so much for your time and listening today. I'm speaking in support of Motion 5. I'm a resident of Vancouver, living close to BC Place and the location of the planned new AI data center site. I am concerned about the effects data centers will create on the quality of life for local residents and its environmental impacts. I'm concerned about the rise of costs of electricity in order to sustain the energy demands of the data centers. I'm concerned about the noise pollution that will be right outside my home, which is linked to increased stress and anxiety, elevated heart rate, hypertension, immune issues, reduced sleep, reduced cognitive ability, and much more. As an example, on a microscopic scale, data centers produce artificial EMF fields that researchers say disrupt the magnetic navigation systems that bees rely on, causing reductions on colony size and breeding. But on a human level, EMFs are linked to childhood leukemia, nervous system tumors, brain cancer, breast cancer, Alzheimer's, cognitive dysfunction, miscarriage, DNA and cell damage, and more. Data centers can raise the local daily temperature by an average of 3.6 degrees and increases the risk of local fires. There are numerous examples in the communities in the U.S. that have suffered from introducing data centers into their environment. Many testimonials that I don't have the time to speak on today, but I would appreciate this council to consider how data centers may not fit into the current zoning that it is in now. At the very least, it should be in a zoning category of its own. The impacts of these centers on residents should be carefully considered, and strict regulation should be put in place before any movement to building is taken. On a macroscopic level, AI does not create jobs, it takes jobs away from citizens and supports the growth of technology billionaires. As an artist myself, AI steals real artist work without their consent. No one needs generative AI, especially given the harms on people and the environment. Thank you for listening to me today, and I urge you to support Motion 5. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm going to go back to the missed speaker. Speaker number 2 is Ulrich Hache.
Hello. Yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you. My name is Garrick. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I am also a software developer and designer by trade. I support Motion 5, and I would further urge Council to impose a moratorium on hyperscale data centers until the regulations described by the motion are set in place. Hyperscale data centers are materially different from the offices and other industries accounted for under light industrial zoning, as previous speakers have indicated. Critically, we know that they're hugely energy intensive, at least 10 times more so than traditional data centers that they're often confused with. This energy intensity has important downstream effects on the grid, effects which are not regulated. We have no firm guarantees that energy costs will not increase as BC Hydro faces increased grid strain over the next years. And further, we know from cases in the United States that hyperscale AI data centers are closely associated with increased disruptions to electrical harmonics, which can damage electrical hardware and infrastructure in the local area. There's currently no real regulatory environment around hyperscale data centers, and I don't support corporate lawlessness. The developers and managers of hyperscale data centers should be held to high standards of transparency so the community can judge these novel projects in an informed way. They should be held accountable for promises about resource use and local impacts, with penalties if they break those promises. And they should be subject to democratic oversight and consent in their ongoing operation. Furthermore, AI data centers represent a poor use of very limited public space in the city of Vancouver. Vancouver is in critical need of housing, health care, and accessible community spaces. But these data centers create few permanent jobs and no local amenities. They're a missed opportunity to build things we actually need. They're dead weight in the heart of our home. Finally, in many ways, the construction of these data centers is an affront to the dignity of a lot of Vancouver's critical cultural and economic sectors. I've attended the protests, and in speaking to protesters, it's clear that beyond the data centers themselves, many Vancouverites feel these projects are a symbol of a much larger imposition of generative AI by the Liberal government and the North American tech industry, primarily geared to bolster and protect the investments of a few large American tech companies. They don't feel excited when the government says that AI is an inevitable part of their lives or schools or neighborhoods. They feel assaulted, and that feeling will persist into the October elections. I would urge Council to exercise leadership and put an end to corporate lawlessness. Show us that the human beings who live in Vancouver matter more to you than the lobbyists and business interests who see our home as just another opportunity to grow their investment portfolio. Please support Motion 5.
Thank you. Speaker number 6, Parminder Singh.
Speaker number 6 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 16 is Ophelia.
Speaker number 16 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker Knight.
Speaker number 19 is withdrawn.
Okay. All right, I think that's the end of the speakers list. Yes, thanks everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Councilor Ward.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks to Councilor Maloney for bringing this forward. It's very sensible. It's not a moratorium. It's just looking at good governance, as one of the speakers commented on. You know, when these centers were first announced, I was kind of rather agnostic. I didn't want to have a knee-jerk reaction, but you know, I listened to the community. I listened to their concerns. It was very visceral sort of conversation around this subject, and I had a lot of questions. You know, is there really such a thing as data sovereignty? Are they safe? Are they really job creators? Are we just subsidizing private profit? What is the impact on the electrical grid? Will they drive up hydro bills? What is the shelf life of these centers? You know, these chips only have a couple of years on them. How much heat do they give off? Is this really the best use of our limited land base? We hear so much of that. If you were to ask the average Vancouverite if that's what if that's what they want to see, I don't think they would say, yeah, that's what we want to see. I think they'd say we need housing. So yeah, I'm happy to vote in favor of this motion for several reasons. You know, like I said, the AI infrastructure generates substantial value for private investors, but contributes marginally to the local economy. These facilities create fewer post-construction jobs than industrial uses on the same land. So what we're being asked to consider when a company like TELUS proposes a Dallas data center, it's an expansion in private wealth on industrial land in the city, leaving the public left to absorb water use, the power draw, the noise, and the need for real jobs. The impact assessment that this motion asks for, one that that's conducted prior to approval, is something that provides an answer to uncertainties that neighbors would have concerning any new data development. I really like Resolution F because it says what this council should have been saying for years. When a private company is about to generate significant wealth off land and infrastructure this city provides, the public deserves a real benefit in return, not just the impacts. An enhanced community amenity contribution is basic fairness. I think it's best we do our due diligence here. I think people deserve answers, especially consider that Metro Vancouver is running out of drinking water. Thank you. That's all my.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Maloney.
Well, I can't see anyone else on the queue, so I'll wrap up my comments. I want to thank the very many informative and well-researched public speakers. It's not surprising that people's broader concerns around AI have been focused on municipal government's land use planning decisions in the absence of regulation by senior levels of government. Our role in relation to AI at the City of Vancouver is to make decisions about land use within our city. This motion proposes we ask for a regulatory framework and a public impact assessment requirement which would direct companies to commission a credible assessment of a planned facility's impacts with respect to resource use, water, energy, whether that would require additional infrastructure, the pollution, noise and heat they produce, how that affects the community, and outline planned mitigation measures. And the assessment would also detail employment opportunities of AI data centres relative to other industrial commercial uses. And thanks particularly to the speaker that took us through the categorisation of AI data centres under bulk data storage, even though they are a high intensity processing or production facility. And that reminded me of something I read recently about my hometown of Melbourne, where there have been such huge concerns about AI, hyperscale AI data centres, displacing land zoned for distribution centres, that it's raising the costs of goods distributions enough that the Reserve Bank of Australia is considering raising interest rates to cut spending elsewhere if data centre spending because data centre spending is competing for land and resources and pushing up prices. Yesterday, New York became the first US state to halt the construction of large new data centres, imposing a one-year moratorium, and is in the process of repealing a sales tax exemption on hyperscale data centres. As public speakers also observed, this is a fairly measured and tame request for reasonable development of a reasonable statutory or regulatory framework and assessment criteria, so we really make good decisions. I'm going to hop off now. I can see that Councillor Classen's in the queue, so I'll let him speak.
Hey, Councillor Classen?
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks for the speakers that came in and called in and for the comments. I realize that this is a obviously a very new area for a lot of us, as Councillor Orr said. You know, there was a time not so long ago this wasn't even on his radar. And I certainly, from my own sort of looking into what's happening here, things are moving incredibly fast, such that it's possible that data centers, as they're currently being constructed and perceived, may be innovated out of existence in some ways, but which is neither here nor there. I think that for the time being, the City of Vancouver has a number of really robust ways for us to make sure, of course, these kinds of decisions ultimately come through public hearing, they come to council, they come to staff with a lot more rigor. And by taking some of the measures that are outlined in Councillor Maloney's motion, we have the risk of creating unnecessary red tape. It'll add new layers of studies and assessments and reporting requirements on top of Vancouver's already, as I said, very rigorous rezoning process, increasing complexity without clear evidence that existing tools are inadequate. And by requiring multiple staff reports before existing applications can proceed, the motion changes the rules mid-process, creating uncertainty for proponents and extending timelines for projects already in the pipeline. And they're really requiring a sort of custom approval framework for one land use, invites similar requests for other industrial and commercial developments, making Vancouver's rezoning process longer, less predictable, and more resource intensive across the board. So for the reasons that I've outlined there, I will not be supporting this. And again, I do think that the rigor of what these new projects would involve certainly is the work that we will see coming forward to future councils. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, Councillor Maloney.
I'm disappointed to hear that Councillor Klassen won't be supporting this, and I assume that means that it's unlikely to pass. This motion asks staff to propose a regulatory framework that would ensure our city learns from and doesn't repeat negative experiences of other cities. We were happy to learn from other cities when we implemented our e-scooter program, which is why we have docking stations. If we can learn from other cities' experiences with e-scooters, we should be able to take the time to learn from other cities' experiences in relation to AI data centres. It's not our job to be unquestioning cheerleaders for AI or immovable naysayers. It's our job to make responsible land use decisions, and that's why I'll be voting in favour of this motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, so seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to take everyone to the voting screen. Committee members, please register your vote. We are voting on Councillor Maloney's main motion.
Chair, can I get a vote assist in opposition?
Yeah, thanks, noted Mayor. Councillor Kirby, okay. Okay, so the motion did not pass with Councillor Joel Kirby-Young, Dominado, Montague, Klassen, Meisner, and Mayor Sin in opposition, and Councillor Fry absent. Thank you. Let's see the result. Okay. That completes motion 5 on the agenda. Motion 6 is the protecting and planning for Vancouver's waterfront precinct. It is moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Before we begin, anyone believe they have a conflict of interest? Now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Councillor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go. Can you add yourself there? Oh, please go ahead.
Thanks. This motion aims to close some gaps that exist in the planning of one of Vancouver's most important pieces of land in the city, and rapid development has made it only more urgent. At the region's primary multimodal transportation gateway, regional rail, SkyTrain buses, ferries, cyclists, pedestrians, tourists, and cruise passengers all move through the same precinct. It further carries nationally significant heritage resources and defines views and skyline relationships that are core to how the city sees itself. Where the issue arises is that we do not currently have an up-to-date comprehensive public waterfront plan or integrated planning framework for this precinct. That means major development decisions in this area are effectively happening without the coordinated civic framework a site of this significance deserves. This isn't a hypothetical future concern. Major proposals are already emerging, including 601 West Cordova, with real cumulative impacts for SkyTrain, skyline form, public realm, heritage context, transportation integration, and climate resilience. Every proposal that moves forward without an integrated framework is a decision made in isolation, when it should be evaluated against a coherent long-term vision for the entire precinct. This doesn't ask for immediate action via a plan, but instead asks staff to report back on the scope, timing, and resource requirements to actually have one. This plan would include covering land use, skyline and view impacts, heritage conservation, public realm and waterfront access, transportation, and future transport capacity. Further, I've asked staff to identify interim policy measures so that while this planning work is underway, we're not left evaluating major proposals in a vacuum. This is about making sure one of Vancouver's most significant places gets the coordinated long-term planning it has never actually had. So I look forward to my colleagues' support. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Second by Councillor Maloney. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first and only speaker is Khalid Baldro. Can we turn on? Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Orr, and thank you, Council, for hearing my remarks on this matter. I really want to focus not necessarily on the planning part of this, but I want to tell a story about a whale. Until about 2024, the gray whale was one of the most successful conservation stories in the world. It's a mammal with the longest migration in the world, from going from the Gulf of California all the way to the Arctic off Alaska. But starting in 2025, there is a mass die-off event. And in between 2025 and the first half of 2026, and a conservative estimate of 2,500 gray whales have starved to death. In those same years, gray whales have returned to English Bay for the first time in decades. Now, this isn't necessarily a good news story because we believe that a lot of those whales are coming in emaciated, feeding on the seafloor around English Bay as a last resort to make their way up to the Arctic. And that's why it's key that we have a unified governance structure and a unified plan for False Creek. Because whatever comes out of False Creek during the tide falls into the sediment at English Bay. And at this point, every whale matters. We saw the outcry when one of the whales was hit by a jet ski this spring. But the longer term issue with whales in our harbor has to deal with water quality. And unless we get serious about dealing with water quality, not just in Burrard Inlet, not just in the Salish Sea, but specifically in False Creek, we'll continue to see dead whales washing up on the beach in BC, Washington, Oregon, and California. Now, this isn't all bad news. We've seen, because of decades of work by committed community members, that herring have returned to False Creek, that orcas are starting to return to False Creek. But this healing can only happen, can only continue if we continue to take the steps, not just at an individual level, but at a governance level, to make sure that our city is happy, healthy, and welcoming of all, both human and non-human. We're lucky to live on an amazing migratory corridor. We're blessed with all kinds of life in our city. And it's our duty as people who live here to be good stewards of those lands and waters. And that's why I urge you all today to vote in support of this motion.
Okay, thanks. All right. So, sorry, there's a policy we can't do clapping in the council chamber. So let's respect the decorum in this council chamber. Okay, so committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Councilor Dominado.
Yes, Chair. Excuse me for a second. Yeah, happy to speak to the motion, and just to note, I'm about to circulate a referral, and in the context, maybe I'll circulate the referral first, and then I'll speak to it. So I've just circulated that to council, and it really stems from the fact that I think that Councillor Orr and I and others around the table are aligned. Planning.
Oh, I think because they move you to the amendment queue, can you
Okay.
add yourself there?
Thank you. I'll put myself back on.
Okay.
So just backing us all up is that we have two resolutions that have been moved on this piece of work to direct staff to undertake an extensive planning exercise for the central downtown waterfront. And that work is underway. There's been convening of the different property owners and different stakeholders in this area, which is quite extensive because most of the land is not owned by the city, including the station. It's a major transportation hub. As well, there are a number of stakeholders, including, for example, the port and TransLink that are all at the table. And there have been a number of agencies that have taken upon themselves to sort of undertake some vision pieces of what we could do to create greater access to the waterfront, because that is one of the biggest gaps right now, is that we do not have, in terms of pedestrians, cyclists, residents of the city, visitors of the city, a great access to the waterfront. And again, because we've got a transportation hub there, and I forgot to mention rail as well. So that planning work is underway. There's an MOU that's been put in place. There continues to be convening. Again, don't feel compelled to call this out of order, but I do understand some of the underpinnings of why this is coming forward is because there is an enormous frustration over the Development Permit Board and the decision they made around the site adjacent to the station around the Cadillac Fairview's application. And it's a pre-application, pre-development. And I share the frustration because I think there needs to be a holistic view and look at this area in terms of planning. But I don't think we need further direction. I think we simply need a focus on this coming into the next term. I think that, frankly, our staff have had to focus on other priorities that were driven by the provincial government and with the implementation of a number of bills around transit-oriented areas and development and multiplex. And there were some significant deadlines to meet, and so the staff have had to really focus on that. But I anticipate in the next term that there'll be a shift and a focus on this area. So I don't think it needs another motion. So I think the work can continue, and so I'm simply referring this motion to that and asking for an update in Q1 of 2027. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. We need a seconder for the amendment. Second by Councilor Corbion. All right. Seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote for the Councilor Dominado's referral amendment. Council, please register your vote. Oh, Councilor Ward, you just added yourself there. Okay, please go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, I appreciate the amendment. It's a fairly friendly amendment. I do think it was rather urgent because of that DBL process, and we talked about this offline and with community stakeholders and things like that, and there was definitely that sense of that frustration that this had been going on, as you mentioned in 2022. 2024, now 2027, like we're dragging our heels here. And that was the inspiration for my motion, was just to get it going. If this has that same effect, hopefully, just it pushes for the work, to be sort of prioritized, then I'll support it. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so let's go to the vote, Council. Oh, Councilor Maloney.
Sorry, I just wanted to very briefly say I'm at least glad Councillor Orr brought this motion because of that absolutely beautiful speech about grey whales. Thank you.
All right, so let's go to the vote. Committee members, please register your vote.
Sure.
We are voting on.
Chair, can I please get a vote assist in favor?
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Okay, so the referral amendment passed unanimously with Councilor Fry absent. Thanks. That completes motion 6. Motion 7 is keep the artist in creating a cultural land trust for Vancouver. It is moved and introduced by Councilor Ward. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? All right, seeing none. Councilor Ward, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Can you add yourself on the queue? Yeah, please go ahead.
All right. Just for point of privilege, it says that this is report 7 contract award for consulting services on the X panel. It's accurate there. Okay, just on the X panel it says
it should be all good.
Now
Let me restart your timer. Okay, Clerk, can we restart Councilor Ward's timer? Okay, there we go. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm bringing this motion forward because Vancouver is losing the very people who make this cultural city, and we're losing the space they need to keep making work here. If we want to stand behind our claim as a world-class city and a world-class cultural city at that, we should then look out for those who made it such, like creatives. This model has been successful worldwide in cities like Helsinki, San Francisco, and London. The city has faced catastrophic loss of affordable artist spaces, something to the tune of over 400,000 square feet of artist studio space since the 2010s. This rapid erosion of the affordable creative workspace that keeps working artists in Vancouver, instead of pushing them out to cities where they can actually afford a studio, has had a detrimental effect on the artist community in the city. Every time a warehouse, industrial building, or sites of that ilk are redeveloped and gets converted to something more profitable, we lose more of that space permanently because nothing currently exists to secure it in the long term. As a musician, I can say this. I've had at least 10 different jam spaces in a few years that were lost because of this. And so what a cultural land trust does differently is that it keeps these spaces alive and affordable. World precedent shows that this isn't a theoretical idea. As I mentioned previously, San Fran, Helsinki, London have all used this model to permanently secure affordable creative space for arts and artist organizations. 221A has already done feasibility work here in Vancouver, with findings pointing to real long-term affordability if we build this properly. This isn't a city alone ask. Both the Federal Ministry of Canadian Heritage and the Provincial Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport have already expressed interest in supporting cultural land trusts with a specific attention to Vancouver's need. There's also a real philanthropic appetite from the Metcalf Foundation to InSpirit to private landowners and developers. The funding model for this doesn't have to rest on the city's shoulders alone, but we need to be the one that gets this moving. This motion asks staff to come back by the end of quarter 2027 with a real framework and how this arm's length nonprofit would operate, what it would cost, what the risks and trade-offs are, and critically, what city-owned buildings could actually serve as art spaces right now. It asks the mayor to formally invite federal and provincial partnerships so we're not waiting on other levels of government.
That's your,
Okay, thanks.
your 25 seconds over. Thanks. Oh, seconded by Councillor Corbière. Okay, so we will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Again, public speakers should say whether they are support or oppose these recommendations and may only speak once. I will ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. The first registered speaker is Brian McBay. Yeah, please go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm in support of this motion. My name is Brian McBay. I am one of the City of Vancouver Arts and Culture Committee appointees, as well as a member of the BC Arts Council, former trustee with the National Gallery of Canada. I'm a co-founder of 221A, and we operate over 140,000 square feet of affordable artist studios, housing, and cultural facilities. For more than 20 years, we've been asking this one practical question. How do we keep the arts in Vancouver? We're a homegrown solution to this art space crisis we find ourselves in, and we continue to work very closely with the city. 3 of the facilities that we operate are in partnership with the City of Vancouver, which we deeply appreciate. But we also know the city can't do this alone. The infrastructure deficit has grown too large. And so over the last 8 years, we've been researching a collaborative succession model for the work that we've been doing. We need the scale and complexity of investment for the City of Vancouver. So we found the Cultural Land Trust as one practical answer. Just last week, senior governments have been investing in arts and culture across Canada. Contemporary Calgary received a $40 million federal capital grant through the Carney government. The question is whether Vancouver has the right investment vehicle to attract and recycle this capital. These funds are typically geared towards large-scale investment, and small and medium-sized nonprofit organizations are unable to access these funds. So the Cultural Land Trust is being used in 15 cities across the world, as mentioned, London, but also Sydney and Calgary and Austin. This responds to affordability crisis, but also drives strategic investment so that it's held within the private real estate market as well as collaborating with government. For us, we see it as a permanent platform for community control, enabling arts organizations to access these opportunities that otherwise remain out of reach. We have some momentum. Last month, a private donor entrusted us with a $2.7 million asset. We welcome the opportunity to work and contribute with the city on governance and planning, which this motion is really about. We are hoping that this motion is ultimately about the city trying to unlock and leverage more investment from senior government and philanthropy than the city can achieve on its own. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian. Okay, speaker number 2 is Jesse McKee.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. My name is Jesse McKee, and I'm head of strategy at 221A, where I've been building the institution for the past 11 years of my career alongside colleagues like Brian and others who will speak today. As Brian mentioned, we're a nonprofit arts organization located in a city-owned facility at 825 Pacific. I live in Vancouver's West End, and I'm here in support of Motion 7. Brian spoke to the capital architecture. I want to speak to what this framework makes possible for artists and to what other cities have already figured out. I also work a lot outside of our city. I co-founded a digital studio in Paris that works with leading cultural institutions and fashion brands in Europe. What strikes me every time I come home is not that Vancouver lacks talent. I live here because the artist community is so rich and vital to my life. What's different is that other cities built institutions to hold on to their talent, and we haven't yet. The Creative Land Trust in London was founded in 2019 by the Mayor of London, Arts Council England, and a private foundation. It since has bought a 33,000 square foot used building in Hackney Wick and secured 2 more. Seattle chartered the Cultural Space Agency. San Francisco has CAST. This motion names those solid precedents in other cities living through an even harsher financial reality than Vancouver. I'm a curator by training. To curate means to care for the artwork. From Latin's curare, which means to take care of. In ancient Rome, a curator was essentially a civil servant responsible for caring for public goods like aqueducts, while medieval church curates were responsible for caring for souls. 221A's mission is to care for the artists themselves so that they can keep creating and making what contributes to our lives and makes them more livable here. Every year I watch what precarity costs artists. An artist spends a decade building a practice and an audience here, and can lose that traction in a month's time with the foreclosure of a cultural space. This is not a market outcome anyone chose, it's the absence of an institution. Last month, a private donor left 221A a home on the city's west side, a $2.77 million asset. It's now the first cultural land trust property in Canada, and that happened because someone believed this institution would still be here in 50 years. That's what permanence buys, and it's what you can't buy with a grant. Motion 7 asks for very little. A staff report by Q1 next year, 2 letters from the mayor. In May 2024, this council voted unanimously to direct staff to report back to the city how they can support an independent cultural land trust. That working group has now reported back its Motion 9 today. Motion 7 is simply the follow-through on the work you already started. The federal and provincial interest named in this motion is real. I'm doing an interview with Radio Canada on Friday. The letters in Clause B cost nothing and may unlock a great deal. Thank you. Please support Motion 7.
Thank you. Thank you, Jesse. Speaker number 3 is Teresa Friesel.
Hello. My name is Teresa Frazeo. I live in Vancouver. I've been the owner of Rath Art Supplies at 8th and Main for the past 8 years. I support the motion to establish a cultural land trust in Vancouver. Rath Art Supplies has a 38-year history and has served Vancouver's arts community for the past 21 years. We survived COVID and 5 years of SkyTrain construction by taking on debt to keep our doors open. Now we face a new threat. The owner of our building has passed away, and our building may be sold. This is the WASC building, the Triangle building at Main and Kingsway. We're afraid we'll be priced out of our location or evicted, and it's not just my business at risk. The entire upstairs is home to several artist studios and the CSA Space Gallery. There are 20-year-plus tenants in the building, including Jean Cafe, Budgie's Burritos, and Pulp Fiction Bookstore. At Rath, I talk to artists every day, all day long. We serve thousands of artists, teachers, and students, and I hear the same story over and over. Artists have already lost studios and homes or are at risk of losing them. They talk about leaving the city, especially as they age, because they can no longer afford to stay. I have those thoughts as well. I'm 55. I have my own future to think about. Will I have to leave Vancouver to survive into retirement? I've spent nearly a decade keeping this business alive, but it's getting more challenging every year, and it is not contributing to my retirement. And if I go, there's a very good chance the store doesn't survive. And I can think of dozens of art supply stores, retailers, manufacturers, and distributors that have closed since 2020. And I'm trying really hard to stay off that list. In a Globe and Mail article published this May, the City of Vancouver's Arts and Culture Working Group submitted to Vancouver City Council the following statement. Vancouver's 37,000 plus jobs in arts and culture are at urgent risk. They go on to highlight that Vancouver has the highest population of artists and cultural workers in the country, yet the industry continues to grapple with a lack of funding, housing affordability, and the loss of space and talent. Artists need spaces to live and work, to show and sell their work, to source materials, and to access knowledge and skills. At Rath Art Supplies, we provide custom services, hard-to-find items, to artists all over the province and across Canada. But we're more than an art supply store. We donate to arts and culture organizations. We provide a free display space every month. We connect artists to each other, to exhibition opportunities, and to resources all over the city. We're an important hub for Vancouver's creative population. I encourage you to support the motion to fund a cultural land trust in Vancouver. If we want artists to stay, we need to protect the places that allow them to make a living. This motion gives me hope that there may be a way to protect creative places like ours before they're gone forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 4 is Chloe Leslie.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Chloe Leslie. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm speaking today in support of this motion. I've had the really sincere privilege of speaking to artists across every discipline lately. That includes musicians, visual artists, actors, dancers, photographers, and cultural orgs. And despite how different all of their work is, one thing they shared has been really consistent, and that's that they don't have enough space to create. They've noted that studios have closed, rehearsal spaces have disappeared, affordable workshops have become luxury developments, and these artists aren't leaving because they're running out of ideas, they're leaving because they've run out of space. Since the 2010s, Vancouver has lost more than 400,000 square feet of artist studio space, and I really think that should concern all of us. I'm 32 years old, and I have regular conversations with people around why they want to live here and if they're going to be able to continue to live here. And in every single one of those conversations, people talk about why they love Vancouver. And it's the live music, it's the DIY venues, it's the theater, it's the creative energy, and it's the incredible talent that makes the city feel alive. I want young people to feel confident that their mayor and council are committed to protecting that. I want them to know how council understands that arts and culture are not an afterthought. They're a key reason why people choose to build their lives here. Vancouver is full of extraordinary talent. I'm sure you all know that. And there's so much creativity and people who want to contribute to the city's cultural life. But talent alone is not enough. Creativity needs somewhere to exist. It needs rehearsal rooms, jam spaces, studios, workshops, galleries, and places where these ideas can be tested, shared, and brought to life. I believe it's council's responsibility to ensure artists have what they need to thrive. Because these are the people who create the music we love, the murals we admire, the performances we attend, and help build the creative neighborhoods that people from all around the world come here to visit. This motion gives us the opportunity to think beyond temporary grants and short-term leases. It asks to explore a permanent solution, protecting cultural spaces so they remain affordable for generations to come. I don't think this is a radical idea. I think it's a really practical one. Cities like London, San Francisco, Helsinki have shown that permanently protecting cultural space is possible. And here in Vancouver, these lovely folks at 221A have done this groundwork. I think the opportunity is here. What we need now is political will. If we continue allowing artists to be displaced every time land value is increased, we shouldn't be surprised when Vancouver becomes less vibrant. To conclude, I don't think culture happens by accident. It happens when people have space to create. Let's make sure the next generation of artists can build their future here instead of being forced to build it somewhere else. I encourage you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 5 is Ryan Hunt.
Hello, my name is Ryan Hunt. I'm the CEO of the Museum of Vancouver, and I'm here to speak in favor of this motion. I think you only have to look at the list of motions that are being discussed today to see that the arts and culture sector in Vancouver is in crisis. We are losing spaces, artists are being displaced, we are seeing a talent drain, and if we continue on this trajectory, we'll not only lose cultural vibrance, we will lose economic sustainability, and we will lose a lot of what makes Vancouver a world-class city. And I think that if we continue to put Band-Aid solutions on crises as they occur, it reaches a point where the Band-Aids can't hold back the bleeding and the patient will die. And I think the Cultural Land Trust is something that we can do that actually makes progress in getting ahead of a lot of the issues that we're facing, in that it helps to unlock a mix of philanthropy, private investment, and is a force magnifier for investment in the arts that doesn't rely on any one donor or any one level of government to provide support. It is an investment in the future of Vancouver's cultural vitality and will make a significant impact on the broader creative economy in our community. From my perspective, we work with dozens, if not hundreds, of artists per year, and every one of them is in a different state of precarity. This motion is based on evidence, is based on research, is replicating systems that exist in other communities that have found success, and I strongly encourage Council to support this motion.
Thank you, Ryan. Speaker number 6 is Carling Jackson.
Hi.
Hi,
Can
please.
you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Carling Jackson. I know quite a few of you on the council. I've worked with a few councillors. I am a world-renowned sports and human rights artist from Vancouver, and I am one of the artists that Sean speaks of that's leaving the city. And I am in favor of this Cultural Land Trust, and I'm going to elucidate 4 different departments of the government that I feel as though have let artists down, specific to some projects that I was a part of. My work is currently inside the Paris Art Museum. It's in Miami. It's one of the top 10 museums in North America. I'm being shown alongside Basquiat, Monet, Picasso. I created 4 pieces in collaboration with Pele's family, Richarlison, our own local Thomas Muller and Gilberto Silva, who all won World Cups or participated in. And these were the pieces I did for this museum exhibit. The BC Arts Council, which is peer-reviewed, did not give me a grant for this. It cost me $25,000 to produce videos and works for this exhibit. The grant was for $15K, and peer-reviewed is insane to me in 2026. And the rationale for denying the grant was that basically the reviewers didn't understand the impact I'm making in the sports art world. So that's one. Number 2, many of you are aware that you voted on Sunset Beach Court, which is close in my neighborhood, around the corner from English Bay. There's a current makeshift court that is lined with concrete barriers that is not safe for kids to play, not accessible for disabled people. It has safety issues. It needs to be redone. 2 years ago, I started on this road because youth in my community came up to me who are refugees and immigrants from around the world to play street soccer every Monday. And they said, the city is going to get rid of this court. There were like 3 plans, 2 or 3, we're going to get rid of the court. And they came to me and asked for my help. I had just had spine surgery. I'm actually now disabled with a spine injury. I work full time. People don't know this. I don't share this routinely. But right after spine surgery, even though I wasn't allowed to, I went to Parks Board and I gave a hell of a speech, unanimous yes. In the series of that, though, there's an Indigenous artist who's right next to the court, whose work is right next, and the Parks Board tried to use falsified information pertaining to her artwork and timeline to try and prevent my court from a disabled artist going forward. So that's the first thing, and I had that in email writing. The second thing, I know the City Council voted for $60,000 toward this court. This court has been, MST is fully in favor because my land acknowledgement is actually a physical land acknowledgement for the piece where 3 artists from MST actually design a 2-foot border to go around the court. So when you step on it, you're actually acknowledging you're on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish peoples. I mean, it checks every box. And I just found out that Ken Sims gives $5 million to extend Granville Street beyond the World Cup, but we didn't have $800,000 for this court, which is insane to me because we just closed the aquatics that are 100 feet from the court. That's the second thing. The third thing, the mural program. I was told that proposals commemorating specific public figures or high-profile athletes, particularly when they are clearly associated with major international events, are not prioritized so essentially, what do you call it? They're cautious. The city's cautious.
Thanks, Carly, and that's your time. Thanks for speaking to council. Speaker number 7 is Michelle Fu. Hi.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle Fu, and I am co-founder of 221A, where I spend my days inside the leases and rent rolls that keep artists in these cities. I'm also a designer, an arts administrator, and a mother. And it's from these 3 spaces that I speak to you. When we talk about artist spaces, I think it's easy to picture a lone painter in a studio and to imagine that that is what is at stake. But that's not what I see as a cultural space operator. What I see is how far a single space reaches. These spaces aren't just where an artist works. It's where the classes for seniors are, where your kids go after school and learn how to create and explore, where a performance is rehearsed enough times to finally become a real play we can all attend. Artists create for the whole city. So when a space disappears, it isn't one person that loses it. And spaces do disappear. At 221A, we steward roughly 140,000 square feet across 9 properties. We serve around 1,250 artists. And none of these spaces we own. They are all leased. This means that every few years, I get to sit across from a private landlord, negotiate specifically for our tenant survival, and then I'm the one that goes back to deliver the hard news, which is inevitably the rents rise for the artists, and they have to go back and do the math if they can stay. Some find a way to stay, but more and more leave the city. And every time an artist leaves, we see the work and the programs that they share with us. Everything they steward, it goes with them, and we all end up feeling the loss. This isn't the failure of a single landlord, this is a failure of structure. We ask cultural organizations to compete in a speculative land market with no capital position of their own. And we're surprised when they lose. But it's simple, and we know this. We can't lease our way to permanence. So we need to invest in a better structure. The Cultural Land Trust isn't about a temporary subsidy. As it's been said before, it's not a gap filler, it's not a grant program, it's not a Band-Aid. It is about permanence. I've had the privilege of speaking to cultural land trust operators from these cities like Helsinki, San Francisco, and it's clear. We agree that ownership is the one form of affordability that doesn't expire. It's the form that lasts generations. I've spent 20 years buying artists a little more time, one lease at a time, 1, 2, 5 years at a time. I'd like to spend the next 20 years helping build something that finally lasts, not just for the artist, but for my kid who will be here, and I want them to see the city I grew up in, and for all of us who partake in these programs, who want to see our grandmothers, our daughters, our sisters, and our friends together in spaces and watching plays and watching movies. I respectfully ask for you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, speaker number 8 has withdrawn. Speaker number 9 is Nathan Grandjambi. Nathan?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so Nathan, just a procedural questions. Can I ask you if you're a resident of Vancouver?
No, I don't currently live in Vancouver.
That's
I'm
okay.
joining today
That's
as the
okay.
chair of board for 221A.
Yeah, that's okay. You can get started.
Great. Tom Wow. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and everyone joining us today. Really grateful for your time. Just want to raise my hands in local custom of gratitude for everyone's great words on this really important issue. I'm here to speak to something a little bit more drier, focusing on the economic case for creating a cultural land trust in Vancouver. First, cultural space is more than just infrastructure. It's an economic driver. Permanently affordable studios, rehearsal rooms, galleries, and small cultural venues are essential inputs for a thriving creative economy, one that produces jobs, entrepreneurship, and tourism. The Cultural Land Trust is a long-term investment in this economic activity and beyond. Second, the Cultural Land Trust multiplies investment, creating an arm's-length entity that stewards property for cultural uses, turns the city's contribution into a fulcrum that meaningfully leverages provincial and federal capital, philanthropic and private partnerships. This into many projects and the city. Third, a cultural land trust creates measurable economic spillover. Secure, affordable cultural space generates construction and renovation work. It sustains local spending by audiences and artists, stimulates new business ventures such as studios, makers, suppliers, and, again, increases tourism. Those activities broaden the tax base and support jobs across multiple sectors. Fourth, a portfolio approach reduces fiscal risk. Rather than funding isolated projects that are more vulnerable to market pressures, a trust can spread costs across a diversified asset base. It can better plan, and it can reduce the need for repeated short-term operating subsidies, This fiscal prudence means better stewardship of taxpayer dollars. Fifth, permanence encourages investment and growth. When arts organizations and creative entrepreneurs can plan with confidence and that their spaces will not be lost to speculation, they invest more in programming, in workforce development, and in local partnerships that generate ongoing economic returns for the city. Finally, this motion is appropriately scaled, reasonable, and practical. It asks staff to report back on an internationally proven framework with domestic support, so that the costs, risks, and benefits are before council to make an informed decision. It also asks the mayor to convene government leadership on a shared priority. These relational, responsible, and evidence-based next steps will allow Vancouver to examine and shape an opportunity capable of unlocking outside capital and increasing in a resilient, diversified Vancouver economy. I respectfully urge council to approve this motion and to signal that the City of Vancouver is striving to build a more prosperous and more creative Vancouver. I accept that. Thank you all.
Thank you, Nathan. Speaker number 10 is Matthew Voss.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Voss. I don't live in Vancouver. I do live in New Westminster, though. I do support the Cultural Land Trust, Motion 7. I'm going to be looking at this issue through two very different lenses today. Professionally, I work in commercial property management, handling the security and life safety areas in a major downtown complex. But personally, I also play in a couple of local music groups, and I have here for the last 15 or 16 years. I live in both of these two worlds, which means I see exactly why our city's cultural spaces are dying. I know the math behind commercial real estate in the city, and I know exactly what it costs to keep an independent arts venue alive. Right now, those two realities are fundamentally and mathematically incompatible. You've likely heard from dozens of artists asking for temporary subsidies or grants or zoning tweaks, minor or major. But with all due respect, from a property management perspective, those are just Band-Aids on pretty much a severed limb. The only structurally sound way to keep venues open in Vancouver is the Cultural Land Trust. This isn't exactly a plea for charity. It's a infrastructure solution, a permanent solution. We have to remove these physical spaces from the speculative real estate market. If we don't, the independent venue will always and inevitably lose to a condo developer or some sort of retail chain. But I also want to address this from a public safety perspective, because this is what I do for a living right now. I'm sure council talks a lot about neighborhood safety. So what happens when artist venues or establishments close? The neighborhood essentially goes dark. So active, well-managed cultural spaces keep eyes in the street, they keep foot traffic moving, they keep communities engaged, oftentimes very late into the night. So when you let venues get bought out and or boarded up, you create dead zones. And deactivating a neighborhood is a security liability, and funding the land trust is a proactive investment for community safety. Vancouver loves to call itself a world-class city, I'm sure, but you cannot build a global art scene if you pave over the entire grassroots ecosystem. When venues disappear, artists face a pretty simple choice: either give up or relocate. And oftentimes it's out of the Lower Mainland entirely. The math is clear, I see. The safety benefits are clear, I see. I urge you to support the Cultural Land Trust and invest in the infrastructure. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 11 is Brent Constantine.
Hi there. Thanks to the committee. I'm an arts operator and member of the city's Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, and I'm speaking in support of this motion because it addresses an ongoing permanent loss of cultural infrastructure in the city. Spaces that house artists and small cultural operators are regularly redeveloped or priced out, and the market as it exists doesn't replace the loss of these spaces, it accelerates that loss. And art spaces are disappearing, and once they're gone, they typically don't come back. Cultural land trusts can be a structural answer to that problem. It takes spaces permanently off the speculative market. and holds them for cultural use in perpetuity. So not just for a grant cycle or the term of a below market lease that then gets renegotiated when a building sells, but on an ongoing basis. And this motion is compelling because conditions for its success are already there. Federal and provincial governments have both expressed interest in participating. Looks like there's philanthropic capital. 221A has already done all of this feasibility work. And the model is showed to work in other cities. The pieces are all there. Just what's missing is a council signal that Vancouver wants to make this happen. This motion provides that signal and it directs staff to bring back a real framework. So Vancouver has an opportunity here to act on a basically ready program, aligned government interests, private capital, an organization that has the experience to drive the success of a cultural land trust. I'd encourage council to move on it decisively. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Speaker 12, Jin Liu. Jin?
12 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 13 is Kara Bateman. Kara?
They are on the line.
Okay. We can hear you. Speaker number 13. Carol? Okay, we need to check you have quorum or not. No? Okay. So for counselor online, can you please turn on your video and show up in your video, please? We need one more.
I'm here.
Okay, thanks. Speaker 13, Kara Bateman.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna call one more time. Otherwise, I'm gonna go to the next one. Speaker 13, Kara Bateman, are you on the line? Okay, we're gonna come back. Speaker number 14 is Keegan Colwell.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, so I'm Keegan. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm in favor of this motion for cultural land trust. I want to say that there's a lot of romantic notions about the production of art and culture and the ideas of what an artist does, but fundamentally the production of art depends on material conditions. Art, like any other profession, is a kind of labor, and that labor needs to be economically viable no matter how dedicated someone is to the medium. This is a practical solution to the problem of disappearing cultural spaces that we've seen so much in the city. If we only value what developers value, every live music venue, an artist studio, or any space of cultural production in our city will continue to become unaffordable housing, hotels, and retail spaces that only businesses like a Shoppers Drug Mart can afford to occupy. There's a lot of focus on development in our city with the Broadway plan and such, and if we want to develop in our city, let's make sure that we do so in a way that actually makes it more livable, more enjoyable, and in a way that benefits people and not just corporations. Cultural land trusts will create opportunities and enrichment that will reverberate throughout our city. It will make art production viable by ensuring the value of artist labor is returned to them, and instead of landlords who only extract. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 15, Natasha Harrison. Natasha.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Natasha Henriksen, and I am here to speak in support of this motion. My motivation for speaking comes from personal experience. Growing up in both Canada and Finland has given me the opportunity to reflect on aspects of Helsinki that I believe would be beneficial for Vancouver. One of these examples would be to follow Helsinki's lead and implement a cultural land trust. Helsinki was an early adopter of this model, and time has proven its success. One of the sites I have visited many times is called the Cable Factory. As you can probably guess, it's an old industrial space that has been transformed into Finland's largest cultural sector. You can find museums, theaters, galleries, dance halls, and plenty of space for independent artists. It's world-renowned, self-sustaining, and serves as a pillar for arts education. This is just one example, of course, and the scale could look completely different in Vancouver, but the importance and the impact remains the same, and that is to create a sense of permanency for artists. Furthermore, implementing a cultural land trust would be an easy win for Vancouver, as there is already support for this model from the provincial and federal government. Additionally, Vancouver would be adding its name to the growing list of cities who champion cultural land trusts, such as Austin, San Francisco, and Melbourne. Another point I would really like to emphasize is that this is not just a smart move for the city, but an important investment in our local artists, many of whom are being pushed out due to high costs and lack of space. We can't expect the art scene in Vancouver to flourish in a one-sided relationship. For our artists, temporary spaces and platitudes are simply not enough. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and I encourage everyone to support this motion.
Thanks. Speaker 16 is Jess Stanley.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi. Thanks for having me today. My name is Jess Stanley, and I'm a local artist who has called Vancouver home for the last 16 years. I'm calling to show my support for a cultural land trust. So I moved to Vancouver in search of more creative opportunities, something that was lacking in the north at the time. In my time here, I have found and am part of an incredibly creative, diverse, and stellar art community. The art community here rocks. It's also incredibly resilient. We always find a way to keep creating, even when the cards, or in this case, the city, are stacked against us. I'm struggling, and I know that many others are too. Over the years, it's gotten harder and harder to be an artist here. Studios, galleries, event spaces are shut down, and there are fewer and fewer opportunities for emerging and established artists. It's hard to keep our heads above water. We need support and stability, but instead, we are being priced out. Arts and culture breathe life into cities. By implementing a cultural land trust, you build a foundation of creativity and expression, you create opportunities for all artists, you create safe and necessary cultural spaces that aren't at risk of shutting down. Stable foundations bring communities together and give them space to thrive. Accessibility and representation matters. So as one struggling artist in a sea of many, I implore you to consider implementing a cultural land trust here in Vancouver. It's a win-win. Thanks.
Thank you. Speaker 17, Ashley Daniel Foot.
Speaker 17 is not on the line.
Speaker 18 is Vanessa Richards.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. With respect to the protocols of the Squamish, Musqueam, and the Tsleil-Waututh, I'd like to take this moment to respect that protocol and introduce myself before my time starts in this city of reconciliation. Thank you for stopping the time. My name is Vanessa Richards. My parents came from Trinidad and Tobago and Austria, Vienna, Austria. The impacts of war and colonialism and these territories. Thank you. I asked you to stop the time so I could do a protocol in this city of reconciliation. Thank you very much for respecting the protocol of this city. My parents arrived in this place to these territories, and the people of these territories welcomed them. And my hope for my comments today in support of this motion as a person born in this territory is that my words might go somewhere towards helping us make an advance towards reconciliation. And at this point, thank you very much. You can start my time now. I'd like to introduce myself formally to some of the people I've never met, like Councillor Montague, the gentleman beside you, or Councillor Clausen. For more than 2 decades, I have worked alongside the City of Vancouver across successive councils and administrations to strengthen our cultural life. As a founding board director of the Hoganzali Society, I helped advance the transformation of our civic memory through the redress reflected in the Northeast Falls Creek Plan. I later served as a co-chair for the Northeast Falls Creek Knowledge Gathering Initiative. I've advised on the Vancouver 125 celebrations, helped establish the city's Black History Month Citizens Advisory. I've served on numerous city grant assessment committees, and until May, I worked with ACCS delivering communities and artists shifting culture grants. These experiences have given me a remarkable view of Vancouver's artists and cultural organizations and a clear view of how stretched our cultural infrastructure has become. Like many artists, cultural workers, and citizens, I have been negatively impacted by the city's recent zero means zero budget choices. Yet I stand before you today not to revisit your decisions, but because I remain deeply committed to what this council's leadership could still accomplish in teamwork alongside organizations such as 221A, the Eastside Arts Society, and others. Thank you, Mark, for that message now on my phone. The local groundwork has already been laid through years of advocacy, planning, and community expertise. Thank you. And the global model is working, and I've experienced it. You know, when you go to travel and you visit the other cultural centers that cities have invested in, yes, I've seen them working, and so have you. So now is the time to get this show on the road and strengthen the entire ecosystem that allows a healthy society to flourish. We benefit residents and visitors alike by building the conditions for people to encounter our timeless and uniquely human need for the arts, creativity, and collective experience. The city has shown it can find millions of dollars to activate public space for a single summer. Imagine that same commitment directed towards creating the conditions for arts, culture, and public space to thrive year after year. I ask you to trust and empower your arts, cultural, and community services staff. Trust and empower the expertise within the arts sector, and trust and empower the ideas and people with vision and capacity to do this work well. I encourage Council to support the motion before you by formally inviting provincial and federal partnership in establishing an arm's length cultural land trust for Vancouver. The future of Vancouver's cultural infrastructure is not one destination or precinct, it is a constellation, including the constellation of stories we tell ourselves of the kind of leadership and teamwork that can rewrite a future for the arts in Vancouver. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. Okay, speaker 19 is Kathleen Winchester. Kathleen?
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, City Council. Thank you. My name's Kathleen. I live and work in Vancouver, and I'm speaking in favour of the motion to create a land trust for artists here. I've worked in the film and television industry in Vancouver for almost 10 years. I'm an animator, and I work alongside many artists. Painters, animators, comic book makers, game developers, writers, like you name it. Most of us come here to Vancouver to join the arts and culture scene that was here and still is, but it's hollowing out. This is something myself and my artist friends have spoken about increasingly as the years go by. I can think of places along Main Street, for example, that used to have studios where local artists could split the rent and create their work, but a lot of these places don't exist anymore. As been mentioned by other people here, artists need a place to create, and my hope is that this land trust can provide that. I can think of a place in Vancouver that is still doing this fairly well, and that's Granville Island. It provides discounted rentals for artists, and as a result, it is one of the most interesting and eclectic spaces to walk through, not to mention a massive tourist draw. Artists make Vancouver colourful and a desirable place to be, but they're leaving. I'm in support of any measure that can keep us here and to take the intense financial pressure off of us, and especially new, younger artists, so that they can do what they want to do, so they can actually create and be contributing to making this city a great place to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 20, Derek O'Keefe.
Speaker number 20 is withdrawn.
Oh, withdrawn, okay. Speaker 21 is Joseph Hagg.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Joseph Haig, and I live in Vancouver, and I support the motion number 7 of Sean Orr's Cultural Land Trust. I'm a multimedia artist and musician with a studio in the Triangle Building at the junction of Main and Kingsway Streets in Old Mountain Pleasant Village. I've had the studio for 25 years. The triangle formed by this intersection is referred to as the heart of Mount Pleasant heritage. The northern triangulated building was built in 1947 by Ben Wask and designed in the unique streamlined art moderne style. This design incorporated vitrolite exterior skin of pigmented structural glass along with stainless steel windows, frames, and doors. While street level supported commercial storefronts during the 50s up to the 70s, the upper floor was occupied by community groups such as industrial workers associations, credit unions, and at one time the Canadian Jewish Outlook magazine. In the early 80s, the building was sold to the Wilkes family. Since then, the upper floor has been predominantly occupied by artists and cultural groups. In the 90s, Public Dreams was located there, and currently the CSA Gallery and a UBC Student Literary Group are occupants. The lower street levels houses Jean's Cafe at the Point, a couple of vintage clothing and collectibles outlets, Rath Art Supply. Also included is a noteworthy Pulp Fiction bookstore, along with Budgie's Vegetarian Burrito Outlet. The creative juices of this area are and have been manifest over the years by the gathering of neighborhood residents, commingling with local artists, including the artists in the Triangle Building studios. The vibes grow and permeate the spirit of creativity in this area. Coffee clashes gather on a daily basis on the sidewalks beside Jean's Cafe and have done so for years. Artists with various levels of recognition and involvement in every medium gather there. These include internationally recognized artists such as Aboriginal visual performer Lawrence Paul Wong, a film and media artist, and Governor General Award recipients Glenn Alteen and Eric Metcalf. Hank Bowl of the Western Front gathered frequently on the sidewalks and visited the upper studios. Noted literary artist Colin Brown occupies a studio upstairs. The cultural community of Vancouver has benefited over 60 years by the Wask and Wilkes family support of cultural activities in their building. The result has led to the creation of a current artist and cultural hub at the meeting point of Kingsway and Main. It seems to me that the heart of Mount Pleasant heritage, creative spirit, is located right there in the Triangle Building. It looks like this building would be a prime recipient of how the City of Vancouver could benefit by supporting Sean Orr's motion number 7 to pursue a cultural land trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 22, Abelardo Mayoral. Mayo. Hey.
Hello, Abelardo Mayoral, a Vancouver resident from the Kitsilano neighborhood and Vancouver business owner of the Invisible Orange, a live music production and promotion company based in Vancouver, producing over 120 events a year now, 80% in Vancouver still, and hopefully we can still do more here. I'm here to support the motion to create a cultural land trust for Vancouver. This motion, it's looking at the long-term conservation of the soul of Vancouver. This is a defining, but also protection motion. I see this motion as necessary not only to transform Vancouver into something new, but to conserve the aspects of the Vancouver that we love. Many of us have had the privilege to travel to cities around the world, and we see things like the views and the food scene, things like that. But like things that stick out many times is the culture, the people, the vibes that we see. That's the heart of like what we are trying to conserve. So a cultural land trust will give us assurance on the sustainability of the arts and culture scene, which is threatened these days by real estate affordability. As a producer of live music events in the city for nearly 20 years, I have seen many spaces disappear, as was quantified by the motion. Well, I see a few new ones that try to come up later on and really struggle to take off. Mostly of the new spaces are actually like revamps of previously existing spaces. Net new, I really like look back and I see a lot less spaces. Let's say in Kitsilano where I live, I remember having more spaces in West Broadway, West 4th, down on you. Now I don't know, we have the Hollywood Theater as a venue concert, which is protected just by legislation. It was just because it had to stay there, not because of a business decision. I support this motion in its form as well, directing the staff to establish the framework for an arm's length nonprofit with adequate policies, frameworks, and operational model is thinking long term to protect the soul of the city in a responsible manner. So please approve motion number 7 to create a cultural land trust in Vancouver. Thank you.
Thanks, Mile. Okay, speaker number 23 is Melanie M.
Speaker number 23 is not on the line.
Okay, 24 has withdrawn. Speaker 25 is Sean Ronan.
Speaker number 25 is not on the line.
Speaker 26, Solomon Xing Tian Yi Kiran. Hey, Solomon.
Hello, Council. My name is Solomon Ikiran. 我的中文名字是易行天. I'm speaking in favor of this motion today because every year, so many young artists move to Vancouver, only to be let down by a city that prices artists out. To end Vancouver's reputation as a no-fun city, and a cultural land trust is the best way to do that. Vancouver's history has been defined by its artists and musicians. This was a city where Emily Carr redefined Canadian art, and where Bill Reid introduced the world to the traditional art of the Northwest Coast. This is a city where Spirit of the West, Petunia and the Vipers, Carly Rae Jepsen, and so many of their big names got their start. But it has never been harder to move here as a young artist. Over the last decade, Vancouver artists have lost over 400,000 square feet of space due to rising commercial rents, unstable short-term leases, and permitting processes that have become difficult to navigate. This means artists get squeezed out and moved to other cities, they take their art with them, and Vancouver loses out on the enormous cultural and economic benefits of a vibrant art scene. In 2018, artists produced $7.9 billion of GDP right here in BC. That amount was comparable to agriculture and the service industry. In Vancouver, music alone brought over 14,000 jobs and brought in over $690 million of economic activity. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce published a report last year stating that every dollar invested in the arts generates $29 in economic activity. Investing in Vancouver's art scene isn't a luxury, it isn't a nice to have, it is a necessary investment for a stronger economy. Artists give so much to this city, but as rents for commercial spaces go up and permitting gets more and more difficult and artist grants keep drying up, it gets harder for them to keep breathing life into the city. It's time for a change. It's time we gave a little back to the artists who helped build Vancouver. Right now, grants and funding for artists go directly into paying rent for private landlords, meaning the art grants aren't paying for art. But with a cultural land trust, rents could stabilize, meaning municipal funding opportunities would have a larger impact for artists and venues. Vancouverites will see those impacts when they go see a new band, check out a new play, or go to a new gallery. A cultural land trust will afford artists, especially younger artists, the ability to breathe a little easier and focus on making art that Vancouverites can enjoy. Vancouverites deserve a city that protects the arts, that keeps our city livable and fun. So I'm urging Council to vote to approve Councillor Orr's motion to establish a cultural land trust in Vancouver and help fix Vancouver's no-fun reputation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 27 is Jenny Simpson. Jenny?
Number 27 is not on the line.
28 is Zach Alfson.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Elfson. I recently made Vancouver my home after nearly 2 decades working in nonprofit administration, education, place management, economic development, and community building. I'm here to support Motion 7 because there is no future of Vancouver that is not made better by artists. Artists define the culture of a place. They tell our stories, shape our neighborhoods, and help children discover who they are. But to do that, they need places to live and places to create. As we look at it's clear that Motion 7 is not separate from the work before you. It advances many of the same goals. Motion 1 recognizes that innovation needs a place to grow. Innovation begins with creativity. A cultural land trust helps train and retain the creative workforce that fuels innovation, entrepreneurship, and commercialization. Motion 4 recognizes that children deserve every opportunity to thrive. If we want young people who are brave, empathetic, and ready for the future, Access to arts education must be part of that conversation. They need teaching artists, and those educators need places to live and to create. Motion 6 and 10 recognize that stewardship means protecting the places that define Vancouver before they're lost. Cultural spaces are vital to our identity and sense of place. Motion 11 recognizes that festivals strengthen neighborhoods and local economies, but festivals begin long before the crowd show up. They begin in rehearsal halls, studios, workshops, and creative spaces. Protect those places, and you protect the festivals that bring the city to life. Motion 15 recognizes that renters deserve more than housing. They deserve belonging. Through my work in community arts, I've seen people who may never own property build deep roots by creating together. Arts participation transforms residents into neighbors. Culture is not something that cities enjoy after they become successful. It's one of the reasons they become successful in the first place. As you've heard, cities around the world are embracing the idea. London has adopted a cultural infrastructure map, a culture at-risk office, and support for creative land trust, and planning policies that recognize cultural space as essential infrastructure. Melbourne has embedded cultural infrastructure into city planning. Austin has mapped its cultural assets as a guide to planning and prevent displacement. Motion 7 gives Vancouver the opportunity to join those cities in recognizing that cultural space is not an amenity, it is essential infrastructure. For generations, artists have invested in Vancouver, asking little in return. Supporting Motion 7 helps ensure they can continue creating the identity, relationships, and opportunities that make the city stronger. Because there is no future of Vancouver that is not made better by artists.
Thank you. Okay, so council, now I'm looking at the time. We have 3 more speakers. So does council want to finish this item or finish the speakers? Need a motion on the floor. Oh, let me follow up the queue. Yeah, Councilor Montague.
Yeah, I'd happily move a motion to finish hearing from speakers and actually complete the item before dinner.
Complete the item. Okay, all those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. We're going to finish this item. Okay, continue. Speaker 29 is Denzel John Ashe.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Denzel John Ashe. I'm a resident of the city of Vancouver in the West End. I moved here in 1988 as a young musician, and my husband was an art furniture designer. At that time, Vancouver had a vibrant, rich, and participatory art scene. I say rich, but it was rich with talent and creativity, not with money. It's the art scene which attracts people to a city, not just dollars. People want to live where there is light, color, music, and things happening dynamically and spontaneously. It gives people a chance to be proud of their city. Since 1988, almost all of the artists I knew have been forced out of the city by property developers as the price of real estate skyrocketed. There were no more warehouses for studios and practice spaces. There are no affordable apartments available. Underground and independent performance spaces, which are just starting to resurge a little, are being threatened. Musicians and artists left for the north, the islands, the prairies, the Maritimes, where living was possible, and the city is poorer in culture for this exodus. Art and music generate cultural worth, and cities where the arts thrive create more art, more culture, and a richer population, and also attract people from around the world who want to participate and see the great art that we have to offer. This motion for a cultural land trust would allow artists space to live, to hone their skills, and to perform and hold events, benefiting the whole city, making it rich in culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 30 is Adriana Cumming-Thatcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Adriana Cumming-Thatcher. I'm a community and labor organizer here in Vancouver, and I am speaking today in support of Motion 7, Keep the Artists In, Creating a Cultural Land Trust for Vancouver, as put forward by Councillor Orr. Whereas my fellow speakers have opted to offer you moral, ethical, and community-based rationale in support of this motion, arguments that I nevertheless agree with, I seek to take us on an altogether separate line, an economic one. To start, I wish to address the material reality of British Columbia. and of Vancouver in its position as BC's largest urban centre. BC is, unequivocally, a stagnating resource economy. Much of the municipal, provincial, and even federal initiatives in the past 10 years pertaining to this province have sought to prevent the flight of resource and trade companies, to which we have seen middling results. Refining our scope down to Vancouver, much of this dovetails into our unfortunate reputation as a no-fund city, in part due both to our aforementioned unwavering industrial commitments and the artificial hurdles many before me have described put up before artistic and cultural institutions. These hurdles often prevent the full legal functioning of venues and projects within our city, and in the instances where they do succeed, create conditions wherein any unexpected occurrence will immediately sink them. As mentioned by the speakers before me, on the labor side of this reality, we see creative professionals continually sunk below the poverty line and unable to find stable access to paid work. Where they do, they find themselves working below market rate for organizations struggling to stay afloat. Ultimately, it is my belief that our only pathway as a city to exit this crisis is through a cultural infrastructure. When it comes to retaining young professionals, expanding international funding avenues, and attracting greater tourism, we have no option both as salient and as substantively affordable. As outlined by Councillor Orr in both 7.4 and 7.5, this model has been successful elsewhere and has both the necessary external financial support to get it off the ground, as well as the logistics available from a productive capacity in this city. This funding will also benefit other linked industries, from our restaurant and nightlife sectors to our existing tourism infrastructure. If this council has any desire to work towards a better city, I implore you to vote in support of this motion. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Speaker 31 is Nate Stanley.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Nate Stanley, a resident of Vancouver, and I am calling in today to speak in favor of this motion. While I may not be an artist in Vancouver, many of my friends work in the arts, and a common experience for all of them is the struggle of just getting by in this expensive city. Photographers, animators, musicians, and more our arts and culture scene in Vancouver is in crisis. Local artists can't afford their rents for their personal residence, or relevant to this motion, or for the space to do their work. They can't afford the skyrocketing cost of living, and many are pushed out of the city and the surrounding area. This motion seeks to rectify that by protecting land and putting it in the hands of the public so local artists and more have spaces to create now and into the future. It creates economic stability for these artists and residents, allowing them to thrive in Vancouver. It will give many in the arts and culture scene the assurances they need for its long-term success. Today, many speakers have already highlighted cities like Helsinki and San Francisco and the successes they have already had with their cultural land trusts. Many other speakers have also highlighted the personal stories and struggles trying to produce the art they love while living in Vancouver. I'm just calling in to say I stand in solidarity with these artists who make this city a much more vibrant place to live, and I urge Council to vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go back to the missed speakers. Speaker 12, Jin Liu.
Speaker 12 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 13, Kara Bateman.
Speaker 13 has withdrawn.
Okay. Speaker 17, Ashley Daniel Foote.
Speaker 17 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 23 is Melanie M.
Speaker 23 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 25 is Sean Ronan.
Speaker 25 is not on the line.
Okay, the last missed speaker is Speaker 27, Jenny Simpson.
Speaker 27 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this is the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? Okay, Councillor Meisner.
Yes, thanks very much. I want to thank Councillor Orr for bringing this motion forward and all of our speakers who spoke so passionately to the importance of the arts and culture sector in Vancouver. I'm very supportive of exploring this idea to support the creation of the Cultural Land Trust in Vancouver. And I've moved an amendment that has some small changes, which I hope will be a friendly amendment So if you can move us to amendment Q, please.
Second by Councilor Dominado. Councilor Meisner. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So as some of the councillors will remember, in 2024, Councillor Boyle brought forward some direction to explore the creation of a community land or a cultural land trust, and that was approved unanimously by council. And the staff report is expected to come back on that existing council direction in 2027, so next year. In the meantime, there's been lots of work happening here at the city to support the sector, including recent support for 221A in the East Side Arts Society to advance the feasibility work on a cultural land trust. And then earlier this year, we did award $2.6 million to the East Side Arts Society to support the purchase of their longstanding home on Hastings, East Hastings, which is 6,000 square feet of affordable artist studio and cultural programming space. So the amendments are just intended to address and incorporate that previous council direction. And I also wanted to specify direction around ensuring that any partnerships with an independently established cultural land trust should utilize a long-term lease model with the city or a similar arrangement that retain public ownership of the land and buildings, but offer them to the land trust through a long-term lease. So that's the intention of my amendment.
Okay, thanks, Councilor. It's been seconded. Councilor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the amendment. Looks it looks like a friendly amendment, and you know, I noticed the wording of independent, you know, is different from arm's length, and it seems like a small thing, but it's important to put in there, I think, and then it doesn't change the spirit of the motion. It gives it more of a sort of clear scope and direction. So I'm supportive of that, and I'll be supporting the motion. Thanks.
All right. So seeing no one else on the queue for this amendment, I'm gonna call the vote. So council, please register your vote on the voting panel. We are voting for Councilor Meisner's amendment.
Chair, can I please get a vote assist in favor? It's Mayor
thanks.
Stem.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, so the amendment passed unanimously with Councilor Fry absent. Okay, back to the main queue. Councilor Meisner.
Yeah, nothing further to add. I want to thank Councillor Orr for working together, and yeah, I'm excited to see this move forward. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Corbiel.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be brief because I know we've got to still have a full day. But yeah, I can't speak more eloquently than a lot of the speakers that are actually in the cultural sector have today. But just to say that, you know, we had a motion on this previously. I supported it wholeheartedly. I support this one. In terms of continuing to advance the work, I think we heard from Brian at 221 that their cultural space is an example of one way that the city has enabled cultural space, which has been through inclusionary zoning and sort of community amenity contributions. Other examples are referenced. Sometimes the city has been able to provide grants to support acquisition. I think Councillor Meisner referenced the one for Eastside Arts, which was the most recent. We also did one recently for the Dance Center on Davie. Where I used to like to go, but I spend most of my time here now. But we also advanced one there, and they were able to purchase their building. And it's really about not just access to space, but the security of tenure of the space, sort of the long-term retention of it. And so I do think this is a good piece. For me, it's one of the key kind of principles, and whether you say arm's length, independent, or community-led, I would probably use language around community-led. I think that that's really important there. Is that if the city can sort of flag this again to the different levels of government, then I think that that is a positive. We did have the work. I think that's probably the piece that's different, because we did have, in terms of kind of additional change from the 2024 direction, because we did have a report back that's expected in spring next year. These things take longer than we would like to see them take. But, you know, again, continuing to advance that space is really important. It was interesting because we actually had a discussion on childcare this morning about prioritizing that more in spaces. But when we do that, then we can also do other things like arts and culture. And I think I made that point earlier that, you know, we want to do many things and be many to many people. But I do think a lot of the opportunity is through opportunities. And it was very interesting to hear that you had recently received a gift, that whether that is space that can be utilized or if that is leverage, right, in terms of assets that can go towards supporting future space. That'll be interesting to learn more about. But yeah, we are. It's a pretty dire outlook without the arts. Got lots of folks that are artists that are continually looking for space to rehearse, perform, and do all types of creative things, whether it's like recording demos and tapes or doing voiceovers for animation or being in film or singing, right? And it's quite impressive how multi-talented a lot of our local working artists are here. And I do appreciate the economic piece too, because it's kind of like tourism. Arts and culture is very similar economically. It's a bit of an unsung hero. So that's a good message to keep there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Speaker, not Speaker, Councilor Dominado.
Thank you, Chair.
Dominado.
It's been a long day, a long couple of days. Yes, I'm also happy to echo the appreciation for the motion and appreciate the amendments as well and the support and just grounding my comments in that my experience in the city since being on council has been I have seen the real challenges with displacement. Oftentimes, arts and culture spaces are sort of shoehorned into older buildings with lower rents or leases. And one of the challenges with redevelopment is the losses of those spaces. But there's also operating challenges as well. And so I just wanted to name that. I remember when Teresa called in and was talking about Rath Art Supplies, I was remembering one of the first times I was looking for art supplies for my daughter, my 14-year-old, because she loves visual arts, is I went there asking for some help. And Carleen Jackson and I have worked over the last number of years on a couple of files, and she is an extraordinary artist that we have right here in the city. But as was noted by my colleagues, there's a real vital need for space, and it can't be left to chance. And I think that's sort of what I heard in some of the comments was that there has to be an intentional focus, hence, looking at a cultural land trust to not only preserve space and opportunities, but to create opportunities in the city. And I've mused over the last number of years as we've seen developments come forward. There's always a component, or often a component, that has an allocation of funding that goes towards putting in place an art piece as part of development. I've often wondered if there would be a different way of leveraging those dollars for a different use in the city in terms of supporting public art, but not necessarily commissioning an art piece, but a way. So those are musings. Don't worry, I'm not bringing an amendment in case council was worried about that this time. But it is something I've wondered about. But anyways, I'm happy to support this. Happy to support the amendments. Thank you, Councillor Orr. Thank you, Councillor Meisner, and look forward to going forward. And I'll conclude there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, so let's go to the vote. We are voting for the amendment, the motion as amended. Okay, everyone, please register your vote.
And Chair, can I please get a vote assist in favor? It's Mayor Sim.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. All right,
Thank
so
you.
the motion passed unanimously with Councillor Fry absent. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to take a dinner break. We'll be back here at 6 p.m. to continue with the business. Thank you. Yeah, 6 p.m. Thanks. Oh.
The meeting is in recess. 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 The meeting is in recess.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed.
Welcome to TELUS Your access code is not valid. Welcome to TELUS conferencing. To join the conference,
Is my speaker? Oh, it is, sorry.
welcome to TELUS conferencing. To join the
Hey, Steph, can you hear me? I think I heard you typing. Hello? Can you hear me, Steph?
Hey, I can hear you, Bonnie. This is the
Perfect.
TELUS line.
Yeah, perfect. Loud and
Hey.
clear. Thanks.
Okay, so we need one more. Oh, we have quorum. We have quorum. Perfect. Thanks, everyone. So let's keep on going. Okay, so
Are to our city, both culturally, from a quality of life perspective, mental health, wellness, economic vitality, all of the above. We had previously in July had a lot of public input that led to the creation of an arts and culture sector working group to review challenges facing the sector. The working group proceeded with kind of tackling that. They completed the work. The findings were presented in a memo to council, and through that, a number of solutions were identified, some of which were already underway through staff work and others that the committee felt was important to highlight. So the motion, first of all, I just want to thank and appreciate everybody that was part of that and participated and contributed to it. I extend gratitude from myself and from Councillor Fry. Also, the motion asked that council receive for information the solutions that the working group had outlined. I think that came in the form of a memo to council. And then the other part of it in terms of the go forward is to directing staff to look at implications for priority areas that still would benefit from further direction. And those were things like cultural space affordability, cultural capital infrastructure, something we've already been talking about, the arts and events culture license, which is something I think it was one of my earlier motions this term. I invited Council Meister to co-submit on me where, for example, we doubled the number of events that groups or entities could host every month through the arts and culture license, recognizing the importance of non-traditional spaces. So looking, they identified that that could be an opportunity to look at that again. Regulatory reform, something we're always trying to improve, things like navigator support, and thought it makes sense to build on some of the success we've had, for example, with the city's business and economy office that supported BIAs. They could do something similar for arts
that's
and culture.
your time, Councillor.
And that is it. So I'll leave the rest. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. All right, so we will now hear from the registered speakers for this motion. It's seconded by Councillor Fry already.
That's right. But
So
it's
he can second.
is that the correct, procedurally, is that correct, even though it's co-submitted?
Yes.
He needs to be present? Okay.
Okay, then seconded by Councillor Dominado. Okay, so we will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker is Ashley Daniel Hood. Withdrawn. Okay. Speaker number one has withdrawn. Also, the public speaker, speaker number one, Ryan Hunt, has also withdrawn. Speaker second is Brent Constantine. Brent?
Hi there again. Thanks to the committee for giving me time to speak. Again, arts operator of Little Mountain Gallery in Gastown and member of the city's Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, speaking in support of this motion and why it's important. I do want to thank city staff for their work on the Arts and Culture Sector Working Group over the last several months, and for Councillors Kirby Young and Fry for bringing forward this motion. The motion's the result of work directed by council last year on a different motion from the arts community to create the Arts and Culture Sector Working Group, which completed a full jurisdictional review of other cities, documented the sector's challenges, and produced a prioritized set of solutions that was built collaboratively with that city staff. It represents real effort from a lot of people who are also trying to keep their organizations and their practice alive at the same time. And the motion asks council to acknowledge that work that was done and endorse those solutions. And the motion really gives staff direction on items that still lack that direction, that mostly come out of the culture shift and making space for arts and culture arts plans that the city has. Things like that regulatory reform for small venues, events licenses, navigator support, which is really important, and cultural space affordability tools. I think that there's a lot of direction here for staff and a lot of great things that can come out of here. So Vancouver's cultural sector is, as always, asking for systems that will continue to work and for council to say clearly that arts and culture belongs in the city's future. So this motion is a step forward to that. Thanks, council, for supporting it.
Thank you. Speaker number 3 is Paula Murlo.
Hello, I'm here, but I believe they're going to change me for festival.
Sorry, Paula. So,
Chair, if I might, on a point of procedure, I neglected to ask at the beginning of the meeting. This speaker, in error, signed up for this item and meant to sign up for the festivals item. So we advise that you have the discretion to move her to that motion when it comes up shortly.
okay, so
So she was intending to speak on motion 11.
I see. So that motion is number
11.
11. Okay, so Paula, we're gonna move you to the number 11.
Okay, thank you.
So you'll be the 4th speakers on the motion number 11. We're gonna call your name.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, feel free to sign off right now. Thanks, Paula. Okay, so next speaker is Abelardo Mayoral. Mayo, please go ahead.
Hey, Abelardo Mayoral, or Mayo for short, Mayo for short. I'm a Vancouver resident from the Kitsilano neighborhood and owner-operator of a live music production and promotion company based in Vancouver. I'm here to support the motion for the prioritized solutions from the arts and culture sector working group. I've been in the arts and entertainment scene for 20 years or more, if we count as a fan, which is what drove me into it. But well, yeah, working as a business owner in there, like, yeah, I was not aware of like that great work that seems to have been done by this working group, and looking at the recommendations and the topics we cover gave me a lot of hope for the protection of this strong creative scene that we have in the city. Sustainability, affordability, facilitation or reduction of administrative barriers of permits for zoning, the investment tools. So I believe then this goes hand in hand with like the motion number 7 that looks at the long-term sustainment. So that like here's a lot of like things that we can do in the short term to continue to strengthen the arts and culture in Vancouver. So we have a lot of assets to rely on. We have a lot of creatives in the city, a lot. Like they're world class, and I can speak that by experience that the artists in Vancouver are sometimes we have a ratio of more artists to fans than anything else in many of the events I see, and the quality of the arts that are produced by Vancouver's creatives is off the hook, is really world class. So then we have that asset ready to rely on. So then I, as a council, to support then all these initiatives that help being a facilitator or enabler into what already exists here that has the potential to be to make Vancouver a world-class cultural hub. We also have the fans that crave this as well. So then it will be a scene that can sustain on its own. Like and if we can facilitate that and help it through through all these recommendations from the working group. So yeah, it is a huge bang for the buck to invest in arts and culture, as we have seen. I know that at least for BC's, like, it generates about $500 million a year. The arts sector. So I'm sure Vancouver is a big part of that. So please go ahead and support the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Mile. All right, so I'm gonna go back to number 1, Ashley Daniel Foot.
Speaker number 1 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 2, Branch Constantine.
He already spoke.
Oh,
Ryan Hunt has withdrawn.
oh, okay. No, the second speaker, Branch Constantine. Oh, okay, so, oh, sorry, I got something wrong, okay. Long day for everyone, okay. All right, so this is the end of the speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to standing committee. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Kerbia.
Yeah, just want to appreciate and thank the group again for their work over the term. This was a key piece of work for the both the advisory committee and the specific working group and task force. And I think we've heard common themes about the importance of things like affordability and space, and then also helping to navigate on the City of Vancouver side with respects to permitting and that. So I think that it's going to be a good culmination of the work, and it'll be a good thing for some of the staff to delve into and see what which pieces can be furthered and advanced. And I'm looking forward to seeing some of the outcomes of that. But I just wanted to thank everybody and thank Council in advance for supporting, which my sense is everybody will. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Okay, so seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote. So clerk, please take us to the voting screen, and council, please register your vote.
Chair, can I please get a vote assist in favor? It's Mayor Sim.
Thanks, noted. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Montague is absent. Councillor Bly is absent. Okay, so the motion carries unanimously with Councillor Bly, Fry, and Montague absent. Thank you. That completes motion 9 on the agenda. Okay, so motion 10 is Rising Tides Governance Reform and Stewardship of False Creek. And it is moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, so Councillor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you. I'm happy to. Whoops. False Creek is one of the most significant waterways in the city, and right now nobody oversees it. The problem, put plainly, governance of False Creek is fragmented across roughly 22 municipal, provincial, and federal bodies with overlapping and sometimes conflicting jurisdictions. Navigation, water quality, shoreline management, public safety, all of which are split across different authorities, with no single body responsible for the whole. That fragmentation has produced persistent gaps in long-term planning, ecological restoration, and climate adaptation. Nobody is fully accountable, which means nobody is fully responsible. The consequences of that gap are real. Toxic sediment disturbance from unmanaged anchoring, derelict and abandoned vessels, unmonitored discharge, pollution from urban runoff, and combined sewer overflows, habitat degradation, and accelerating risk from sea level rise. This is happening in the water right now, while responsibility for fixing it is scattered across 2 different agencies. I want to be clear that this motion does not try to solve that fragmentation unilaterally. False Creek lies within the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, who have stewarded these waters since time immemorial. Any real governance solution must be built in partnership with those nations, not imposed around them. That's why it specifically calls for co-governance frameworks developed with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and why it also asks staff to explore Indigenous youth engagement and marine guardianship models tied directly to False Creek's restoration. The motion asks staff to begin formal discussions with the province, the federal government, and the host nations on a coordinated stewardship model, potentially a False Creek Harbor Authority, and to report back by Q3 2027 on jurisdictional mapping, governance options, funding models, including the city's own marina revenues, and concrete marine management improvements for anchorage and derelict vessels. This is about giving False Creek what it has never had, a real and accountable steward.
Thank you, Councillor. We need a seconder. Okay, seconded by Councillor Maloney. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is Mendel Solki.
Mendel Skolsky.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah,
That's
please
okay.
go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak to this very exciting motion, which I wholeheartedly support as the Executive Manager of the False Creek Friends Society. False Creek is today, and has been for over a century, cloaked inside of a somebody else's problem field. A field such as this, applied to any place which would otherwise be difficult to rationally accept, makes it second nature to ignore. This precious urban waterway, at the literal and metaphorical heart of our city, is in a perpetual state of quiet dysfunction, with unsafe waters, unregulated vessels, and, crucially, an overall lack of holistic, proactive management. I want to dwell for a moment on just how beloved False Creek is for this city and how iconic, because if you do an image search for just Vancouver, count how many pictures prominently feature False Creek. In my experience, it's about 2/3. It's no exaggeration to say that False Creek represents Vancouver as a whole, both outwardly to the world and in the minds of all Vancouverites. At this wide-angle scale of landscape photography, False Creek is stunningly beautiful. But if we zoom in, walk along the seawall, and notice the hardened shoreline, largely devoid of intertidal life. Notice how few places there are for people to actually be in safe contact with the water, to develop a relationship with the Salish Sea that we are all so privileged to live beside. Notice a space that has fallen victim to a Gordian knot of overlapping, fragmented jurisdictions. Let's consider the different governments and agencies who have interests in False Creek. Specifically, it's nature, water, and health, or it's lands and docks, or it's vessel traffic and safety. There's no shortage of regulators, but there is not one which stands for False Creek as a whole. This motion points the way for the City of Vancouver to take leadership in finally solving this issue, and to do so in true partnership with the nations of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, the province of British Columbia, and the federal government of Canada. Together, we can achieve a future for False Creek that has a clear point of coordination for all matters of regulation, stewardship, and planning. Not only would this mean more efficient, transparent, equitable, and effective management, it would pay dividends economically, culturally, and ecologically, supporting every dimension of Vancouver's public health. Please vote in support of this motion and in support of the False Creek that all Vancouver needs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 2 is Kevin Ray.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm an instructor at Langara College. I'm also one of the research leads doing collaborative research with the False Creek Friends Society, but today I'm speaking from my own perspective. When a scientist looks at a place to leverage their expertise, the funding that's available, and the support from the community to do research, they look for exciting opportunities. I think that's self-evident. When people look for those opportunities within False Creek, they are met with a rat's nest of overlapping bureaucracies and no clear place to start. This is the case for myself and my co-investigator, Langara College, even though we knew the incredible potential for leveraging federal funding dollars to conducting ecological research next to one of a world-class city and our home. In order for Vancouver to seize the incredible opportunity of its local expertise, Vancouver is a world leader BC especially is a world leader in ecological research and other forms of science. In order for us to leverage that opportunity, scientists need to, researchers, community groups need to decide that it is worthwhile to take a hack at the so-called Gordian knot and to gnaw at it with their teeth to try to figure out where did they even start? Who do they talk to? Without long-established relationships with False Creek Friends Society or other nonprofits and a considerable investment of time, these startup costs in terms of energy and bureaucracy and the wait times associated with that are often enough to dissuade them from doing research in Vancouver on False Creek. Councillor Orr's motion, which I'm speaking in support of, is the important first preliminary step to establishing a clear channel for local expertise and federal and provincial research dollars, as well as money from other nonprofit foundations, to flow into this city and to take advantage of the incredible enthusiasm that Vancouverites have for False Creek. As we've been doing our preliminary research so far, we're in the first year of our project, one of the things that jumped out at me is this almost miraculous consensus that people have that False Creek is worth knowing more deeply. There's only been maybe one person out of dozens of people that isn't incredibly excited to learn more about what is right next to them. This preliminary study that Councillor Orr's motion supports is a really important first step to getting to that place and taking advantage of, again, world-class homegrown expertise and taking advantage of funding from other places to invest in the heart of our city. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, speaker number 3 is Grace Nobrado.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Grace Nombrado. I'm a Vancouver resident and the Executive Director of Free the Fern Stewardship Society, and I'm speaking in support of this motion. False Creek tells two stories. One is a story of industrialization, habitat loss, and environmental degradation. The other story is still being written, a story of restoration, stewardship, and collaboration. For thousands of years, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh hunted, fished, and gathered along the shores of False Creek. Then industrial development transformed the shoreline and polluted its waters. While much has changed over the past several decades, False Creek remains one of Vancouver's most visible reminders that restoring an ecosystem is far more difficult than degrading one. The issue is personal to me. For 10 years, I paddled on a dragon boat team that launched from the docks beside Science World. During that time, I experienced reoccurring skin rashes, eye infections, and the occasional gastrointestinal illness while spending countless hours on False Creek. In the summer, the smell could be overwhelming, and there would be even days when practices had to be canceled because of water quality concerns. Water quality struggles with high E. coli, chemical contamination due to combined sewer outflows during heavy rainfall, illegal boat sewage dumping, and stormwater runoff. Despite these challenges, I've also seen what restoration can look like. The naturalized shoreline of Olympic Village, with its native trees, shrubs, wetland plants, and habitat island, demonstrates how thoughtful ecological design can create wildlife habitat and reconnect people with nature. I have fond memories of scrambling over the rocks and exploring Habitat Island with my son when he was a toddler. Those projects demonstrate what is possible when the city invests in ecological restoration, but the city cannot do this work alone. As the executive director of a stewardship organization, I know that lasting environmental restoration depends on partnerships. I've had the opportunity to meet with Mendel Skulski, who's just spoke earlier, and David Gregg of False Creek Friends, whose passion and knowledge of the ecosystem are inspiring. Their work demonstrates the invaluable role community stewardship groups can play. We must also strengthen collaboration with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. The Tsleil-Waututh Nations Stewardship Department is leading extensive ecological restoration and monitoring throughout its territory, including efforts to restore Burrard Inlet and the Indian River watershed so that the traditional harvesting can one day return. As Council considers the future of False Creek, we have an opportunity to build genuine partnerships that combine Indigenous knowledge, community stewardship, and government action. Today's stewardship of False Creek is fragmented across more than 20 government agencies and jurisdictions. No single organization is responsible for the health of the entire inlet. If we are serious about restoring False Creek, we need a coordinated approach. I encourage Council to support this motion and establish an interjurisdictional working group to improve coordination, strengthen stewardship partnerships, and build a healthier, more resilient False Creek for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Grace. Okay, speaker number 4 is Ryan Hunt.
Speaker number 4 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 5 is Brenda Loskar.
Good evening. Yes, I'm Brenda Lotzgar, and thank you to Mayor and Council for hearing us tonight. I received your letter today letting me know that government is working on this issue. I have to tell you, I'm actually coming at this from a resident here in Vancouver living on False Creek, and I can tell you, living here just shy of 11 years, nothing has changed. Except prior to FIFA. As I stated in my letter, VPD and RCMP boats manned and sat on the west side of Canby Bridge the entire time during FIFA, not allowing any boat that wasn't moored in False Creek to enter, other than continuous VPD, RCMP, and Coast Guard traffic. Not 4 days after the guards left, there was a jet ski towing these derelict boats back in. The City of Vancouver website states boaters need to get a permit to anchor False Creek when they are anchoring for more than 8 hours during the day from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. or anchoring any time between 11 p.m. and 9 a.m. the following day. The City of Vancouver website states it is illegal to dump untreated sewage in Vancouver's surrounding waters. They never leave. In the summer is the only time pump boats come through the creek, and they come through in 10 minutes. No pumping of gray or black water is occurring in that amount of time. The permit will allow boaters to anchor a maximum of 14 full or part-time days of 30 days during high season, April 1st to September 30th, and 21 days of 40 days in low season, October 1st to March 31st. The only time these boats have moved in the almost 11 years is for FIFA, with VPD and RCMP guarding the waters. They are shuffled around during Dragon Boat Festival in June. Other than that, they are permanent fixtures. False Creek is continuously used by stand-up paddleboarders, kayaks, tiki tour operators, barbecue boats, pirate tour boats. That means they're all navigating in sewage. The water exchange at low tide and high tide is not effective. There is nowhere for the water to go, as you can see closer to the mouth of English Bay and Third Beach. False Creek is unique on how it ends. The derelict boats stay till they sink in bad weather. Then the remaining fluid, oil, and tanks leak into the creek, along with all the piled high debris floats that have to be cleaned up. Often booms have to be put around to contain the mess until such time someone comes and refloats and drags the mess out. This happens several times a year. We pay taxes. The VPD boats come and patrol and do a look around and leave. We then pay more taxes for the cleanup and the removal once they sink, but have no voice.
Brenda, that's your time. Thank you. Okay, speaker number 6 is Branch Page.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brent Page. I'm speaking in favor of this motion. I live in Vancouver in Yaletown. And False Creek is my backyard. I live on the waterfront, walk the seawall daily, hold an annual aquabus pass, and kayak year-round with Creekside Paddling Center. For 14 years, I have seen this waterway from every possible angle, every single day. Right now, the heart of our city's waterfront is trapped in regulatory deadlock. Let's be honest, government's created this mess. By splitting responsibility across some 22 municipal, provincial, and federal bodies, our institutions built a bureaucratic maze. And when everyone is responsible, nobody is. But government also exists to solve big problems, and this is a massive, multi-layered one. False Creek defines Vancouver, its waterfront identity, its public life, even how we showcase ourselves to the world. Overlapping jurisdictions cannot remain an excuse for inaction. It's time for the city to step up and get the ball rolling. As a year-round kayaker, I see the consequences up close. Derelict, unlivable, unseaworthy boats, most loaded with junk and trash, and usually with a half-submerged dinghy. Despite anchoring permits, the same vessels remain for years. Several have sunk right offshore from my condo. This is a direct threat to public safety and the environment. Unmanaged anchoring stirs toxic sediment. Unmonitored vessels pollute our waters. I have even been warned by paddling staff to steer clear of specific derelict boats because of unsafe, hostile behavior of their owners. This jurisdictional vacuum is not a quirk. It is actively harming our shared waters. This motion is Council's opportunity to lead. It is not a top-down solution. It starts the collaboration needed to fix this. It directs staff to work with senior governments and, crucially, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. A co-government framework can create a unified False Creek Harbor Authority rooted in Indigenous stewardship and true reconciliation. The requested Q3 27 report will give Council a roadmap to consolidate seabed tenures and manage anchorage responsibly. Government's created this bottleneck, but the city can kickstart the cure. Let's stop passing the buck and commit to taking responsibility for the waterway that defines us. And in doing so, acknowledge commitment is not a word, it is an action. I strongly urge Council to pass this motion unanimously, and I sincerely thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 7 is Stephen Pitcall.
I was going to speak against the motion, but I found Councillor Orr and Mendel's speech quite compelling, so I've changed my tack, and I'm going to speak in favor of it. I've been banging the drum for Falls Creek to have a harbor master for years. My name is Stephen Paco. I have a company called Skookum Yacht Services. My brother and I repair boats in the Granville Island Boatyard. We've been doing it for 20 years. I'm a commercial diver. My dive crew and I have logged about 200 to 300 hours a year diving in Falls Creek for 20 years. There's no human alive who spent more time in that water than I have. And if you can prove it, I have good dive logs. If you can prove it, I'd eat my wetsuit. We run the free mobile pump out service for the city of Vancouver. We installed the navigation channel markers for the city. We maintain them. And in the last 5 years, since the beginning of the pandemic, we've removed just a little over 100 derelict, abandoned, and sunken vessels on behalf of the city. We have a contract with you, but mostly for Transport Canada and the Coast Guard. I really like working for the city of Vancouver. You're a great customer. Unlike most of our boating customers, we have hundreds of boating customers in Falls Creek. They all have about 17 or 18 cents for every dollar their boat needs. The people for whom we work at the city, the engineers and the cops and the parks people, they just want good things to happen. So it's quite refreshing. I'm in a world of bloody knuckles capitalism every day. Somebody wants to eat my lunch every day. It's really refreshing to work for people who give a damn, frankly, and it's nice. But I got to tell you, they don't always know what they're doing. In fact, they rarely do, because most of them are engaged in other city activities, land-based activities for departments that have no maritime expertise or culture or direction, right? And I will tell you things that, it sounds like I'm being a little harsh, but I'm going to tell you things that your employees have told me, right? We're all just running Falls Creek off the side of our desks. I get that a lot, right? Because these are engineers who are in streets or in contaminated sites. And they've been tasked with overseeing matters about which they don't know very much. The cops will tell you the same thing. Someone at Parks told me many years ago that this is the only urban waterway in Canada that doesn't have a harbor master. Somebody with a maritime background who understands the sort of whole picture, knows the rules that they are to enforce, understands the people and the watercraft, everything from 100-foot mega yachts with, staff, to the derelict boats everyone's mentioned, to all of the human-powered craft in Falls Creek. Talking to all of these departments with whom we work and for whom we work, it's quite clear that the city's probably wasting a fair bit of time and money tasking people to enforce rules they don't know, and they're often at cross purposes with one another. So I am speaking in favor of the motion because I think the whole place sorely needs coordinated management. I think that's my 3 minutes.
Thank you, Stephen. All right, speaker number 8 is Chris Arnold. Okay, yeah, let's just give him 10 seconds. Yeah, please go ahead, Chris.
Hi, Mayor Sim, council members. My name's Chris Arnold. I think we just got introduced. I'm here speaking on behalf of Greater Vancouver Floating Home Co-op, housed at Spruce Harbour Marina. We are the only member-owned residence floating housing in False Creek. And as people who live on the water every day, I think we have a pretty good experience of the immediate way that False Creek operates. Every vessel in our marina is connected to communal sewage system that discharges into the city's sewer network, ensuring that no human waste enters False Creek. We actively support environmental initiatives, including heron spawning projects, oyster restoration programs, to ensure that we have a net environmental positive impact. Our marina is also home to otters, annual birthing grounds for seal pups, countless starfish and crabs, and a residence for our local heron, Henry. Wildlife is returning, reminding us that False Creek is not just an urban waterway, but is also a living ecosystem. False Creek is one of the defining public spaces. It is our home to thousands of residents, a destination for visitors around the world, and a place where people kayak, paddleboard, row, sail, dragon boat, commute by ferry, walk the seawall, and simply enjoy being beside the water. Few cities are fortunate enough to have such a vibrant recreational waterfront so close to our city centre. Yet, despite its importance, False Creek has no single organisation responsible for coordinating the long-term management. As False Creek Friends has identified, two of the most significant challenges are the untreated urban runoff and the unmanaged, often derelict vessels. The issue is not the people living on the boats. Many of us do so responsibly. The issue is the vessels that lack oversight, are poorly maintained, and have no safe place to moor. Unlike many coastal communities of British Columbia, False Creek offers very limited transient moorage and also no legitimate alternatives to anchoring. Several years ago, volunteers from Blue Water Cruising Association, including members of our co-op, installed mooring buoys to provide a safer alternative. Unfortunately, without legal backing, removing these irresponsible boats, the program failed. The consequences are visible: routine oil slicks from anchored vessels and waste in the water. I have personally removed plastic barrels, bags of rubbish, and even an entire two-person tent filled with a ton of marine incompatible material. We also see vessels dragging anchor during storms and high tides, damaging public infrastructure, marine facilities, and neighboring boats. These situations affect everyone, not just those of us who live on the water. They create hazards for all False Creek users. They diminish the experience of visitors walking the seawall and undermine the image of one of Vancouver's most iconic public spaces. When these incidents occur, we call the Coast Guard, the city, and Vancouver Police. Although each agency wants to help, it's passed off as it's not their legal responsibility. Too often, action cannot be taken until someone is either in danger or an environmental disaster has already occurred. Many leading waterfront cities, including Paris, Copenhagen, Berlin, New York, Portland, and our own Ottawa and Toronto, have demonstrated coordinated governance that can transform these urban waterways into cleaner, safer, more vibrant public spaces. Vancouver has the opportunity to do the same. We support False Creek Friends' proposal to establish an organization with long-term oversight over False Creek, bringing together residents, Indigenous nations, marinas, environmental organizations, recreational users, businesses, government agencies around the table. Such an organization would not would not replace existing authorities. Instead, it would improve communication, coordinate action, identify emergency issues before they become crises, develop safe regulated moorage, support environmental restoration, ensure that many groups who care deeply about False Creek are working together towards a common vision. As stakeholders ourselves, with adequate tools, we are ready to work with the city and assist in such programs. Our previous experience, community-led mooring buoys, taught us an important lesson. Good ideas are not enough without lasting institutional support. This organization is to succeed, it must have full backing of the city and relevant agencies. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello? Hi, sorry. Yeah, is this for speaker 9? Hello? Is this for speaker number 9 to go ahead?
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
Steph, can you hear me?
Hi, is this for speaker 9?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Caitlin.
Sorry, Kaylin, just give us a second. So I need to get everyone
Oh,
back to
sorry.
council chamber.
Oh, I apologize. Thank
Yeah,
you.
just hold on for. One more. Okay, Councilor online, can you turn on your video so we have quorum? Councilor Bly, can you turn on your video? Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right, let's continue. Speaker number 9, sorry for the technical challenge. So now I think everything's fine. Speaker number 9 is Caitlin Stockwell.
Hi,
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Caitlin Stockwell. I'm a Vancouver resident, an environmental advocate, and an open water swimmer who is heavily invested in efforts to clean up Vancouver's waterways. I'm speaking in support of this motion. False Creek is one of the most iconic parts of our city. In any picture of Vancouver, you'll likely see it featured. It was also once a key fishing area for musqueam, squamish, and tsleil-waututh, as well as for shellfish harvesting. However, despite this area's importance and the amount of civic life that is built around this space, from our seawall, science world, Granville Island, Habitat Island, to recent FIFA events, there is no coordinated plan in place for water quality management and environmental protection. The management of False Creek currently looks like that Spider-Man meme, with each level of government pointing fingers at each other regarding who is responsible for different aspects of navigation, removal of derelict boats, enforcement of sewage tank emptying from boats, and environmental monitoring. This makes it much harder to address water quality, habitat restoration, derelict vessels, climate resilience, and public safety in a coordinated way. These waterways, and Vancouverites deserve better. This motion is an opportunity for the city to take leadership on establishing a coordinated stewardship model for False Creek and to explore working with Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, the province and federal agencies, to establish a single harbour authority with a clear mandate for proactively caring for the health of False Creek and responding to risks and hazards. While I appreciate the swimmability of False Creek as a longer-term goal, coordinating cleanup and management efforts and clearly establishing who will be responding to which issues and when, for example, through a single harbour authority, is an important start for improving water quality, improving ecological health, and supporting climate adaptation efforts. This in turn will have benefits for the health of current recreation users on False Creek, such as paddle boarders, dragon boaters, other paddlers that currently come in close contact with the water, and support the health of marine life, such as the recently returned herring populations. In Canada, responsible water stewardship has returned swimmability to Victoria's Gorge waterway, 8 of 11 beaches in Toronto Harbour, the Rideau River and Dow's Lake in Ottawa, and the Halifax Harbour. There is precedent for cities taking the lead in ecological health and recreational access for urban waterways, and the City of Vancouver should join this charge. It would be great to see the level of coordination proposed by this motion in place in time to help implement recommendations coming back from the current study underway by the Metro Vancouver Regional District, the City, False Creek Friends Society, and Rain Coast that is looking at water quality conditions in False Creek and making recommendations on ways to improve water quality for fish, wildlife, and people. And I understand recommendations on that are coming back in 2027. I ask City Council to support this motion and take steps today that will increase future recreation accessibility of the False Creek waterway, support collaboration with host nations to support the stewardship of these waters, and care for False Creek as a beloved urban waterway. Thank you.
Okay, speaker 10 is Matthew Hay on the phone. Okay.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Matthew. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm speaking today in support of Councillor Orr's motion to establish a unified stewardship model for False Creek. I love False Creek. It's one of my favorite parts of the city. It somehow manages to be both vibrant and bustling and quiet and peaceful. I live right here, under the shadow of City Hall, and in the summers I like to ride my bike down Yukon Street to the seawall, see the boats in the marina, and people watch from the benches. If you bike down Charleston and onto Lamy Mills Road, you get a beautiful and quiet ride with a large tree canopy on one side and Charleston Park and the nice housing co-ops on the other. For those in this room that cycle, I really recommend you check it out. It's lovely. You see all sorts of folks walking along the seawall or visiting local businesses or picking up their kids from False Creek Elementary. This is community. I also know that the sewage issues around Science World mean that on a hot day, it is pretty unbearable to be around for long. During the World Cup, the Science World soccer ball has been a central part of the city's visible tourism strategy, and I wonder how many tourists have walked by and marveled at it, only to have that moment tainted by the smell of stagnant sewage. We're seeing across the globe multiple, simultaneous, never-before-seen heat waves. Climate change is accelerating rapidly. We're set to have the hottest summer on record, and next year won't be any different. This problem is only going to get worse, and habitat degradation will only increase. Sea level rise threatens our vital seawall infrastructure across our city and specifically within False Creek. We simply must address the fragmentation of False Creek governance that has led to these issues. Councillor Orr's motion also calls for exploring a co-governance framework developed in partnership with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. If we wish to claim that we are a city of reconciliation, as I hope we all do, we need to back that up with more than words. We need to lean on those nations who have stewarded and cared for these lands. Supporting this motion means supporting real reconciliation, it means strengthening climate resilience, and it means building up a truly vibrant tourism and cultural asset within Vancouver for all to enjoy for decades to come. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 11 has withdrawn. Speaker 12 is Shannon Altruba.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this motion. My name is Shannon Otruba, and I am a resident of Vancouver and a staff lawyer with West Coast Environmental Law. I'm speaking today in support of this motion. I'm standing to support this motion because False Creek is a center of the social, environmental, and economic health of Vancouver, and its fragmented management has led to significant environmental and public safety concerns falling through the cracks between governments. Fortunately, the City of Vancouver is well positioned to initiate a process to move towards better governance and stewardship of False Creek. As with many coastal water bodies in British Columbia, False Creek is a place of overlapping jurisdiction in which the city, the province, the federal government, and the governments of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations all have responsibilities to steward this important aspect of Vancouver's identity. For instance, in False Creek, the federal government regulates navigational safety, the province regulates water quality, the city regulates land use planning and zoning, and these authorities are subject to the rights and title of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. These shared responsibilities demonstrate that all governments need to play a role in the stewardship of False Creek. It is also important to note that the province passed its first ever coastal marine strategy, which identifies the need to collaborate with Indigenous, federal, and local governments to achieve the strategy's objectives, including shoreline restoration and addressing derelict vessels. If the stewardship of False Creek is to evolve to meet its potential, these governments must effectively collaborate, not pass the buck to each other. And the City of Vancouver, as a government located within and adjacent to False Creek, is well positioned to lead on this front. Of course, doing so will require closely collaborating with the Indigenous and other governments with jurisdiction in False Creek. But thankfully, there are examples of these sorts of collaborations happening elsewhere in British Columbia that demonstrate how effective it can be. For instance, the City of Victoria stepped up to improve the conditions of the Gorge Waterway in Victoria on Lekwungen and Wasanich territory. Despite the complexities of bringing together multiple governments to establish new and enhanced governance structures, the project put forward by this motion presents an opportunity for the city to provide benefit to all of us living in and around False Creek. This is a way forward that could leave a thriving waterway for the generations to come, a legacy that is legally achievable and socially and economically desirable. For these reasons, I support this motion. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Speaker 13 is David K. Grigg. David.
Chair and councillors. My name is David Gregg, and I'm a resident of Kitsilano for some 30-odd years, I guess. Okay, so I don't intend to go through the problems. I think that's quite clear. Most people are aware of the problems. But this is a pivotal moment in time, particularly given the attention during the FIFA World Cup celebrations. But governance is the key. It's the key to managing the inlet for all users, whether they be in a luxury yacht or wish to swim. Governance could lead to the inlet reaching a status, higher status than it is now, status such as an urban marine park. It would be
the first in North America. That's in the near term. In the longer term, it could provide the basis for an ecological nursery for future aquatic life in English Bay. It's not too difficult to imagine that that may become a United Nations or UNESCO biosphere. Now, this is reaching, but how sound is already a UNESCO biosphere, as is Mount Arrowsmith by Parksville on Vancouver Island is also a UNESCO biosphere. And we have our neighbors in Washington State, Olympic Park is another UNESCO biosphere. So we can imagine where we might be going with this. And in fact, given the number of UNESCO biospheres that could be, the whole of the Salish Sea could become one of the world's largest UNESCO biospheres. And of course, the importance of that is given the extra traffic that will come through marine, oil terminals and LNG and so on and so forth. It's important for us to start the process of here in Vancouver. As a retired engineer and urban planner, I know that every significant placemaking plan starts with a dream. Approval of this motion will give a kickstart to potential restoration of the inlet and beyond into the Salish Sea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 14 is Elizabeth van der Zak.
Hello.
Hi.
And thank you for this opportunity to talk about this topic. I'm a resident in one of the condominiums that are on False Creek, so I'm just speaking as a resident, a person that lives in the creek, sees what's going on there every day. As a resident, we're often frustrated because we can't figure out what to do when we see a boat start to sink. They don't often sink quickly. Sometimes they just start to go. And then later on, we see them retrieving the boat when it's already sunk. We call the Coast Guard, we've called the RCMP, we call the Vancouver Police. We keep getting shoved over from one jurisdiction to another. As a resident, it would be wonderful to have a central agency that we can communicate with when we have also loud disturbances on the creek or when we see these kind of environmental disasters happening when the oil starts to spill and the colors happen on the surface of the water. In my frustration, when I found out about the False Creek Friends Society, I was suddenly relieved to know that there was something we could do. And I think that's part of what we're doing here right now. And I feel really happy that we have a chance to speak to you about this and that we can address this situation. I would like to extend my appreciation for Zeta Schneider and Mendel Stutsky for all the work they've done. And it's this really a wonderful vision that people have for the creek. And I'm 100% behind it. I want my grandson to be able to put his hands in False Creek someday. And for that, I would ask that you find a way to make a central authority over top of this creek so that we can have an actual human being that knows about marine law and about the laws for the creek and enforced. Because currently, False Creek is about the most lawless place in Vancouver, I would say, except maybe the Home Depot parking lot. So how do we pay for this? I would say we should do moorage fees. We have to pay for parking at Spanish banks. What's wrong with moorage fees? We could do some income from the marinas could be diverted to having some preservation and protection for the creek. The marinas make millions of dollars, and I don't think that much money goes back into just for the staff, but otherwise there's not much done for False Creek from that income. That's city income that could be diverted to this. And of course, the federal government, the provincial government should contribute as well. Then we also have the cost benefits of not having to have sunken boats that we have to retrieve all the time, even though Stephen does a terrific job of it. And then there's the kind of cost benefit of not having the environmental spillage and the disaster of all that stuff that goes into the water. I mean, right now, the benthic environment, which is the ocean floor, is the responsibility of the province, but it crusts over. It's just a garbage dump, essentially, False Creek is, but it's crusted over. And so the anchors dragging is what's causing it to break up. So I would like to see a proper stewardship of False Creek And I would love to see it be a place where we could have our children put their hands in the water and look at sea life. That would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 15 has withdrawn. I'm going to go back to the speaker for Ryan Hunt.
Speaker 4 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. So that's the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to the standing committee. Committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Councilor Claassen.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a small, what I consider to be friendly amendment that I have submitted. So maybe we can just go straight to the amendment queue, and I'll
please add yourself there.
Yeah, for sure.
And we need a seconder for the amendment. Second by Councilor Dominado. Councilor Claassen, please add yourself to the queue.
Yeah, you bet. Oh, thanks very much. Okay.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, you bet. So, first of all, I want to thank all the speakers, and great to see my old friend Elizabeth van der Zagen getting the nice zinger there about the Home Depot parking lot was giving me a chuckle. Thanks a lot. Good to see you, Elizabeth. First of all, what is so clear, and I want to again thank all the speakers, what we are experiencing right now is underlying governance issues and False Creek that have really plagued a couple generations worth of people governing here, and I think that the city is an important partner, but at the end of the day, we don't have the tools that certainly the federal government has, or even the province. So they have really the legislative and jurisdictional levers need to resolve these issues permanently. But yet, as I mentioned, the city is an important partner. And if we look at what just happened, in fact, I spotted a news story today talking about how the fact that the False Creek, the crafts that were out there moored in False Creek were gone during the FIFA period, but have slowly been sort of coming back because we're no longer hosting local games, and so it really made us think about, we've done something to get the False Creek cleared up of these crafts. Why not keep it going? So just with that in mind, I think we have a tool potentially from that work that we've done. Again, intergovernmental work. And so the motion essentially describes in a very simple way to call on the province of British Columbia to initiate those discussions with both the federal government and local nations, and then finally adds an E clause that asking that the mayor writes to the province and the government of Canada requesting that any legislative, regulatory, administrative, or intergovernmental measures established in connection with the World Cup, FIFA World Cup 2026, that enhance prevention, enforcement, management, removal of derelict, abandoned, or illegally moored vessels in False Creek be retained beyond the conclusion of the tournament as an interim measure until permanent legislative, regulatory, and jurisdictional arrangements are established to provide effective long-term governance and enforcement within False Creek. So again, thank you, Councillor Orr, for bringing this forward. I hope this is seen as a way to, slightly enhance what we've done there and allow us to use the tools that we have available and have already established to achieve the goals that clearly the people we heard from in the chamber tonight are really eager for us to make happen. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks for the amendment there and the explainer. I do think it's worth mentioning, this we had a similar sort of situation with the Olympics that happened, and there was a lot of conversation around this topic around then, and that the feds did defer management of vessels to the city in a 2009 MOU. And that's sort of the situation that we're in today. So I mean, I also have a concern around that East Basin there is the safest place to keep boats. It's the most sort of sheltered. So yeah, I have a few concerns around that, but seeing this as very much a friendly amendment, I think I'll go along with it. In order to sort of to keep the rest of the motion kind of going. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, seeing no one else on the queue for the amendment, so I'm gonna call the vote. Council, please register your vote. And we are voting for the Councilor Clausen's amendment.
Chair, can I please get a vote assist in favor, please?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Okay, so the amendment passed unanimously with Councilor Montague absent. Okay, back to the main queue, Councilor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Chair. No, I've finished with that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fry.
Yeah, just to speak in favor of the motion, the original motion and the motion as amended. I had to write down a list. Because over the last 8 years, in my 2 terms on council, we have variously dealt with or heard of derelict vessels in Falls Creek, water contamination preventing access to the creek, fuel leaks, horrific smells from sewage overflow, sewage pumping services, should we pay for them or not, party boats and the noise, floating chop shops, illegal Airbnbs, sunken boats, and so many legitimate complaints from boaters, visitors, creekers, and Vancouverites alike. And consistently, when we would bring these complaints to staff, we would be told, well, it's complicated, it's multi-jurisdictional, it's not our jurisdiction. And we seem to be stalled in this kind of inertia. And so I think that we've been in that inertia for a while. So it's high time that we make this move. I mean, I'm not going to say it's all been bad news. Of course, there's been wonderful engagement with the Falls Creek and going out with Zeta and the Friends of Falls Creek and looking at some of the ecosystem restoration and some of the opportunities there and nature healing itself. And I think that, when we look at the creek from afar, it is a fantastic asset for our city. It defines the city of Vancouver. I think, photographically, more than any body of water, Falls Creek is the postcard of Vancouver. And it is important. And I think this is the step in the right direction. It's long overdue. And I realize that it is still multi-jurisdictional and there are complications with seabed and indigenous land claims and all the different pieces that will make this complicated, but it should not be an excuse for not moving forward on it. So I'm glad to see this get the support from everybody, it would appear. And let's all row together. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Corbière.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to be brief. Yeah, I've also dealt with a share of Falls Creek issues and motions over my time, and color me either realistic or skeptical, but I do think we got to drive to the heart of who has the primary responsibility, and I think the one speaker who serves as a contractor for the city spoke very well. That our staff don't necessarily, they're not maritime experts, and giving the city of Vancouver kind of jurisdiction over boats, but without any teeth to do anything about it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And so really, I think it is a vociferous push for the province and the feds to get together and recognize that Falls Creek is a jewel of Vancouver. We are a waterfront city. People love to be out and about near the waterfront. The city was very consciously built and developed so that people would have access to waterfront. We're not like other cities, Montreal and others, that had to reclaim their waterfront because a lot of it, this was an industrial area, but generally speaking, there was more public access to it. And we have sort of uninterrupted access. You continue to go around. We do that now, even connecting with the bridges so that people can walk all the way through, Stanley Park, Falls Creek, downtown over Granville, and carry along. So I think it is sort of high time that we move forward. And on this piece, I was on the Vancouver Park Board when we started the Pump Don't Dump. I still remember the graphics in the press conference with doing that, and that was an effort to, there were some really good fun graphics at the time. And the wind was whipping and around at the time, and it's, scientists looked at it and, tried to determine, is it fecal matter, what is it? There's a number of complex factors. The environmental issues are really well identified. It's the jurisdictional quagmire that is really honestly the crux of the problem, but we did pay for the dump outs. I moved a motion that we advance sewer separation, which we're doing at a faster rate now. We have a lot of aging infrastructure in the city to do that. These are all pieces that contribute overall, but really when it comes down to it, what you need is sort of somebody that actually has bigger authority to kind of take it on seriously. And it is a jewel in the city of Vancouver. People love to be out and about on it. And it would be nice to get away from having those advisories. Has our harbor line change where it used to have sort of a normal washout with developing that and reclaiming some of that land? Yes, absolutely. But we also have a lot of technology today to look at how we can sort of improve that. So I'm happy to support it. I do think, and I remember having this chat with the mayor around, it's a real shame that, and I think he's expressed this sentiment very clearly as well, that we only get these special abilities during specific events and specific times, and that is an issue. I will disagree with Councillor Orr on the one piece around mooring the boats there. Those boats shouldn't be there because they actually provide a lot of issues with respects to illegal discharge. They are sometimes impediments for recreational boaters. They are impediments for sort of safe passage of False Creek ferries. What you want is an open sort of waterfront that can be available to multiple different users. And so I think that that is important to note as well. And so I really would like to see those continue not to be there. The marinas that do operate there, specifically the civic marinas, offer very affordable moorage, similar to our golf courses. And some of those funds do support programs like the pump out service and others. But there are other affordable options, but we should not have unsound watercraft in the middle of a beautiful waterway like that. That just doesn't make sense to me. But I am happy to support it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maloney?
Thank you. I'll be voting in support of this. I thank you very much to all our public speakers for taking the time to talk to us. It's been very entertaining and educational for me, and I can't wait to come out for a proper tour at some stage soon. It's really nice. One of the things about these member motions is it's very nice to see people who all passionately care about an issue come in and sort of meet up and talk to each other and get together. So I hope that that's been a benefit as well. And thank you very much, especially people that do so much volunteer work to keep our beautiful False Creek looking as good as it can be, because we all enjoy it so much. So thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen. And committee members, please register your vote. We are voting for the main motion as amended.
Chair, can I please get a vote assist in favor?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Noted.
Thank you.
Okay, so the amended motion passed unanimously with Councillor Montague absent. Thank you. Okay, so thanks. That completes motion 10 on the agenda. We have 4 motions to go. Motion 11, Sustaining Summer 2026 Festival, and it is co-submitted by Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Dominado, and it is moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby-Young. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please add yourself there so I can advance you. Yeah. Oh. There we go.
Sorry, I'm having dueling computer screens. Yeah, thank you. I'm very pleased to bring this motion forward together with Councillor Dominado to sustain Vancouver Summer Festivals. It will not be news to this council that we have had a number of requests this year due to the extraordinary circumstances that many festivals find themselves in, declining federal and provincial senior government support, declining sponsorship, and generally rising costs in the festival environment. We have viewed this as an extraordinary year in terms of advancing some funding to close the gap, and then also remind council that direction has been given to sort of look at how we sort of sustain moving forward on an ongoing basis. But at this moment in time, we have tried to ensure that the festivals can continue and carry on. This motion contemplates additional support for Vancouver, for the Vancouver Chinatown Foundation to light up Chinatown, for the Gastown Business Improvement Society for programming for the Water Street Sunday pedestrian zone and keeping with those activations and priorities, to the Hellenic Congress for the recent Greek Day on Broadway, the Lumiere Festival of Vancouver for Lumiere 2026, Indian Summer Arts Society for the Deliver the Indian Summer Festival, and I will also be bringing an amendment, so I'm just losing multiple pages here, for Council's consideration for a Punjabi Mela event, as well as for, where is my amendment queue? The Coastal Jazz and Blues Society, who have also found themselves in a bind this year. So I'll do that through an amendment later after we hear speakers, but just letting council know that ahead of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, seconded by Councillor Dominado. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is Abelardo Mayoral. Mayo.
Thanks, Lenny. Council, Abelardo Mayo, Vancouver resident from the Kitsilano neighborhood, owner of the Invisible Orange, a live music production company. I'm here to discuss the motion for sustaining summer 2026 festivals. More discussion that I'm bringing. In principle, is something that I will just simply support, right? When I see sustaining summer 2026 festivals is something that I personally as well like attend and enjoy in Vancouver. But as I kept reading the motion, I had some questions that I wanted to bring in. Some of them have, like, I think I have some assumptions around them. Like because the first one is like, how was the list of festivals selected? I hear is they're reaching out because of they're in a crunch. So yeah, if whether a mechanism exists, or there must be an opportunity to formalize something like that, and to find those that are staples of Vancouver to help them out. Then, because many of them might not know this exists. Like I didn't know, like 2 days ago. Then I kept reading, and then also just had some questions around like around the amounts being determined, because from the numbers in the motion, I saw from something from 30 cents per attendee to $2.50 per attendee. So I just wonder if it was based on their capacity to fundraise or their operational efficiencies. I don't know, and also just calling summer festivals, and there's some in the list that are in the fall, which I like. I know the majority are in the summer, so then I mean, I would just think something that supports festivals in Vancouver in general for the arts and culture. Then it's something that will excite me. But I was just curious about around the naming of the summer festivals. But yeah, it feels silly to discuss the disbursement of like just 200 and so $1,000 for festivals. Like I would like to see that happen. I would like to see the summer festivals being supported. I just wanted to say that, yeah, in principle, I support it. I just wonder if there is more to do to formalize and to bring in more transparency as well, and make sure we support those jewels that we have in the festivals in Vancouver as well. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mayo. All right, so speaker number 2 is Bharat Gupta.
Speaker number 2 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 3 is Alice Yukowski.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Elise Rukowski, and I'm calling in on behalf of the Gastown Business Improvement Society in support of this motion. First, I'd like to thank Councillor Dominato and Kirby Young for bringing this motion forward. As Council is aware, over the past several years, the GBIS has worked extremely closely with city staff, businesses, and community partners to find the right balance for pedestrianization in Gastown. Together, we've learned that success isn't simply about closing a street, it's about creating a reason for people to come. Thoughtful programming and infrastructure, business spillout, neighborhood character, local musicians, markets, performances, family activities, and festivals are all what make people want to stay. Many of those lessons have helped shape pedestrian zones elsewhere in the city, and we're incredibly proud that Gastown has played that role. After a successful 2025 season, averaging more than 10,000 visitors each Sunday, we were discouraged to learn that programming funding for Water Street had decreased while additional responsibilities were being shifted to the GBIS. As a result, we've had to reduce our car-free Sundays from 12 to 10 days and cut community programming by about 80%. That means fewer opportunities for local artists, makers, businesses, and community partners, the very elements that made the previous pilot successful and continue to make Gastown Sunday Set successful today. This risks jeopardizing the work that we have done to date. We're also seeing the condition of our temporary infrastructure decline at a time when Gastown is welcoming thousands of visitors each week. While we know this infrastructure was never intended to be permanent, it reinforces the importance of continuing to invest in the neighborhood as we work toward the long-term vision for Gastown. While we appreciate the city's continued investment in the Gastown Public Spaces Plan and are very proud to be a partner in that work, our concern now is really about certainty. As funding is reduced and operational responsibilities increase, it becomes harder to plan ahead, secure sponsors, book performers, and coordinate programming. It also means our team is spending more time managing operational responsibilities and less time directly focused on our core mandate, supporting our businesses. For organizations like ours, long-term success depends on consistent investment as well as confidence that we're building something sustainable together. As the city continues investing in public spaces across Vancouver, we hope it also continues investing in the neighborhoods that help shape the model. The GBIS remains committed to working with the city. We believe in what we've built together, and we look forward to continuing building on that success and finishing what we started together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 4 is Paula Murillo. Paula.
Finally. Oh, I don't know how you guys do.
Since the morning.
Anyway, so yeah, it was very important for me to be here. I am a Vancouver resident. My name is Paola Murillo, founder and director of Latin Cuba and Carnaval del Sol. And I wanted to be here because I wanted to express my sincere gratitude to bring forward this motion. So, because on behalf of Latin Cuba and many other cultural organizations that serve our city, thank you for recognizing how important is the festival to Vancouver. This motion couldn't come at a more important time. For us, we just finished Carnaval del Sol this past weekend. Once again, we witnessed the incredible impact that cultural festivals have in our city. For the past 18 years, Carnaval del Sol has brought communities together while generating significant economic and social value. This year alone, we estimate that it was an impact of $2.5 million in economic impact for the city of Vancouver, including suppliers, vendors, sponsors, artists, contractors, security, the Vancouver Police Department, and many others. Producing a festival like this now costs over $1.2 million, and each year it becomes increasingly difficult to make it financially sustainable. This year, it was quite unique, having FIFA create an event that it was here, and we know that it was a very exciting and historic moment for Vancouver, and we were very proud to welcome visitors from around the world. It's also however, it did create also a pressure for our cultural festivals. We compete for media attention, experience increased suppliers' costs, lost sponsors, vendors, and saw low attendance compared to previous years. At the same time, operational costs continued to rise, particularly for policing and city services. Those services are so important, and after all, we understand what happened on April 26, and for us, it was very shocking what happened in Toronto with Salsa San Clear Festival, which it was very shocking for us. And a lot of the people that was coming to the festival was more and more asking for how much police and support we had and security. So we understand more than ever that safety is a priority. We are grateful for the guidance and support of the city and Vancouver Police Department in helping us to create safe and welcoming space for everyone. And this is why this motion is so important right now. Support the festival is not simply funding an event, it's investing in community belonging, public safety, local business, tourism, and Vancouver cultural identity. Finally, I would like to express my interest in participating in any festival advisory commitment or working group, because I believe this is very needed, working together to find a long-term solution that ensures festival remains sustainable while adapting to new realities. and increasing costs, the higher safety requirements, and changing economic conditions. Festivals are where strangers become neighbors, culture connects, and community feel they belong. I hope we can continue working together to make this happen. Once again, thank you so much. This is very important. Gracias. Obrigada.
Okay, thank you, Paula.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to speaker 2, Baraj Gupta.
Speaker 2 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. So this is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to the standing committee. Committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Councillor Kirby. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, would you like to move us to an amendment queue?
Okay. Please add yourself there. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As referenced earlier in my quick remarks, I was signaling to Council I did intend to move an amendment to ensure we had been responsive to the request we received. And so I have sent that into Council, and it's to add an amendment for additional funding to the Vancouver Punjabi Mela Society for the Vancouver Punjabi Mela 2026 event in Walter Moberly Park. And then further for the Coastal Jazz and Blues Society for the Vancouver International Jazz Festival. And I think the clerks have that up. So I will put that forward for Council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Fry. Okay, Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. Yeah, just a question through the chair to the mover of the motion. If that's all right.
Yep.
I just wanted to know how you envisage, I noticed that there, neither on the amendment nor the original motion, are there details of breakdowns of how the money will be spent. And I was just wondering how you envision reporting back or transparency and accountability on the grants.
And there we go. Thanks, Councillor Maloney, for the question. It will go to staff, and it would be the similar process that we do with regular grants, that they would extend a, sorry, I'm starting to lose my words this long, a granting letter, for lack of a better word, that has the various requirements, and then the organizations have the same, just like whenever we do regular awards to festivals, they have similar requirements to advise and report back on what they're spending it on, et cetera. So it all gets turned over to staff. Each of the events, when they provided an ask, was asked to provide context and financials. So we have all that information to share with staff, and then the administration of the letters in terms of the expectations would follow the regular process. It goes entirely over that way.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bly.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. I just was, I recognize we had a letter from Nina from the Jazz Fest, and having not seen this amendment, I was just verifying the amounts, and my point of information through you to the mover of the amendment is
Sure.
what engagement has happened with the Jazz Fest.
Yep, through you, Chair. And in response to Councillor Bly, to your question, similar to what I described earlier, we've had a call and conversation. They also provided some backup information as to where their shortfall came from. It sounds like all of Council received the same letter that provided context on where each festival had a shortfall. So for them, for Jazz Fest, it was sponsorship, et cetera. I think Nina had detailed that in her letter. And then we spoke with her and had a conversation as well. And the amount, and to your other point, the amount does match the request.
Okay, that's helpful. I saw the request was 60,000. That's the letter. So it's not clear to me where the 39, right at the top of the letter, you said, I think you have it, it's amount requested 60,000. My understanding is that their sales were down 20% right across the board, largely because of FIFA, but other reasons. So yeah, it's not consistent with what I understand.
Hang on.
Has been the shortfall. So I just want to make sure we're correct.
Give me a moment, Councillor Bly. Sorry, I was trying to bring it up. I don't want to take your time. Yeah, do you want to go ahead and put yourself on, Councillor Dominato?
Okay, go ahead.
I don't have much else, so I'm happy to wait if that's okay, or go after Councillor Dominato, whatever makes sense.
No, Councillor
I think she's
Dominato is
trying to
going to answer
respond.
you.
Just going to answer the question is that the letter I have has, we've experienced a 20% loss in earned revenue across the festival.
that has resulted in a $39,000 loss on top of an approved deficit budget.
So, but do you see at the top is 60,000?
I do not have 60,000 in my email.
No, and following up on that, the letter says we would love to be, quote unquote, we would love to be considered for a one-time payment to cover losses in earned revenue of $39,000 that are a direct impact from our overlap with FIFA dates, unquote.
Okay, I think we have different emails. I will leave that there for the minute. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Councilor Dominado.
That was it. I was just on the queue to answer the question and second the amendment.
Okay.
Oh, it's been seconded. Sorry, my apologies.
Okay, thank you. All right, so seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote for the amendment. Council, again, please register your vote for the Councilor Kirbyang's amendment.
Chair, can I please get a vote assist in favor? It's Mayor Sim.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And Councilor Fry? Councilor Bly?
And Chair, it's Councilor Modig, if I get a vote assist in favor, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the amendment passed unanimously. Thank you. Going back to the main queue, Councilor Kirbyang?
I'll just say that I'm happy to bring this forward. I appreciate council's support, and I'll recognize it's been an extraordinary year. We recognize that we need to have a clear, I think one of the speakers said it earlier, a clear and process for everybody, but this was a bit of an extraordinary year with FIFA and a confluence of a number of factors that I identified. And so council has directed doing that work moving forward to regularize what the city's support looks like. And next year will be a different year. But I'm glad that all the festivals are continuing on. And I think they've done just a fantastic job. I think a lot of councillors have had a chance to be out at a number of the different events that are referenced in this email, and they really do contribute to making summer what it is in Vancouver, and they bring people together. They give us a chance to celebrate the different cultures, to experience a culture that's different than your own, to support the local businesses, to be out in the sun and animate our neighborhoods. And I think that that's a huge part of our summer life in Vancouver. So we're happy to support it, and hopefully we'll find a more sustainable way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Meisner.
Yeah, similar thoughts. I want to thank Councillors Kirbyang and Councillor Dominato for bringing this forward. But most of all, to all the amazing volunteers and organizers who help make these incredible festivals happen, because they add so much to the cultural vibrancy and fabric of our city, and they make Vancouver a great place to live. So thank you for that. And we fully recognize that costs have gone up substantially in recent years for security, for suppliers, for labor, for everything. And that was why, as Councillor Kirbyang mentioned, we have given direction to staff to work on a framework to ensure that festivals are sustainable in the future. But I just want to say in full support of this, and thanks for all the work that everyone does to hold these festivals, because we love attending them. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dominado.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Similar comments from me is these festivals, street festivals and cultural events add an immense vibrancy to the city. We see that ourselves firsthand because we attend many of them, but we also see it from the public. And appreciating that this has been a challenging time over the last number of years, as we're seeing even the private sector pulling back in terms of sponsorship for events, and we've seen this at the provincial and federal levels. And so, these are extraordinary measures in terms of offering grants this year, but I did want to acknowledge the speaker who was raising, that question around, a broader framework for festivals. And that is, as was noted by both my colleagues, direction we've already given to staff, because we are very alive to the rising costs and pressures, and particularly in light of quite traumatic and serious incidents in our cities, the need and the public's desire to see more public safety and measures taken to protect people when they're at these festivals, and then insurance and other things. So while these are sort of an extraordinary time, we are looking forward to seeing a new framework in place to support street festivals. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. Yeah, all of these organisations contribute enormously to our city and are very deserving recipients. I'm slightly worried about the fact that we've continued to do this in such an ad hoc way, because I'm worried that there might be other deserving organisations that might not have personal connections with councillors or know that this is a possibility for funding, and it certainly isn't anymore because we've run out of standing committee meetings before the election, as it turns out. But yeah, so I'll definitely be voting in favour of this, but it's certainly not perfect to be dribbling out funding, you know, when individuals from these organisations have to approach councillors cap in hand instead of, you know, being properly supported through an arm's length, transparent, accountable process. And whether we intend it or not, this process has certainly politicised the grants approval process. You know, it's an arbitrary way of deciding grants, and you know, they haven't gone through the normal process of evaluation. So, as I said, all of the organisations that councillors issued grants to throughout the course of this year have been very deserving, and hopefully there won't be any need to continue this in the future. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. Happy to support and appreciate the speakers for coming and speaking. I know many of them were coming into chambers this morning and so have been there all day. Just wanting to acknowledge that it's been a long day for many. So I'm very happy to support this, and I understand the extenuating circumstances this year that that I think were maybe not anticipated fully, and so therefore were planned for. But I have to agree with much of what Councillor Maloney has said, that this sort of started off with one-time support for various festivals at the beginning of this year, and then of course, as I would too, groups come forward and make their case, and it's a city is sort of established as Vancouver. I expect that from like a small town with new festivals, but these are legacy festivals and groups and arts and culture events that have been around a long time, and would expect the city to have a much clearer program and plan that meets the moment in terms of incremental cost increases over many years. We're in the last meeting, standing committee meeting of this term, and there isn't really anything that I think that we can really hold up and say this is what we got done in terms of solving problems as it relates to funding and programming for the arts and culture sector, and that needs to be recognized. I think the Jazz Fest, of course, is the last grant that was just amended in. It's a perfect example of how far city funds can go when they're also matched with organization funds, sponsorships, as well as philanthropic support, as well as provincial support, that all go into a festival like many, but Jazz Fest is an example, and how much further our city contribution goes when we are helping organizations that are producing these events. I've had some conversations with many festival producers, and including the Jazz Fest, and I think we'll all remember how beloved the Jazz Fest was when it was at David Lamb Park. It was for the weekend, blankets were out, it was all free, food vendors, artisan, a much bigger festival vibe and offering, and it's been a real struggle for the Jazz Fest to be able to keep that up. And of course we saw David Lamb's did the David Lamb location, and the festival moved to the north side of the art gallery, and have to sort of shrink their offering in a way in terms of a footprint while also producing an excellent event. So kudos to Nina and the whole team for doing that. But it's only $150,000 that would allow them to offer a full weekend of jazz in the park events once again. And so, when we think about the things that we've spent money on in the last 3 and 4 months, including one night of fireworks, and even just the most recent decision around extending the Granville Street pedestrianization, this was really what was in the back of my mind is, that's $4.75 million and $150,000, multiplied over 8 or 9 festivals that are happening in the downtown that could be so much bigger and so much more for so much longer across let's say May to October, like that's the real vision I think the city and its residents are expecting from city council and expecting from our financial contributions to these festivals, so that people can enjoy right across the city and benefit, including the local small businesses, for many weeks and months and months across the entire summer. And so that's really where I think we need to set our North Star to, and sort of point all direction in something much more robust, much more consistent with what people are asking for across the entire city, and make sure that we've got a growing, not shrinking festival offering across every genre, those that have been around for a long time and those that are new and emerging. So I'll leave it there. Happy to support this, but I really think we've got to be honest about where we're landing at the end of 4 years here.
Okay, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I want to thank Councillors Kirby Young and Dominato for bringing this forward. I also want to take a moment to thank Paula for a really fantastic event this weekend. Vancouver was fantastic, and I love my shirt. That I purchased myself, by the way. It was not a gift shirt. I actually went and bought a shirt because I thought it was just fantastic. I just want to reflect that, yes, we have seen consistently the challenges for our festival circuit, and we know the financial dynamics have changed significantly with security and sponsorship costs and all the various factors. And also bears acknowledging that this ad hoc approach that we've been taking is not sustainable. We can't just keep having emergency grants go out. So I also support this in the context that this council also unanimously supported a motion I brought like a month and a half or 2 months ago to look at an actual plan, a plan for future festival funding, so that we're not doing this last minute. We're not having people like Paula stressed out because they've already had the event and they're not sure if they're going to get the funding to backstop some of their expenditures. So I think kudos to us for responding to the very critical need that is happening right now, but also for having the foresight to actually think about how we might address this in a more purposeful, transparent, and predictable way.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Corbian.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll just close on the motion, and I think I just need to give a special shout out to Paula because she has been here for such a long time, and say El Carnaval del Sol estuvo muy divertido on the weekend. So the Carnaval was very fun. Thank you. And I love them because it gives me a chance to practice my different languages, of which I have lots of little bits of lots. So that was great. I just want to end on a positive note and just appreciate the arts and culture sector and the folks that put on the festivals. People in the arts are doing it because they love it, not because it is easy, and all the volunteers and everybody that puts it together. I think what has been noteworthy, and I did feel compelled to say this in response to some of the comments, is that the council has come together across the board to support and rise up to the challenges here. So I was a bit surprised to hear comments earlier about politicization of this, but I don't think that that has been the case at all. I think the first motion came from Councillor Maloney herself, who started this sort of one-time granting with car-free day motion request in March, which was sort of let the horse out of the barn, so to speak, and we have risen to that. So I don't think it's been politicized. That was fully supported by council, and just like these ones are. And I think to Councillor Fry's point, we recognize that this is a particular moment in time, and we also want to do sort of a long-standing one. So I just wanted to sort of recognize that, and I think that we are stronger when we stick together as a council, and when we send our joint, unparalleled, and clear support to the rest of the festival. And I'm very happy to close on the motion as the mover, and let's call the question, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, so question has been called. Do we need a seconder for the calling question? Well, clerk said yes. We do need a seconder. Okay, second.
I was on the queue to speak, and the question's been called. I think it's outrageous that Councillor Kirby Young knew that I was going to correct something that she said that was wrong, and is denying me that opportunity as usual.
So Councillor Maloney, his question is being called. That's the procedure we have to follow. So I'm going to ask clerk to double check the procedure, but I think that's my understanding. Yeah, right? We can. Yeah. With the vote. Okay. Okay, we need to vote on this. All right, so let's vote first for the calling the question. Okay, Council, please register a vote for calling the question.
Hi, Chair. Can I please get a vote assist in favor?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor.
Vote assist in favor, please, Chair.
It's for calling the question. Okay, so Clerk, you said 2/3, right? Two-thirds. Okay, so calling questions motion has failed with Councilor Bly, Fry, and Maloney in opposition. So going back to the main queue, Councilor Maloney.
Thank you. I just wanted to correct an inaccuracy. Councillor Orr and I moved our motion to provide emergency funding of $30,000 to the Car Free Day Festival after the floodgates were opened by the Mayor and the majority on Council voting to grant $2 million for half an hour of fireworks for one night. So we actually modelled our motion on the wording of that motion to really make a point about the opening of the floodgates from unbudgeted funds. So I'm very grateful that this council voted to grant a meagre $30,000 to the Car Free Festival, which I'm sure will provide fun and entertainment to a lot of Vancouverites this summer. But I just needed to correct Councillor Kirby-Young's assertion that it was the first one. I have to give credit to the Mayor and the majority on Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, so seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote for the main motion as amended. Council, please register your vote.
Chair, it's Mayor Sim. Can I please get a vote assist in favor?
Okay, thanks, noted. Okay, we're voting on the main motion as amended.
Vote assist in favor, please, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Montague. Okay. Councillor Fry, Councillor Bly, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Maloney? Okay, so the motion as amended passed unanimously. Thanks, everyone. That completes motion 11. Okay, motion 12 is energy sovereignty and grid resilience. It is moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Again, before the beginning of this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, so Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And apologies for missing most of today. I've been doing UBCM work and went through 240 something resolutions today.
More than us, hey?
Yeah. Not as in depth. Anyway, so I know this council has previously expressed concerns about our grid resilience and our realistic capacity to electrify and decarbonize. And I'm happy to say, council, we are on the verge of a solar revolution. Right now, the licensing authority underwriters laboratories are preparing to certify direct-to-consumer plug-in solar. And what that means is that an outlet inverter that could enable you to have balcony or backyard solar that you can literally plug back into the grid and offset your energy use in a meaningful and low barrier sort of way that would save you money and allow for energy resilience. This technology already exists. Big box retailers in Europe are already selling direct to consumer. And here in North America, UL are expected to certify this tech as early as next year, the beginning of 2027. Right now, if you wanted to put up solar and connect it to the grid to sell or offset your energy consumption, which is known as net metering, it's complicated and expensive. You need a series of permits, and with BC Hydro. And of course, if you're a renter or even in a strata, this is not guaranteed or practical. So this direct-to-consumer plug-in solar changes that. And as Canadian consumers are looking to save money, this is an opportunity to save folks money on their electrical bills and provide them more independence. Imagine a scenario where an apartment renter can install solar panels and then they can take them with them when they move. But not only that, they can plug it into the wall or a battery, and on hot and sunny days, they can power an air conditioner to cool their apartment. Friends, this is a game changer, and I think it's a really exciting opportunity for us to get ahead of it, start to look at what it looks like for installation, what it looks like for permitting, so that we're not duct taping them to balconies, but we're fastening them appropriately. Let's start to imagine that future, and there's an opportunity to work with BC Hydro on a pilot program right now, which they're doing to do urban studies, and it would be great to have us working on it.
Thank you, Councillor. We have a seconder for this item. Second by Councillor Maloney. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Again, public speakers should state whether they're in support or in opposition of the motion, and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is Karina Tavila.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Karina Talvala. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here to speak in favor of this motion, which advocates for approval of plug-in solar panels in Vancouver. For me, personally, the issue is primarily about hastening our shift to renewable energy sources to reduce the climate-changing effects of burning fossil fuels. But it's not just about shifting to hydro-generated electricity over fossil fuels, because here in BC, we're feeling the effects of climate change-induced droughts that are lowering the level of water in the rivers and hence reducing our ability to generate hydroelectric power. So it's not just about electricity, it's about solar-generated electricity. The plug-in solar panels are reasonably inexpensive, easy to install, and would help to reduce energy bills. The first U.S. state to allow use of the panels was Utah, not exactly a leader in the charge against climate change, but for that very Republican state, the panels were about an opportunity to save money, an excellent argument that we just as applicable here. The panels would also be very empowering for people. Urbanites have never been able to generate our own power before, but these panels would give average people that power and some control, power to do something easy about the climate and control over their electricity bills. For these reasons, climate change adaptation and mitigation, reducing electricity bills, and energy empowerment, I am in support of Councillor Fry's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 2 is Penny Crawford.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to speak, and I'll be brief because you've had a long day. I've been a resident of Vancouver since 1983, and I am very excited to speak in favor of Motion 12. Thank you, Councillor Fry, for bringing this forward. The climate crisis is here now, and fossil fuels are the main cause of the climate crisis, hands down. And yet, our elected officials at all levels of government continue to keep citizens hooked on fossil fuels. And this council is no exception. Recently, they overturned a ban on gas for new builds. So with this motion, we have good news on clean energy, just as Councillor Fry outlined in presenting the motion. Earlier this year, I read articles raving about the IKEA plug-and-play solar panels. And as a renter, I look forward to taking those steps to have a solar panel on my balcony and taking control of my energy sources that reduce my emissions and match my values. This is truly a very positive initiative. And absolutely, I want to see the city get on board, look for ways to leverage this technology, form partnerships, engage with BC Hydro, get on board with this pilot project that Pete outlined, provide the staff the support they need to prepare the regulatory framework. I encourage all of you to vote in favor of this motion. It is so exciting. If you could see me, I was yelling yay after everything Pete said in his opening. So thank you very much. I look forward to the results of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is speaker number 3, Suki Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. I am pleased to support Motion 12 because it looks ahead to how Vancouver can generate and use energy more affordably, sustainably, and reliably. Electricity demand is growing. Electric vehicles, building electrification, air conditioning during heat waves, and digital infrastructure are all placing greater pressure on the grid, while we are asking residents to move away from fossil fuels. Well, we should be. That transition requires not only more clean energy, but a more resilient and decentralized energy system. This motion recognizes that emerging plug-in solar technology could be part of that solution. Instead of relying entirely on centralized power generation, residents could produce a portion of their own electricity through small-scale balcony, patio, or backyard systems. The benefits are clear. In a cost of living crisis, households could reduce energy costs. Distributed generation could ease peak demand and strengthen grid resilience. When paired with batteries, it could even help residents to maintain essential cooling during heat waves or power outages. Importantly, plug-in solar could expand access beyond traditional homeowners. As mentioned in the motion, renters and people in apartments such as myself or strata buildings have largely been excluded from rooftop solar. This technology may offer a more practical and affordable way for them and me to participate in the clean energy transition. We can also look to international experience. In Australia, widespread rooftop solar adoption has reduced electricity bills and contributed back to the grid, while also requiring governments to update standards and grid management. It shows both the opportunity and the importance of planning ahead. What I appreciate about this motion is that it does not rush ahead without safeguards. Certification and testing are still underway, and the motion asks the city to work with BC Hydro and other authorities to ensure these systems can be introduced safely. It also calls for consideration of standards, permits, inspections, and equitable access. That is the right approach. Prepare early, follow the evidence, and remove barriers once safety is established. Climate action is not only about reducing emissions, it is also about affordability, resilience, and giving residents greater control over their energy future. This motion positions Vancouver to be ready rather than reactive. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 4 is Christopher Cashin.
Speaker 4 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 5 is Annette Riley.
Hello.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, please. Go
Okay,
ahead.
perfect. Hi, Mayor and Council. This is Annette Riley. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here to speak in support of Motion 12. This motion, to me, is about the future. Don't know about you. I'm a giant nerd. I love science fiction. My biggest fandom is Star Trek. Shout out to all my fellow Trekkies here, but I digress. One of the things, though, that I love about sci-fi is that it imagines these technologies that make everyday life so much better. And, you know, most of those times those technologies stay fiction, but sometimes they become a reality like this. This motion is the start of a plan to give the residents of our city access to technologies that benefit all of us, and that has some serious Star Trek vibes. In a world where we've had these extreme heat events, wildfire smoke, atmospheric rivers, and all these growing concerns about whether our electrical grid can actually keep up with this increased demand, this is exactly the kind of forward thinking that we should all be doing. In a political climate where so much of our decision making has had to be reactionary, this motion looks ahead. It says, let's understand this technology, let's work with BC Hydro, let's identify the barriers now so that when the technology is ready, we are too. And that to me is smart planning, and there's nothing I like better than a good, actionable plan. I would sign up for a solar panel on my patio in a heartbeat. Let me be a test subject here. I mean, actually, we use them when we're out camping with my friends and family. We use portable solar technology to recharge our lights, our phones, even speakers so that we can have some music. And then we don't have to worry about disposable batteries or any noisy generators. So this technology right now, it's not in the distant future. It's not fantasy anymore. It's already here. And this motion is simply asking Vancouver to be ready for the next generation of it. Get it? It's about exploring ways for homeowners, renters, people in apartment, and those living in multifamily buildings to participate. This is not the final frontier, but it might be the next one. So let's be proactive instead of reactive. Let's embrace innovation. Let's prepare for what's coming. And let's help build a city that's more resilient and more sustainable and a little bit closer to the future we all imagined. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go back to speaker 4, Christopher Cashin.
Speaker 4 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this is the end of our speakers list, and thanks everyone to speaking to standing committee. And committee members, is there any discussion? Well, make sure we have quorum. Okay, wait, thanks. Yeah, we do. Okay, yeah. Okay. Committee members, is there any discussion? Okay, Councilor Corbia.
Yeah, I have a question through you, Chair, if I might, to staff.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking to verify, is this certified equipment currently in Canada?
Sandra Singh, Deputy City Manager. Councillor, I don't have the answer to that. I will have to get you.
Okay. Does staff would it be helpful for staff to have a recess? Because I'm looking at the input that came in and it says plug-in solar publicly isn't certainly possible in Vancouver's. The equipment isn't certified in Canada. And BC Hydro has not made updates to their tariffs. Would it be helpful to have a minute to review that?
Certainly, we could. The staff feedback was that was on advocating for changes at the senior levels. Those changes are made. The systems are designed to plug into a standard outlet that require electrical work or structural work, which does not require city oversight. So yeah, certainly we could take a moment, but that was
okay. Can we take a moment for staff to just confirm that?
Let's take 5 minutes. Not sure if that's enough. 5 minutes recess. Okay, so 5 minutes. So we're gonna come back at 8:06. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So we can confirm that these are not certified yet at the federal level, but BC Hydro has opened up a pilot to test it here. We're anticipating that there are going to be very limited local or very limited barriers at the local government level because they are designed to be plugged in, and they're not readily available yet, but we are anticipating that they will be.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks. I'd like to propose an amendment that I've sent into the clerks if you want to move us to amendment queue.
Okay, I'll move you there. So please add yourself. Okay. Yeah, we need a seconder for the amendment. Okay, we need a seconder for the amendment. Yeah, so
Could we have 30 seconds to read it, and then I'm sure there'll be a seconder.
okay, so let's take 30 seconds recess. Second by Councillor Meisner. Okay, I hope that gave you enough time for people to review. Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's always exciting when you have new technologies coming in, and particularly ones that can provide the benefits that Councillor Fry has articulated. There is, I think, a distinction between moving ahead with preparing a regulatory framework and it not being yet certified. But as Councillor Fry noted, there is an opportunity to participate in a pilot. So I'm just going to walk through the amendments that I proposed. First is an amendment, some changes to A, so that it would read, the Council affirms support in principle for the future and safe adoption of direct-to-consumer plug-ins solar technologies and potential opportunity to improve distributed energy resilience, adding in affordability and energy sovereignty, recognizing that such technologies are not presently authorized for residential use in Canada, and then any future implementation will be contingent upon the establishment of appropriate Canadian safety certification standards, electrical code provisions, and technical BC safety requirements. That Clause B remains, which allows staff to engage with BC Hydro on their plug-in solar piece so that we can keep that dialogue going and sharing of information. Also recognizing that staff said if it's going to be plug-in, it's probably going to require very little in terms of adaptation on the city side. And then replacing essentially the existing remaining clauses C, D, E, and F with a new C that says that following the completion of the regulatory certification and utility approvals described above, staff provide council with information outlining any steps the city may need to undertake to facilitate the safe and lawful implementation of certified direct-to-consumer plug-in technologies, including any anticipated amendments to city bylaws, permitting processes, inspections, or coordination with Hydro, Technical BC, or other relevant authorities. And so it's let's keep the open to the new technology. Let's ensure it's certified and it's safe. Let's participate with BC Hydro. And get the flow. But it sort of really acknowledges the staff feedback there and in terms of what the city's role in. And happily, if it's as flexible a technology as is anticipated to be plug-in, there should be a minimal amount of work on the city side to support that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, a point of information to staff. I'm just curious if, because I actually listened with interest about the opportunity for a pilot with BC Hydro, and I'm curious if staff have already started conversations on that subject.
Councillor, we're just checking with staff.
I know there's others on the queue, so I could wait. I was just curious if that's a, because it seems like an interesting opportunity.
Shortly.
We can proceed to the other, maybe let the other councillors go share, then we can get the answer after.
Okay, we're going to come back. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Orr.
Thank you. Yeah, just looking at the amendment and the original motion, I think the amendment kind of strikes out some of the very interesting parts of this well thought out motion. And I think in particular is the right to charge. I think that's a very important sort of component of this, as well as explore approaches to ensure equitable access, including for renters, strata residents, and low income households. And that's just, you know, a lot of this new technology comes on the market and we see this kind of thing where it's kind of only adopted by those who can afford it, and it's a very sort of niche thing, and it eventually kind of trickles down years later. But I think this is really important, these clauses, and I wish that these clauses stayed in. Perhaps there's an opportunity to amend that. I do also like how it assesses how they could complement existing city initiatives under the Climate Emergency Action Plan. So yeah, I'll have to do some thinking on this, but little worried about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's unfortunate that Christopher Cashin was unable to speak. He's actually the expert who's actually and doing a lot of this work in the field, and he's incredibly passionate about it, very knowledgeable about this stuff, and a little on the nerdy side when it comes to explaining in detail how this would work. But suffice to say, it's very fast moving. In fact, so fast moving that when I first submitted this motion, and as council will know, we had to submit our motions for review extraordinarily early this session for during that FIFA break. And since the time that I submitted the motion and the staff comments, new technology and this new pilot with BC Hydro was introduced, and things are moving very quickly. This will be certified by early 2027, and it is a tremendous opportunity. I am a little afraid that. I'm not afraid, but I think this amendment does kind of slow walk this really excellent opportunity that we could get really on board with and actually have sort of in place for sooner than later, and ideally in a way that could support these kind of air conditioner applications before next summer and hopefully any kind of catastrophic heat dome. But so I won't support these amendments, but if it does come to pass, I'll certainly support it as amended. But like Councillor Orr, I am disappointed that we're losing some of the tenor of the Councillor Kirby-Young has amended out some of the more salient pieces around the right to charge. I think there is a piece there that is important to consider how we make these solar panel access more equitable to all users, so that in fact it can be something that renters can readily adapt. And of course, we do want to get ahead of some of the logistics of how does somebody attach a solar panel to a balcony on the 8th floor. Those are real world considerations that it would be nice to be thinking about and get ahead of, so that we are adapting appropriately so we can hit the ground running. So I won't support the amendments. I'm pretty happy with the way it's written now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Just give me 1 second. Okay, all right, so seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote for the amendment. Just make sure that people online turn on your video. Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, sorry, Councillor Dominado. Yeah, you got a question, sorry. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, so Councillor, to confirm, we have not been in conversations with BC Hydro. We are aware of the pilot, and there is opportunity to participate, but we have not explored.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. All right, Councillor Maloney.
Sorry, I'll just quickly say, reading the amendment, it is useful to have a standard in place before it's recognised by code, and after that, it's basically plugging in an appliance with no need for approval. So I think there are certain advantages to the amendment, so I'll be voting in favour of it.
Thanks. Okay. All right, so seeing no one's on the queue, so let's go to the vote. We are voting on Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment. Councillor Bly?
Yes, can I get a vote assist abstain, please?
Abstaining, okay, noted. And who else? Okay, that's it. Okay, so the amendment passed with Councillor Fry and Councillor Ward in opposition and Councillor Bly abstaining. Okay, back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young?
That's all. Thanks, Chair.
If Councillor Dominado.
Are we just on the main motion now, the amended motion?
Yes.
I'll just offer my comments. I appreciate the motion coming forward because there is an appetite for this, particularly from the public standpoint of wanting to offset costs, energy costs, and interested. I didn't realize until the motion was presented that the technology wasn't actually certified in Canada, although I understand from the reading I did that it is in some states and other parts of the world, and that we're just lagging a bit. But I did hear very clearly from Councillor Fry that that it's definitely on its way. There is movement afoot to have the plug-in technology certified, so I think it's a really important component of, as we've seen with the evolution of the uptick on electric vehicles and other technologies, is that we do need to plan for it. That certainly makes sense. And oftentimes, I will note, governments can end up, I would say more often than not, governments end up playing catch up because technology tends to move more quickly than legislation and legislators. So just sort of an observation in my experience. But I do think it has great merit, and Councillor Fry talked about, I think it's across the board. We often get divided into polarized camps of renters and homeowners, but I think holistically, many people could benefit from this. And I really am interested in the pilot opportunity. I, again, wasn't aware of that until Councillor Fry presented the motion, and think that if we can partner with BC Hydro and be a test case, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I know we have got our senior management team here in the chambers to hear that. So happy to support the amended motion.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I will support, despite voting against the amendment, I will support the amended motion because I do want to see this move forward. I was hoping a little quicker. Just to put a little bit more color around Underwriter Laboratories, it is the UL that you see on every electrical appliance that you have. The process of certification for this particular technology began in December and rolled out as a formal testing approach. And the big consideration that we know the technology works, it's amply demonstrated in Europe where they sell them in IKEA and you can buy these off the shelf. Where the interesting piece really comes to play is the resiliency of the grid. So when you're putting electricity back into the grid, it has the potential to create problems. And that's why BC Hydro is now really assertively pursuing this pilot, because they need to demonstrate the integrity of the grid with this technology. It has been proven, but they have to show the work. And so that's also why it's a great opportunity for the city to get involved in this pilot opportunity, to real life test it in an urban environment where we have a lot of competing capacity issues for the grid, and we have a lot of draw and pull and modern electrical infrastructure. So I'm glad that that's remained intact in this motion. I really do, in a completely nonpartisan and just nerdy way, this is so exciting. And I think that the biggest piece to this that I really hope is the opportunity is that we provide some energy resiliency. And as we know, electrical prices spike when use is high. So when we do have a heat dome and people are using air conditioners, it's going to be more expensive to run your air conditioner. That's just the way it works. But if you have a plug-in solar with a battery charger and it's on your deck and it's catching all that sun and then it's powering your air conditioner, what a miraculous thing that would be. And then you can pick it up and move when you get to a nicer apartment or whatever the case is. So really exciting. And I'm glad that you all see that. I wish we moved a little faster, but happy to go, man, go.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, again, let's go to the vote. We are voting for the main motion as amended. Also, please register your vote. Okay, Councillor, please register your vote. Councillor Clausen, Councillor Dominato. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. The motion as amended has passed unanimously. Thanks. Okay. That completes motion 12 on the agenda. Motion 13, passenger licensing for electric macro vehicles. And it is moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. So you may have seen these bright blue buggies driving around town. Some of you may have ridden in them as they were running the shuttles at the Oak Ridge opening, or in North Van, where the Lower Lonsdale BIA runs shuttles for shoppers that go up and down the hill in North Vancouver. These are neighborhood zero emission vehicles, and they look like golf carts, but they are fully certified for street legal use under the Motor Vehicle Act. They have seatbelts, they have turn signals, they have laminated glass, they have backup cameras, they have headlights. They are fully street legal, and indeed they are street legal in our city. What they are not, however, is licensed for passenger transportation. So if we can find these, actually, they park them, they have a fleet of about 3 dozen that they park at Bentall for the Hey Ya, who will be speaking later. And they rent them outside of Canada Place. And they're very popular with tourists who want to go bomb around town, take little quick trips, fun way to get around and experience nature. And as it turns out, they would be a fantastic way to experience our city for visitors. But right now, they are not licensed for passenger transportation. So this motion is really seizing this opportunity. It is a process that is in the works with the province and the motor vehicle department, but it's not happening fast enough. And we had a real missed opportunity during FIFA where they were pretty much lined up to make it happen with a huge tourist push and Canada Jobs grant to actually hire young people to conduct tours in little micro electric vehicles. But the province has not moved to, and again, these are totally street legal. It's just a matter of making them available for me to pay money to somebody to drive me around and take me on a tour of Stanley Park or the Cherry Blossoms or down to Granville Island or what have you. So the ask here fundamentally is just for the mayor to write a letter and for us to enthusiastically support this kind of idea. It's obviously a low carbon way to get around. When I was out test driving on one of them the other day, next to these giant diesel gargling buses that were standing there idling, waiting for passengers, and thought, what a stark difference it is and how on brand it is for our city to provide a really fun electric way that doesn't burn fossil fuel and you can experience our city. And
Thank
really,
you,
the fresh air
Councillor.
part is the best. Oh, sorry. Lenny, you just let me keep going. What do you're so kind, Lenny.
Oh, I'm so kind to you, Councillor Fry. Okay. All good. All right, so do we have a seconder for this motion? Seconded by Councillor Maloney. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speaker should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the motion, and they may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Speaker number 1 has withdrawn. Speaker number 2 is Tasha Maynard. In person? Oh, that's Tasha. Oh, there. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, thank you for having me here today. My name is Tasha Maynard, and I am the co-founder of Hey Carts. Before we start, I want to highlight we are speaking about NZEVs. These are already Transportation Canada approved. You can drive and park on the road just like a regular car, and you need a driver's license to drive them. We're not talking about the green mobility scooters we see on the Greenway. Those are simply illegal. So when the City of Vancouver needed shuttles for people with mobility challenges during FIFA planning, they rented our carts. This matters because it shows these vehicles are not theoretical. They are already being used by the city for exactly the kinds of short, practical, accessibility supportive trips we're talking about. The difference is that when the city operates a shuttle service, it can do so under its own authority. To date, Hey Carts have been privately and safely used for shuttle service by the Vancouver Pride Society, Ironman Canada, the Vancouver Marathon, City of Vancouver, Oak Ridge Park, Vancouver BIAs, Destination Vancouver, and even recently the Institute of Transportation Engineers Conference that was just held in Victoria. However, if HEA wanted to provide the same kind of shuttle service to the public with commercially licensed drivers and vehicles inspected every 6 months through the Commercial Vehicle Inspection Program, we currently cannot. We are not asking for a loophole. We are not asking to avoid regulation. We are asking for a clear pathway under the existing passenger transportation license framework. So normally the approval process for a general passenger transportation license is roughly 6 to 8 weeks. We applied last year and our application has now been sitting for months with no meaningful response. To be fair, as far as we know, nobody in BC has applied before to operate neighborhood zero emission vehicles for passenger service with commercial drivers. We understand that this may be new for the Ministry of Transportation and Transit, and we understand that staff may not know exactly where or how these vehicles fit. But right now, they're not asking us questions or giving us a pathway. The only answers we get is keep waiting. Meanwhile, these vehicles are already street legal, they're registered, they're Transportation Canada approved, they're ICBC insured, and operating safely as self-drive rentals. They're fully electric, quiet, low speed, and right-sized for short trips in busy visitor areas. Driver-guided NZEV tours and shuttles would help visitors, seniors, families, cruise passengers, and people with mobility limitations experience more of Vancouver without needing a full-sized car, taxi, van, or bus. They could support Stanley Park, Canada Place, Cole Harbour, Gastown, and our local events. Approval of this motion would send an important signal that Vancouver supports safe, insured, inspected, and properly regulated NZEV passenger services. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha. Okay, speaker number 3 is Joanna Jager.
Speaker 3 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker 4 is Julie.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Julie Strelewski here, and I am in support of this motion. If you have seen the news, there are 800 active wildfires burning in Canada alone that are causing a lot of devastation right now. As we can see around the world, we are in a climate emergency. Hopefully this government will start taking this seriously as scientists have recommended. I think we have an ethical responsibility to take as much action as we can. NZEVs have been around since the late 1990s. They're a proven solution, and it's long past time that all governments approve them for passenger services. If you are aware of the social and environmental impacts of EV battery life cycles, good news. The world's largest EV battery repurposing mega factory has opened in Surrey and turns retired EV batteries into storage systems for hospitals, factories, and more. So I hope you will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to circle back to speaker 3, Joanna Jager.
Speaker 3 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that's the end of the speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to standing committee. Committee members, is there any discussion? Okay, Councillor Maloney first.
Thanks. Yeah, it's really nice to see an enthusiastic small business person trying to do something new, and I think this is a very worthwhile thing to explore. I appreciate Councillor Fry bringing it and responding to, a small business person who's hit a roadblock, not literally. So I'll support this.
Thank you. Councillor Dominado.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I also share that sentiment. I think it's worthwhile exploring and sending a clear message to the province. And I do see a great opportunity for tourism in the context of particularly our downtown core. It's a small footprint, if you will, and dense, and it seems like it makes like a lot of sense. I think there was one recently used as well in Marpole for other activities in that area, but happy to support it. I think it would be an interesting opportunity for the city, and I really appreciate the presentation made by the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote for this motion. Council, please register your vote. Okay, Councillor Bly. I think she's gone, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the motion passed unanimously with Councillor Bly, Mayor Sim, and Councillor Montague absent. Thank you. That completes motion 13. Motion 14 is a policy framework for overdose prevention and harm reduction facilities. It is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yeah, thanks. Of course, so as you will know, this was inspired by the relatively recent decision by this council to use any means necessary to bar the overdose prevention site at Hornby and Helmkin. As I've illustrated in this motion, that was attempted by then Prime Minister Stephen Harper in 2011 when he tried to shut down supervised consumption sites at Insight. And it was ruled unconstitutional. It was a violation of charter rights. And as I argued at the time that this ban was being suggested, we were treading on dangerous territory, not the least of which for the legal reasons, but also because these are real human lives at risk. Now, that being said, I do recognize that that how these are run, and I was on council when we had approved the OPS at Seymour and Helmkin, and it was problematic because it was too small and there was a lot of management issues. It occurred to me then, and the conversations we had were that there were no bylaw tools. We amply have conditions on bylaws licensing for all manner of business. Bars and restaurants have to follow certain rules and conditions that we apply to their licensing. Cannabis dispensaries can't, as a condition of their city licensing, cannot be opened next to a community center or an elementary school, and they have to have frosted glass, and they have to have certain controls. These are all basic functions of doing good business, and we apply thousands of conditions to our business licenses on the books. I'm going to quickly reflect on a real-world scenario that Councillor Zhou will be familiar with, where a small family-run business in Chinatown was very desperately trying to figure out a way to stop an oat clinic from opening up next door, and they were concerned about the impacts. Indeed, those impacts have been profound, and I can tell you that that owner of that small family business now spends $70,000 a year on security to run his own business because the neighboring business is the oat clinic is not managing their facility in a way that is conducive to good neighborness. And that's what the intention of this motion is. It is not to, well, I'm out of time, but I want to be clear what the intention is here.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Seconded by Councillor Meisner. All right, so we will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. So again, public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is Vincent Kong.
Hi, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, Vincent. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Vincent Kwan. I'm the Executive Director of the Strathcona Business Improvement Association. I support the direction of this motion because overdose prevention and harm reduction services are an important part of the broader response to the toxic drug crisis. That is also precisely why we need to get the implementation right. The motion begins to establish clear expectation around cleanliness, public order, operating plans, monitoring, and enforcement. If overdose prevention and harm reduction services are essential healthcare services, they should be managed with the same discipline, resources, and duty of care that we'd expect from every other essential public service. Success is not simply opening a service. Success is delivering quality care while maintaining confidence among clients, neighboring residents, businesses, and the surrounding community. For this framework to work, there must be a clear chain of accountability across the entire system, from the operator to the city, Vancouver Coastal Health, and the province. The community should not be left trying to determine which institution is responsible when problems arise. It should be clear when the operator must respond, when the city must monitor or enforce, and when VCH or the province must become involved because additional authority, funding, or changes to the service model are required. That is where the Good Neighbor Agreement becomes important. Although the agreement is between the operator and the city, it should also provide the surrounding community with a clear way to raise concerns and understand what happens next. Done properly, the Good Neighbor Agreement becomes a community-facing connection to the broader accountability framework. It should help ensure that concerns are assessed, recurring problems are recognized, unresolved issues are escalated, and outcomes are reported back. The community has an important role in providing honest and timely information as well about what is happening around the operation. While the responsibility for assessment, corrective action, and enforcement remains with the appropriate public institutions. The affected business improvement areas can also help connect those two sides. As place-based organizations working closely with both its members and the city, BIs can help ensure the agreement reflects actual conditions on the ground, recognizes recurring patterns, and gives community a practical way to reach the institutions responsible for acting. For that reason, we ask Council to ensure that the affected BIs are formally consulted and invited to help shape the Good Neighbor Agreement before it is finalized. That consultation should happen early, not after the agreement has already been written, so that the BIs can help shape how concerns are raised, the processes involve recurring problems, how recurring problems are recognized, and resolved issues are brought to the right authority. Ultimately, the measure of a Good Neighbor Agreement
Vincent,
is not
that's
written.
your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, speaker number 2 is Joshua Davidson.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Joshua Davidson. I'm the Director of Operations at Downtown Vancouver BIA, also known as Downtown Van. I'm also a resident of Vancouver. Overall, Downtown Van is prepared to support this motion. However, we have outlined 4 recommendations for consideration that we believe would strengthen the framework. For many years, Downtown Van has been advocating for greater accountability, consistency, and transparency around the plans and operations of overdose prevention and harm reduction facilities. This motion moves us in the right direction. We recognise that the toxic drug crisis remains one of the most significant public health challenges facing our city. Harm reduction services save lives and are an important part of our health system. At the same time, we hear almost every day from businesses, employees, residents, and visitors about the impacts that occur when facilities like these are not supported by clear operational standards and effective management of the surrounding public realm. While we appreciate what we appreciate about this motion is that it begins to establish expectations around licensing, operating plans, cleanliness, reporting, good neighbour agreements, and community accountability. Therefore, should staff develop this framework, we encourage Council to ensure that it includes the addition of the 4 following elements. First, meaningful consultation before facilities are approved. Engagement needs to happen early, and it should include business improvement associations, local businesses, residents, and other affected stakeholders. Second, measurable operating standards with clear consequences when operators do not meet them. Expectations should be transparent and consistently enforced. Third, good neighbour agreements should be developed with the support of business improvement associations and the surrounding businesses, and they should include clear response times, complaint resolution processes, and ongoing communication. And finally, ensure that any locational criteria give appropriate consideration to neighbourhood context, cumulative impacts, and the unique role of key commercial districts, which includes the Granville Entertainment District. Downtown Van's position has always been that these conversations are not about choosing between compassion or accountability, they require both. When these services are properly located, appropriately resourced and well managed, they can improve health outcomes while reducing impacts on surrounding neighbourhoods. A clear regulatory framework provides greater certainty for operators, businesses, residents and the community while helping restore confidence in how these services are planned and managed. We thank Councillor Fry for bringing this motion forward, and if Council adopts these 4 recommendations that I've outlined today, Downtown Van is pleased to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 3 is Stephanie Smith.
Hi, good evening. I'm also calling to support this motion. It's not surprising that many Vancouverites have become opposed to any safer consumption sites or OAT services in their communities. We've had a bad run of operators opening sites that aren't structurally adequate for client needs and which aren't adequately resourced. Then when trouble happens in the community around the site, operators shrug their shoulders and say that what happens outside isn't their problem. This is a dynamic that we see taking place over and over again in Vancouver. Critical services for at-risk people are inadequately managed. There are neighborhood impacts, and everyone is left to fight with one another while the people responsible, the funders and operators of the sites, including government, either steer clear or exploit the fallout. Eliminating these services will cause people to die. Let's not avoid that. And I am worried that there's an alarming cohort, mainly but not entirely, of online bots and trolls that say that they want drug users to die. There are people stoking that hatred at all levels of government. But I don't think that community members who don't want to deal with crime and nuisance around safe consumption sites want people to die. I think that mainly people want folks to get help. We need better service delivery models. People need to be able to get off the street. They also need immediate access to support services, including recovery-oriented services. But we also need to do our best to make sure that people don't die. This is a route forward because at its heart, it's an accountability framework for everyone involved. There's accountability for the city, which is currently on a collision course with the federal government that we can ill afford. There's accountability for the province, for the health authority, for the operators, and for folks using the sites too. I think it's past time for everyone to come to the table to ensure that folks don't die and to ensure that service delivery models respect community needs. I don't think it's impossible, and I think it's incumbent on all of us to try. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this is the end of the speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to council or standing committee. Committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to add a couple of comments I didn't have time to do. And number one is, as council will know, I've sat on the UBCM's Health and Social Development Committee for a number of years. And when the province came with decriminalization and we had the conversations at UBCM about what they were planning to roll out with decrim, they failed to adequately engage with local governments and with our understanding of how these kind of services and these kind of opportunities could work in our local governments and within the context of local communities. And what they failed to consider was things like supervised consumption sites and treatment facilities and overdose prevention sites and the things that complement and how we could make it work. And I think that's where we see this sort of policy gap. I also want to reflect that many years ago, I had a conversation with Mark Townsend. Mark Townsend and his partner Liz Evans were the founders of the Portland Hotel Society, and they opened the first supervised consumption site, Insight, on Hastings Street. And Mark, when they opened it up, was quite stunning, very nice architecture, clean, modern, good branding, all this kind of stuff. And Mark told me, he's like, if we want these facilities to be a success, they need to look good. They need to be a positive contribution to the community. They need to be clean and well run. They need to be not a burden on community so that other people won't point to it and say, I don't want that in my community, because we need these in communities. We need to meet people where they're at. We need to save lives. We need to get people the help that they need, the treatment that they need, the safe consumption that they need, and work on solutions. And this, I'm hoping is a way forward to strike that balance and meet the needs of folks who have substance use disorder and who are incredibly vulnerable, but also meet the needs of the community and surrounding, and we can have it all. And I see Councillor Meisner on the queue, so I'll let him jump on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meisner.
Yep, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Fry. Thanks, Chair. Thanks to all the speakers in particular, our two BIA representatives who called in tonight on obviously this very important issue. And I know you've been very engaged on it, and we've had many conversations with you over the past few years to try to work through some of the issues that have come up around these sites. First, I just want to state that Councillor Fry and I agree that bylaw tools are needed to help regulate these OPS sites in our city. But where we differ is that I don't believe that the language in the motion is robust enough, and I think it needs strengthening to address the issues that we're seeing and have seen surrounding the locations of these sites. I strongly believe there's a need for operating standards developed by the city, not just relying on the standards from the province. Accountability, real consultation, and mechanisms to address issues. And we heard that from our speakers this evening from the BIAs. So I have submitted an amendment. Chair, if you could please take us to amendment Q.
Okay, thanks. Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Please add yourself there, Councillor Meissner. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. So as councillors are aware, and as I just mentioned, and challenges surrounding the operation of previous overdose prevention sites in downtown Vancouver are well documented. Council, city staff, community organizations, residents, and businesses have spent many years and many hours working to address the impacts that have all too often accompanied these sites. These include street disorder, encampments on surrounding sidewalks, public drug use, significant increases in police, fire, and ambulance calls, and ongoing concerns around public safety and neighborhood livability. The provincial operating standards introduced in June of 2025 and referenced in the original motion were intended to improve accountability, but they have not gone far enough. Despite these standards, residents, small businesses, and other neighbors in communities across BC continue to raise legitimate concerns about the impacts surrounding these sites. Just as importantly, the provincial framework is not designed for a dense urban environment like Vancouver. It's a one-size-fits-all policy. So where provincial standards fall short, I strongly believe the city has a responsibility to establish our own expectations within our jurisdiction. We need meaningful accountability for operators while also recognizing that substance use and addiction is fundamentally a healthcare issue and that people struggling with addiction deserve access to compassionate care. I will continue advocating to the province to significantly expand treatment and recovery options, including mandatory care where appropriate. And at the same time, this motion should better address the realities experienced by surrounding communities in our city. Our goals should be to ensure that overdose prevention sites can continue to provide essential health services while minimizing negative impacts on the neighborhoods in which they operate. And that means establishing clear considerations for things like proximity to schools, community centers, parks, hotels, residential areas, and other sensitive locations. This also means genuine consultation with residents, businesses, BIAs, and other stakeholders before decisions are made. Communities should not be learning about a new site only after a lease has been signed, or in some cases after the site is already moving forward. And that's what we saw recently at Helmachin and Hornby, and that's why I supported intervention by the city on that proposed location. There must be real accountability, robust operating and neighborhood management plans, adequate funding to maintain the public realm, as mentioned by one of our speakers, and I wholeheartedly agree, timely responses when issues arise, and transparent reporting so council and the public can evaluate outcomes. These amendments are intended to strengthen the motion by ensuring that overdose prevention sites can deliver the critical health services while also protecting neighborhood safety, maintaining public confidence, and ensuring operators are accountable to the communities they serve. So that's what these amendments are intended to accomplish, to strengthen this motion, and I hope council will support them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Just reading over these amendments, I think it changes the original spirit. It makes it a lot more stringent, which I understand is the spirit from the movers of the amendments words just now. So I mean, I had issues with the motion already, and I think this kind of really legitimizes my fears around really weaponizing a lot of this rhetoric around health. That this is a health issue, and that this would be duplication. A lot of what Vancouver Coastal Health does is involved already in a lot of these things in terms of keeping a lot of these things, a lot of these places safe and whatnot. So I really worry that this will make it a lot more difficult to have new overdose prevention sites, and that yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm struggling to find the words. But yeah, I definitely think this makes it more difficult to have. I support, I support consultation. I support operational standards. I support neighborhood accountability. But as I understand it, that's what Vancouver Coastal Health does already. I know some might disagree with that. I know there could be better communication. Yeah, so I don't think I can support the amendment. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I didn't mention this in the intro, but I did work fairly extensively with experts on the series of recommendations. And as I read this, and I appreciate Councillor Meisner's participation in agreeing that this is a healthcare issue. I do worry that this is too prescriptive and too restrictive. Certainly, when we start talking about the areas that proximity to things like hotels and residential uses becomes increasingly complicated. What does that even look like? And when we start talking about aspects of unlawful activity, and adjacency and adjacent streets and surrounding neighborhoods, that becomes a very, very, very broad net and basically indistinguishable from the actual operations. There's no way to quantify what neighborhood impacts are resulting. Indeed, I was at the location of the what was then proposed overdose prevention site, and there's plenty of activity in the immediate vicinity, and that overdose prevention site's not there. So therefore, it is impossible to quantify what those impacts of a neighborhood are by virtue of an overdose when there's already impacts. So I think that this amendment, as well intentioned as it is, does not meet make this practical. Now, I will also frame it, though, on a broader sense. This is all a report back for staff, and I think that staff, when doing this work, will probably report back that it's nigh on impossible to quantify the performance indicators demonstrating adverse effects in surrounding neighborhoods. That's not a thing that would possibly be indicated by an OPS, and I don't think staff would report back in support of and with anything that could support that. We do have to recognize that in crafting the original motion, a lot of these bylaw considerations were using the actual framework that we have existing for our licensing bylaw, the actual ability for us to do things. These are things that we don't have the ability to do, and I do think will put a chill on the opportunity to save lives. So I don't support the amendment.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Maloney?
Yeah, I am concerned about how broad this direction would be should the amendment be passed. I think that it will create barriers that are unable to be overcome in offering harm reduction services, and that this could set off a chain reaction in other municipalities, even more than at the moment. I'm really worried that this would make it more challenging for independent organisations to run OPSs, and even Vancouver Coastal Health would struggle to meet these standards in an OPS they operated directly. It's just very broad, the language. So I'm very concerned about the decisions that have been made about overdose prevention sites. They affect me personally. I live close to the site of the OPS that didn't go ahead, and I can tell you that it hasn't eliminated poverty, and it hasn't eliminated homelessness, and it hasn't eliminated street disorder. There's no OPS there, and all those things still exist, except that there is open drug taking on the street, whereas people could have been accommodated and harm could have been avoided, and people could have had access to rapid healthcare that they need, instead of my teenage children wandering around town being confronted by the sight of people in need of medical attention, having to wait around for it where it would be on facility was available. So there are two sides to the story. I think that we need to not interfere with the ability of Vancouver Coastal Health and other health authorities and health providers in setting up overdose prevention sites so that visitors and residents of Vancouver and people who are vulnerable and homeless and drug users have as much help as they can get to deal with this terrible problem that our city faces. So I'll be voting against this this amendment.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Clausen?
Thanks, Chair. I want just to thank Councillor Meisner for the amendment that I intended to support. Cities and towns in British Columbia and across Canada are all struggling with the challenges of the mental health and addictions challenges. But at the same time, local governments are often left with the responsibility of having to address them in many different ways, and including through public safety requirements, engineering requirements, obviously fire and rescue services. And we are not seeing a commensurate response from the provincial government nor the health authority to really respond seriously to the scale of challenges that communities are facing. I have seen the reaction to the 900 Helmkin situation from community members, from local businesses, all of who are desperate to try and make sure that senior levels of government are put in a framework and plans to make sure to respond with immediacy and comprehensively with the impacts of open drug use and street disorder. And so I think it really behooves us at this time for our city to step forward and essentially say that we need to raise the bar and set the standard. And if it's Vancouver that does that, then I'm fine with that. I think that the work that I do working with other mayors at the BC Urban Mayors Caucus, where there is a challenge faced by many urban centers across British Columbia, whether it's Kamloops, Victoria, Nanaimo, Kelowna, Prince George, I can go on. All communities are facing the similar challenges and are left without real tools to deal with it. So the addition of the amendment in this motion, I think, takes it to a level that I think brings me comfort and requires us to sit down and get serious with our partners to ensure that we can actually address, again, the scale of the challenge that we're facing right now. And so with that, I plan to support the motion. Thank you. Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thank you. I'm disappointed to hear my colleagues are not willing to support what is really a robust framework for the city around overdose prevention sites. That is disappointing, given all the feedback and response we've heard from the community around the challenges we've had with previous sites. We've had 3 previous sites that have been shut down due to various issues around street disorder and open drug use. So I think that this is the right approach to ensure that these services are planned and located and managed in a way that is that is transparent, that's evidence-based, and that is accountable to the surrounding neighborhoods, and that when issues arise, we can address them. So I obviously am supporting the amendment that I brought forward, and I hope that my councillor colleagues will support it as well. This is about doing right by people who are struggling, and also doing right by the communities in which our Vancouverites live. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, it's getting late, so I might be quite direct in this, and I'll just say that yes, it's a health issue, and we need to look out for the individual health of people that are struggling. We also need to look out for health of our neighborhoods, and quite frankly, the health authorities and coastal health that has not been a priority for them at all. And I sat through that public hearing back for Seymour. It was clear that the space was undersized and insufficient. And when asked by, asking both Coastal Health and then the then operator Rain City if they would take some measurements, or take some measures, I should say, to be mindful of the impact kind of immediately outside in the public realm, which wasn't onerous ask, I didn't think at all at the time. The answer is clearly definitively no. And it was one of the most egregious things I've ever seen happen at a city meeting because it required a 2/3 vote. And I remember this crystal clear that the hearing went on, and then overnight we had, I think, unprecedented chair of BC Housing and other folks coming down, and then the hearing went on overnight. And when we came in the next day, lo and behold, somehow the threshold had changed, and instead of asking for below market lease because it was in a city space, they said, "Oh yeah, we'll just pay market." And then that changed the voting threshold to a simple majority of council. And at the time, because they could tell they didn't have the votes, and then they didn't have to have any accountability for impact. And that was like just calling it out very clearly, like regardless of your perspective on this issue, those are the facts and what happened. And that showed a complete disregard for pushing things through without consideration for the neighborhood. And then we fast forward, here we are in another term, and we have assurances that we're going to, in terms of hopefully learning from that experience and needing to keep social license so that we can provide the necessary medical support and care to people, and that we would engage with people. And then we have a hotel that is opening up immediately across from that doesn't know about anything about it till the day before. And ongoing many residents and local businesses that said, oh yeah, we're going to have consultation, that haven't had any. And so, again, color me skeptical if I don't have faith, but I don't. And so I think that we need to put some expectations in place to say we will welcome these things if they are well run. Councillor Fry, I think it was, used the analogy earlier about marijuana stores. Shouldn't be different in terms of, something that arguably put folks in harm's way as well, and seniors and other folks, or, parents and kids shouldn't be different than how we try to look at other substances. We have things on liquor stores. We really try to put a balance in place with our frameworks that provide the ability for different things to operate, but that respect that we have to have a social fabric in the city that works together. If you get complete, I think we're beyond compassion fatigue into absolute frustration, something is not right. It just isn't. And the pendulum has really swung. And so people want to know that it's not going to go up next to their kid's school or a senior center, or that, there's going to be genuine efforts to try to be good neighbors together. And that's really what this is. So if it seems very explicit in the instruction, I think it's born out of experience, to be honest, and a sense of responsibility that we can support these things in the city if there is also a willingness to work with us so that they can be successful for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, just to add, I mean, this is a fairly comprehensive, extensive amendment that we're only just seeing for the first time. I'm only just seeing for the first time. So I think the challenge with this is the original motion was really to establish some very clear criteria to the operating of a specific business, as we would do for any business. This expands the scope so expansively that it would be virtually impossible. When we talk about like adjacent neighborhoods and neighborhood impacts, and trying to pin that on the application of one business or one facility is nigh on impossible. And when we talk about, I mean, the irony that one of the in H it talks about proximity to new supportive housing when this very same council has moved to ban new supportive housing. I'm just not sure if this is designed to just stop the availability of health services altogether, because I want to be clear that the entire intention of this original motion was to recognize that we have a responsibility, indeed a charter guaranteed right to health and safety that says that we can't deny health facilities. We cannot use these extensive tools to deny health facilities, but we can certainly ensure to some degree that the facility itself is run well. And the facility itself can't be responsible for the larger neighborhood. That's not how these things work. We can certainly ensure that it is run well, and that was the work that was put into this. What is being created with this amendment is an impossibility, and that's the challenge. I appreciate that we are all looking for a good solution, a solution that works with communities and that respects how we can all live together and like businesses can thrive and people will be safe and lives will be saved. But I'm just afraid that this will really prevent us from making it work, and we'll just end up in a lawsuit. And that was the entire intention of trying to get us ahead of a Supreme Court challenge on charter rights because we're blocking access to health services. I feel that this amendment effectively does block access to health services, and that's why I can't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Orr. Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, I love that we're talking about marijuana and alcohol in the same breath. These two drugs are legal and are not poisoned. We can't be talking about these two things at the same time when we have drugs with a cocktail of benzos, horse tranquilizers, xylazine, fentanyl, carfentanil, any other analogs. This is not the same thing. And that's the whole point, is that if these drugs were regulated and safe, we wouldn't probably need these. People could use in their homes, like people drink and smoke marijuana in their homes, or in bars that line Granville Street, safe consumption sites that line Granville Street, which still sees tons of street disorder, as we have seen in the past few weeks at FIFA, with tons of arrests. There's a video that's circulating online, a 15-minute brawl. Like the idea that one site can create this kind of disorder while these bars on Granville Street and all over the city create that exact same disorder that we're talking about. This is so frustrating. I just don't see how you can't see that logic here. And people overdosing every day on Granville Street. You may not think it's an overdose, but people vomiting, people being overserved alcohol is an overdose. People are overdosing every day on Granville Street and across the city, but it's okay because it's a regulated drug. It's because of different drug, because it's opiates or cocaine or whatever, stimulants or whatever other drug that is shunned by society, that this will result now in people increasing stigma, increasing overdoses. We've seen overdoses are down lately. They're down because these things work. And I'm so frustrated that this motion was brought forward in the first place, because this is exactly what we feared, and I can't support this, and I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Meisner.
I just want to be clear, and I understand that this is a sensitive and obviously sensitive issue. This is really about ensuring that when we have these sites located in our city, that they can coexist in the neighborhood, that there are mechanisms to address issues, that there is robust community consultation before the sites are cited, that they have the adequate resources that they need, that they can be managed effectively, and that people can get the help that they need. This is not about preventing these sites. This is about putting in a framework municipally to help ensure good outcomes for both the people that use the sites and the neighborhoods. I'm not opposed to these sites. I want them to be run in a way that helps people and also does not cause issues in the surrounding community. And I think that's possible, and I think that's possible through a framework like this, and that's why I moved this amendment. So I just want to be clear on that. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so seeing no one else on the queue, so I'm going to take everyone to the voting panel. So we're going to vote for Councillor Meisner's amendment. Also, please register your vote. Okay. And Councillor Orr? Okay, so the amendment passed with Councillor Fry, Councillor Orr, Councillor Maloney in opposition. Okay, can we project the voting results? Okay. Okay, so going back to the main queue, Councillor Meisner?
Yeah, just want to add quickly one more thing. One of my colleagues mentioned around concerns around some of these things maybe not being, I guess, within our jurisdiction or legally possible. That's what we will determine in the report back. That's really what the amendment is directing. It's a report back to council with options around these proposed jurisdictional regulations that the city is proposing. So we will get that information. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Maloney?
No, I'm done, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue. So again, let's take everyone to the voting panel. We are voting for the motion as amended. Council, please register your vote.
Chair, Councillor Costier, just for the clerk's purposes, the voting results were not displayed on the screen. Thank you.
Oh, it's not? Okay, so
Yes.
yeah, we're gonna make sure we display the voting results this time. Okay, Councillor Kerbian. Okay. All right, so the motion as amended passed with Councillor Fry, Councillor Orr, Councillor Maloney in opposition. Okay. Let's display the voting results.
The vote is ended. It's just not streaming correctly.
Okay, can we fix that easily?
My suggestion is if we can't post the results, if we could just verbally articulate it for the records so that we
Yeah,
don't have to take a recess, because
let
that
me
could
check
take us
with
a half
staff.
hour.
Make sure that we can fix that or not. If we can, I'm gonna do a verbal.
Just given how late it is.
Yeah, clerk, can you confirm?
I'm just checking right now with technological services.
Chair, maybe Chair, in the meantime, you could just read the results out for the public record. In the meantime, there's no,
Okay, so
you would have the records there. You can see the votes.
okay, so yeah, I will just read that now. So while the clerk are fixing the technical issue here, voting in favor: Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kerbian, Councillor Dominado, Councillor Klaas, and Councillor Meisner voting in favor, and Councillor Fry, Councillor Orr, Councillor Maloney voting in opposition, Councillor Bly, Councillor Montague, Mayor Sin absent.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me check with staff if we can fix that. Okay, so let's take. Can we fix that, clerk? Okay. With
So we can just take 5 minutes.
5 minutes recess.
See
Okay,
how long.
let's take 5 minutes recess. Okay. All right, so yeah, we have quorum. Yeah. Okay, everyone. So let's keep on going this meeting. So there's no quick fix to display the voting results, but we can display the email that clerk circulate, which is in this format. I hope that satisfy everyone's requirement.
Sorry, Chair, point of order. It's really difficult for me to read that.
Yeah, let's
Can we zoom in or read it out, maybe?
amplify bigger. It's not as straightforward as the voting results, but that gives us how people voted.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. That completes motion 14 on the agenda. Going to the next motion, the final motion, which is motion 15, renew renter office for Vancouver residents, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As you will, of course, recall.
Sorry, Councillor Fry, we need to restart your timer. Clerk, can we do that? Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And yeah, as folks will recall, we in 2018, one of my first motions as a councillor was to introduce a renter's office. In 2023, it was delimited and phased out. We have an obligation to residents of our city to properly represent them. We continue to see issues that affect renters in the city of Vancouver, who represent more than half the population of the city of Vancouver, and issues that fall squarely within the jurisdiction of the City of Vancouver. Not just issues that are necessarily under the Resident Tenancy Act or RTB tribunal appeals, but really issues around decisions that we make with regard to zoning, with regard to land use, with regard to our TRPP. We adequately consult with all manner of experts and lobbyists in the course of our doing business. Developers have direct access to the planning department and to counselors and to influence decisions, not inappropriately in any way, but to influence decisions by having access to policymakers. And we don't extend that to renters in our city in a really cogent way. And I think as we have even issues coming before us on our docket in coming days that reflect a really challenging space for a lot of renters in our city, since eliminating the renter's office, which was recommended to continue by staff at the time, things have not improved for renters in the city, despite the fact that vacancy rates have improved. And we continue to have, and I spend a great deal of my personal time as a city councillor responding to renter issues, be it illegal STRs, wrongful change of use and renovictions. And I see I'm out of time, but I'll have to come back on a regular speaking queue to.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, we need a seconder for this motion. Second by Councillor Maloney. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion again. So please state whether you are in support or in opposition of the motion, and you may only speak once. And also, I will ask if they are a resident of Vancouver, if not on the list. The first registered speaker is Nicholas Popel.
All right, everyone can hear me?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Nick Popel, and I'm speaking today as the co-chair of the Renter Advisory Committee, and we are speaking in strong support of this motion. Renters represent more than half of the households in this city. The renter office was originally created because renters facing eviction, displacement, or unsafe housing were being sent between city departments, provincial agencies, and nonprofit organizations, often while the clock was running out on the time on their homes. The office gave renters a front door. It provided information, referrals, and coordination. Over the 3 years that it was running, it cost approximately $1.8 million, an average of about $600,000 per year. When it was reviewed in 2023, staff recommended that it continue. Instead, Council eliminated it, citing concerns about efficiency, duplication, and which level of government should take the lead. The problem is when everyone is partly responsible, nobody is truly accountable. Council recently approved nearly $5 million to extend the Granville Street pedestrian pilot for 7 weeks, including $1.25 million for programming that we're still figuring out what it's about. To be clear, I'm not arguing against pedestrian streets or public events. I'm a theater grad, and I love this stuff. It's a question of priorities. That 7 weeks expenditure is roughly equal to 8 years of the renter office at its previous average cost. And I'm going to be honest here. I'm not just speaking theoretically. Personally, I have fought through 3 arbitrations. I won them, but it was hell. But it was nothing like the nightmare I saw my apartment neighbors go through just before that. We had a new owner come in, and they issued fictitious notices claiming everyone in the building had to leave. They told us they had secured permits from this city. Their generous offer to vacate was well below what tenants were legally entitled to receive. I personally fought hard. I learned a lot about renters' rights and the RTA. Almost every single one of my neighbors was scared out of their home. Seniors, single parents, immigrants, people who had been built their lives in that building. Only 3 of us fought back and remained. That building had 24 homes, almost 50 people. One call to a properly resourced renter's office might have protected not just me, but dozens of other people. Across Vancouver, that one call could protect hundreds. The motion today is not to bring the renter's office back, it's to have a study come back from staff that will likely go to the next council. Cost of studying is negligible. The cost of doing nothing is measured in people's homes.
Sorry, that's your time.
Strongly support this motion, please.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 1 is Timothy Roenbush.
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Speaker number 2 is Suki Sohoda.
Thank you, Chair. I support this motion because renters make up the majority of households in Vancouver. I'm also a renter, and they deserve accessible, coordinated support from their municipal government. Housing discussions often focus on building new homes, but we must also ensure that people already renting in our city can easily navigate the systems designed to protect them. Today, renters often have to deal with multiple agencies and organizations when facing maintenance concerns, displacement, relocation questions, or uncertainty about their rights. That can be confusing and difficult to navigate, as mentioned in the first speaker's experience. This motion proposes a practical solution, re-establishing a centralized renter's office to improve coordination, provide clearer information, support enforcement efforts, and